Gonna wear now. All right, we're good.
Carney's resume, because it's clearly showing to voters that, you know, you need to have an actual plan and a
How are
business
we,
pedigree to
folks?
back it up, as opposed to, unfortunately, what we've seen a lot of over the last 2 years, which is three-word slogans that amount to basically a polarization.
Just had a few
And
technical
instead, you
difficulties.
have a
First time
person
I've
who's a
streamed with
newcomer in
OBS in a
politics
while, so.
who's actually engendering a lot of support by people towards his vision.
Okay, let's thank you for that. Let's take another look at this result. One on the board. This is how it goes. It goes slow and then it goes really fast. So as we get a big dump of polls when Quebec, Ontario, and everything out to Alberta closes. But at the beginning, Newfoundland Labrador gets a lot of time, and so David Cochran's very happy. What can you tell us about this one blue on the board here?
Well, I mean, it is the central Newfoundland riding. It is where Cliff Small busted through last time and, you know, defeated Scott Sims. His lead there is very small. It's very early polling. Not very small, it's very early. 108 to 30, a 78 vote lead with one of 233 polls reporting. You got big towns, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor, but a very rural riding. So it's going to take a bit of time before we get true clarity on how this is going to go. But Heather Gillis with CBC Newfoundland and Labrador is
not sure why that's coming up. They don't have it
the
selected.
Small campaign. And Heather joins us now. So Heather, what's the latest you're getting from Central Newfoundland?
Okay, well, David, we're outside Clifford Small's campaign, and we just heard a big roar of applause from inside, and that must be that one poll reporting that you were talking about. So just to let our viewers know who Clifford Small is, he's got ties to the fishery. He owns some restaurants. When Pierre Poilievre was campaigning here, he was front and center, of course, because he is the only Conservative MP in our province. He's up against Lynette Powell, who's a doctor, was president of the Medical Association in this province. And when we've been talking to people in this area today, the Conservatives are confident that Small will be reelected. The Liberals, on the other hand, saying that it's close, but the feeling here tonight is that Clifford Small, they do believe, will be reelected in this area. And this is, you know, one seat to watch, because if the Liberals want a majority, well, this place was a long time Liberal riding. Will they flip it back red? And for the Conservatives, if they want to win this election tonight, this is one area that they're going to have to hold on to or even make inroads in this province.
Okay, Heather, thank you so much. That's CBC's Heather Gillis outside Cliff Small's campaign headquarters. Rosie, we don't know if she'll get inside Clifford Small's campaign headquarters. It's been a bit of an issue throughout this election campaign. Some breaking of that, though, in Newfoundland and Labrador. David Brazel, who's the candidate in St. John's East, did a debate, did it on the CBC, has done media interviews. So they tend to go their own way. But this is a super important seat for the Conservatives because, you know, and Jason Kenney will remember this.
This is just going to be a chilled, relaxed,
federal Conservatives in the 2000s
kind of just
with the ABC
watching
campaign.
as these
So
results come in.
Breaking through,
nothing too deep.
It's a bit like, you know, Liberals breaking
feel
through
free
in
to
Saskatchewan. You need a
share your
Hinterland
mind, and
Who's Who video
I'll
to
add my
see
2
them in
cents here and
office.
there.
And the time it's been a long time. So Cliff Small is important for Pierre Poilievre.
But very early results.
Very early.
Do you want to weigh in on Newfoundland and Labrador and Danny Williams there?
Well, yeah, that was...
Well, really not.
Rather not. That was a difficult moment.
It was.
And it went on for, you're right, 2 or 3 election cycles. The Conservatives got shut out. But I will say that things have been changing. And, you know, before the Trump attacks and Mr. Trudeau resigned, the Conservatives were posting very large sustained polling leads in Newfoundland. And they are optimistic about picking up potentially 1 or 2 more tonight.
Really? Yeah, and that one would be one, I would imagine. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, Rosie, there was a provincial by-election for Andrew Furey's Liberal government there, near where Cliff Small is, in the Bayvert area. It was a seat the Liberals held, and it swung by 60 points in the by-election to the progressive Conservatives provincially, and it was all anti-Trudeau, anti-carbon tax. And a guy I've known since university was knocking on doors out there, and people were saying, oh, I'm voting for Conservatives, I'm going to get rid of Trudeau and get rid of the carbon tax. And they'd say, well, you know, that's federal, we're provincial, and then by the 4th or 5th year, it's like, you know, forget it, yes, you know, get rid of Trudeau.
Yeah, and but there's no carbon tax now, so you would have to wonder whether that has affected anything as well. And of course, the Atlantic provinces and home heating oil had been taken out entirely by Justin Trudeau. Randall Garrison, I feel like I should bring you in, even though we don't expect any any orange to show up on that part of the map.
Oh, well, I'm not so sure about that.
Okay. Tell me more.
No, we've got a strong candidate in Halifax who was a former provincial member of the legislature.
Oh, yes, out in the Maritimes generally, yes.
Yeah,
right.
And even in Newfoundland, Mary Shortall, who's the president of the NDP and a former president of the Newfoundland Federation of Labor, is running in St. John's East. So we'll see what happens over the evening. But if I can just go back to David's numbers and say how much I like them. as a New Democrat. Because I think what's happening at the end here is that New Democrat voters who may have been worried about a Tory government are starting to see that they might be able to go home and vote for their New Democrat incumbents as the possibility of a Conservative win recedes. And also those who are worried about who's going to face Trump are becoming more and more confident it's probably going to be Carney. And so, therefore, who's going to keep the banker in check in the House of Commons if you don't re-elect some New Democrats?
Well, that was Jugmeet Singh's closing argument. Jason Kenney, quickly, then I got
one other point about Newfoundland
that
we sometimes forget about. We think about Newfoundland and the fishery, which is historic and important. But increasingly, it's an oil economy. And so the emphasis of Mr. Poilievre and the Conservatives on the oil and gas sector, on energy development, responsible resource development, exporting Canadian oil, and a lot of Newfoundlanders have worked in the Alberta oil patch as well. So I think that there's been a gradual shift focused around those energy issues.
Yep, that's an awfully good point. Got another result there, David.
Yeah, and Jason Kenney's not wrong. My dad was one of them. That's why I lived in the same neighborhood as Pierre Poilievre in southeast Calgary for a while when I was younger. All right, as you can see here on the map, we have another result. This is from Labrador. This is the Big Land. This is where Yvonne Jones had been the incumbent Liberal MP, but her and just about all the other
It's
Liberal
2025, the best they've got is
again.
720p.
Philip Earle, though, as a
get it.
replacement, is about as good as you're going to get in Labrador. A well-known and successful businessman involved with companies such as Air Labrador and Air Borealis. Ella Wallace is the Conservative there. She is born and raised in Labrador, spent a lot of time working away in Florida and Australia, moved back a few years ago to work in the family businesses, currently the Deputy Mayor of Happy Valley Goose Bay. And here we are in there is central Newfoundland again. Clifford Small growing his lead a little bit. We're only at 2 polls of 233. We got a 106-vote lead over Lynette Powell. But interestingly, 2 Conservatives on the board. And where is that second one? Well, here it is in Terra Nova and the Peninsulas. Look. We're not going to call this one for a while. 1 poll of 270 polls reporting. Jonathan Rowe, Jason Kenney, an engineer who worked in the oil and gas sector, also has a strong organizational base within his church, running against Anthony Germain, who is a former CBC broadcaster in both Ottawa and in Newfoundland and Labrador and in China. He is in second place with 1 of 270 polls reporting.
Okay. David, thank you so much for that. As you can see there at the bottom of your screen, that's where we're at in terms of leading and elected. But as David said, very early results out of Newfoundland and Labrador. The next set of results in 13 minutes' time will be from the Maritime provinces, adding another 25 seats up for grabs. And of course, the map is going to start to change quickly as we go through the night. And as we wait for more results from Newfoundland and Labrador, maybe I'll bring in Arif Irani just on that point about energy and it is an interesting election, the way energy became, I would suggest, a more dominant issue than climate change in some ways, and how Mr. Carney was also pushed to talk more about the possibility of energy development, including maybe a pipeline.
Well, I was in the room on the night of the Liberal Leadership Convention, and it entered the conversation immediately on that first night. And he talked about being an energy superpower, and people were talking about asking what does that mean, and he said quite candidly that means embracing new technologies, new types of energy, sustainable energy, but also embracing the energy resources that we have and ensuring that the needs are met within Canada, but also among our allies, and building up this east-west corridor, including a pipeline. And I think that kind of message is gravitated. So obviously Jason's point is well taken with respect to Newfoundlanders and their work in the oil and gas sector, but you're not seeing in a guy like Mark Carney an individual who's not embracing the energy sector. Far from it. He is actually openly discussing it, talking about how we invest in it, how we build up that sector as a way of shoring up our economy. And I think that's a message that's landing well with voters out east, in the middle of the country, but also out west.
Okay, we'll see. Thank you for that, though. Again, results on the board haven't changed very much, but we are going to go back to Adrian to talk a little bit more about PEI.
Indeed, and really, I'd like to go to PEI to have a chat with Louise, because Louise Martin has been, you saw her at that University of Prince Edward Island gathering people. Well, somebody has shown up who she really wants to talk to, so I'm so curious. Who's with you there, Louise?
Oh, can you guess, Adrian? As someone who really should have his finger on the pulse of the issues here on Prince Edward Island, and that is PEI Premier Rob Lance. Thanks for joining us tonight.
Hi, Louise.
So what are you thinking? What are the big issues that you've been hearing from Islanders and as they affect the federal election?
Well, it's going to be an exciting night. All of our assumptions about how this election would look were sort of up. It has been an election largely about trade, and the bridge and the ferry for us are critical strategic transportation infrastructure. And just as Canada is a huge country with tremendous resources that we move around the country and around the world. PEI is no exception. We've built a huge trading economy here in Prince Edward Island. Export is very important to us, more so than ever. And so, eliminating or reducing the bridge tolls effectively is a tax cut to islanders and island businesses that they can use to reinvest in Prince Edward Island and create a more resilient and productive economy here. So we're excited about those commitments.
All right. PEI Premier Rob Lance here at the University of Prince Edward Island. We're at the campus bar with a lot of political junkies in the room as the polls close very shortly here on Prince Edward Island. Adrian.
All right, thanks, Louise. Our thanks to the Premier. Third time a PEI Premier has shown up on this broadcast. Listening to him talk about exports, 80% of what PEI exports goes to the United States. So you know that tariff conversation is going to be a big one. Yeah. Rosie?
Okay, thanks, Adrian. I've been desperate to get the Premier on, the PEI Premier on my show. Maybe I should.
She can hook you up.
We'll see if we can make that happen eventually. Ian.
As you know, Rosie, I grew up in New Brunswick, but
Yes.
I'm reminded tonight that it's been a long time since I lived there, more than 40 years. And so a kind viewer sent a kind email and said to me, you know, when you
look
said...
40, right?
No. But when I mentioned that St. John is the biggest city, it was when I was a kid.
Yes.
But he points out that Greater Moncton has surpassed St. John. He said, kindly, I'd like a correction. Here's your correction. Okay. Now, let's go to the second biggest city in New Brunswick, St. John. And Jacques Poitras is looking at St. John cases for us. And Jacques, you talked about Wayne Long, the incumbent Liberal MP. But tell us the other side of the political story there and what's been happening with the Conservatives.
Well, there was a lot of interest in the Conservative nomination here going back more than a year, and there were several Conservatives, provincially they're progressive Conservatives, who were interested in the nomination. And the nomination meeting kept getting put off and put off and put off, and then we got to the election call, and the party appointed Melissa Young as the candidate without a nominating contest ever being held. And there are Conservatives here who were not happy about that. One of the other potential nomination contestants, in fact, wouldn't tell me how she was going to vote in this election, and she was clearly dismayed with the process, how that had happened. And we've heard that story in some ridings across the country. It is a factor here. One thing people are watching here tonight is whether that progressive Conservative vote comes out for Melissa Young, or votes for Wayne Long, or stays home, Ian.
We'll look for those numbers. Last time around was a 6 percentage point difference with the Conservatives in second place. So as you say, will the Conservatives manage to at least keep the support they had last time around, or will those internal divisions, among other things, have an impact? Rosie.
Okay, thank you for that to Ian and Jacques. Let's go back to David now, because you can see there's been some movement there at the bottom of your screen. 2-2 so far.
Yeah, it's very incremental movement. We have 4 of 7 ridings reporting. The latest is the riding of Avalon. This is a seat that got a bit of notoriety because Ken McDonald was there. He was the first to call for a leadership review of Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, suggesting his best before date had come and gone. This was January of last year. Ken McDonald did that. Ken's not running federally. He's getting ready to run provincially. But Paul Connors is Ken McDonald's executive assistant, running against Steve Kent, a former deputy premier of Newfoundland and Labrador. He was in charge of candidate recruitment, certainly in Newfoundland and Labrador and broadly throughout Atlantic Canada for Pierre Poilievre's Conservatives, and somehow managed to find himself as the right choice for Avalon. This was despite recruiting 2 other candidates, one of whom, Jessica Babb, was upset with this. Her father, John Babb, was a former longtime president of the provincial Progressive Conservative Party. There's some bad blood in Avalon that could cause some problems for the Conservatives. So right now, Paul Connors leading 38-13 in very, very, very early numbers. And Rosie, look, polls have been closed since about 24 minutes now. We have results from 4 ridings. Long Range Mountains out here on the West Coast. This is one expected to be competitive. I know the Liberals are a little bit worried about it. And I was just texting with David Brazel, who's the Conservative candidate in St. John's East. And he tells me turnout is high. Lines were still going at polling stations after the official close of polls. And so they wait till everyone has voted and it's in the ballot box before they start counting it. So that explains some of the slowness in getting results from those ridings.
Okay, good to know. And that's also a good reminder that so many of you did vote during those advanced polls over the Easter long weekend, 7.3 million. We do know that those special votes, those special ballots were very, very high as well. So lots of people already voted. We'll see what people did today. A reminder now that we are just under 6 minutes out from the Maritime province's polls closing there. 25 more seats, which will bring us up to 32. And we'll start to see more shifts here as votes get counted. We are told that there are No issues from Elections Canada with any of the counts at this hour. But of course, lots of polls still open and lots more votes to count. Let's go back to our friends over here at the panel as we wait for more results to talk about. Let's talk a little bit about Atlantic Canada. I'll go back to you maybe, Randall, because you made a point about Halifax, St. John's East too, a place where the NDP has had success with Jack Harris. Do you think that people are still interested in the NDP in the Atlantic? And why do you think there's been past success that hasn't necessarily been built on?
Stop the count.
Well,
This
what I've
official
heard from my
YouTube chat poll
contacts,
reckons Conservatives
in
are going to
both
win.
Halifax and in St. John's is they had very active campaigns,
Yeah.
lots of volunteers,
How are we,
no trouble
folks?
fundraising.
How are we going today?
And so there still is that interest, but in this overwhelming attention that's given to Trump and to the threat.
Those of
he
you tuning in,
presents to
thank you
Canada,
for
that's real,
joining
and
me
I
today. It's
understand
just
why Canadians
a nice,
are concerned
relaxing
about
sit
that. It's
back,
become difficult
listen
for
to these
Democrat
people
voices to be heard.
share their
And I
political
think
hot
that
takes, and
applies especially
ultimately
in
we'll see what
Atlantic
happens at the
provinces,
end.
where so many of the economies are so linked
Should be
to
here
trade
for
with the United
3,
States.
maybe 4
How
hours.
much do you think
Come and go as you
Mr.
please, get a
Singh
snack,
staying
whether
in
you're
that
at work,
supply and
whatever you're
confidence
doing.
deal so long? And I'm sure we'll talk about this later in the night. How
Feel free to
much
leave
of
your views
damage do you think
down
that
in the comment
potentially
section. I'll,
did to him and the party being so attached
share my
to
points
Justin
along with it.
Trudeau?
Well, definitely some people
no,
are very unhappy with that.
it's
There's
locked
also
back up,
people
neck
now
and neck,
with dental care.
50%.
There are people who have the
Thank you to
beginnings
those
of
in the
pharmacare
YouTube
in this
live chat.
country. And especially among seniors, which I think is a factor many people miss. Tons and tons of seniors were without any kind of dental care.
That's
And millions, literally millions of Canadians have got dental care now. So for those who are unhappy that we propped up the Trudeau government, that was a risk we knew we were taking.
Yeah.
There are those who are happy because we've delivered things that Canadians need.
Yeah, and yet that message was, it was hard for
But
that
hard to get
message
it through in
for
this
sure.
campaign.
For sure. Okay, thank you for that, Randall Garrison. We'll go back to David Cochrane because the numbers have shifted a bit there on their screen.
Yeah, they're pouring in now, Rosie. We got results from the West Coast riding of Long Range Mountains. This was the seat held by Liberal Cabinet Minister Goody Hutchings, who, like the 5 of the 6 Liberal incumbents, decided not to run again. Don Bradshaw is a well-known face across Newfoundland and Labrador. He has been, for many, many years, the West Coast correspondent for NTV News. So he is used to getting the viewers of Newfoundland and Labrador, and now he's trying to get the voters of Newfoundland and Labrador. Carol Anstey, the Conservative, she ran against Goody Hutchings last time, got just under 40% of the vote, and hasn't stopped knocking on doors since. She's a real estate agent in Deer Lake, so she's used to jamming signs into lawns, and she's been doing that throughout this campaign. This is one the Conservatives think, along with their held riding in central Newfoundland, Rosie, this is the one they think they have the best chance of picking up in Long Range Mountains, and I know the one the Liberals, of all the seats they hold, the one they are the most worried about in Newfoundland and Labrador. Okay, and look, one riding we're still waiting on results for is St. John's East. Luckily, we have Carolyn Stokes standing by there, so she can maybe catch us up on what's happening there, because Carolyn, you know, cabinet minister, there's some big candidates running there. What's the latest from St. John's East?
Well, David, Joanne Thompson, she is the last Liberal standing in this province. She is the lone Liberal incumbent. We had 5 other Liberal MPs, but they all jumped ship. And Thompson was rewarded for sticking around with a cabinet position. Carney put her in the fisheries portfolio, but she is going up against some tough competition, some strong candidates in this riding. There's the PC candidate, David Brazel, who's the former PC leader and won 5 provincial elections. And there's also a very well-known NDP candidate, Mary Shortall, who is the president of the federal NDP and a veteran in the labor movement. So months ago, this was a pretty tight race, and there was a sense that Joanne Thompson was in for a really tough fight and that she might lose her seat. But of course, as I've been hearing everyone talking about, a lot has changed since then with Donald Trump and the trade war and a new prime minister and the collapse of the NDP vote, all benefiting the Liberals and Joanne Thompson. So the campaign here tells me that they still think this is a tight race, but we'll find out soon enough when those results start rolling in just how tight it is, David.
Okay, Carolyn, thank you very much. And you know, Rosie, because we haven't had results, I do want to put up the board just to show who these people are. There is Joanne Thompson. She is the fisheries minister. David Brazel, former PC leader of Newfoundland and Labrador. And Mary Shortall, the former president of the Federation of Labor, now the president of the party. Mark Carney made her fisheries minister a week after the federal government cut the crab quota by about 25%, and then he made it his first stop in the election. And you remember the fishermen were outside his speech. They had to get the police to come in. This is why you never have an election in spring in Newfoundland and Labrador, because the fishery is always in crisis in the spring, so you try to avoid it. We'll see if it has any kind of a difference on these results. when and if we actually see something from St. John's East, and of course from Cape Spear, the other St. John's riding. We have no results.
And would that
from.
be enough of a move to upset voters in that riding?
I mean, it can be. It depends on where it is. You got a lot of people who work in the fishery, who live in St. John's, but the rural seats tend to be more acutely vulnerable to fluctuations in quota.
Okay, this is where we are as we move into another group of polls closing. 3 leading and elected for the Conservatives, 2 for the Liberals, but very early results. But guess what? We're now going to add to that 25 more seats in the Maritime provinces. It is now 8:30 local time in the Maritimes. Polls have closed in Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, and Prince Edward Island. The 25 seats here will start to give us an early sense of Canadians' voting intentions tonight. Will it be a trend for the rest of the country? We'll have to wait and see. Okay, and so those 25 seats will bring us up to 32 as these polls start to close, and we'll start to give you a picture of what else is happening in Atlantic Canada. And as David pointed out, if the Liberals want to form government, they really need to perform well in this part of the country. Catherine.
Yes, Rosie, Randall Garrison's been telling us about Halifax as a potential bright spot for the NDP in Atlantic Canada. One thing that makes the riding of Halifax particularly interesting, those folks haven't had an MP since September when the Liberal, Andy Fillmore, decided he was going to leave the House of Commons, try to run for mayor of Halifax. He succeeded. He's been the mayor for months. They're still waiting to find out who their new MP is going to be. So let's visit the CBC's Tom Murphy, who is in the riding of Halifax. Tom, what's going on?
Yeah, another reporter reporting from another bar on election night. Don't read too much into that. But it's half-price wine night here. It's half-price wine night here, by the way.
Got the chat up on screen for all of you.
No, this is your panel was talking about how this would be as a strong riding for the NDP. It really is. I know the Liberals you mentioned have held this seat most recently, but this is a seat that was held by Alexa McDonough, federal leader of the NDP, and also Megan Lesley MP after that. Real big NDP roots here for sure. Now, obviously, some of that frustration that the panel was talking about as well, about how some of those NDP issues seem to get lost in some of those bigger issues, housing, healthcare, affordability, all of them big issues, certainly in the city of Halifax, as they are in many cities across the country. But there was that frustration during this campaign. How did they get the time for that? But Lisa Roberts is a very popular politician here, a former MLA in the provincial legislature, lives just down the street from where I am here now. She almost won this riding. She's about 1,000 votes short the last time around, so she has come close before. NDP, of course, famous for the ground game. We'll see how that goes. Will they be celebrating with the wine or crying in their beer later tonight? We'll find out.
Nothing says affordability like half-price wine. CBC's Tom Murphy. Thank you very much. So, sorry you can't partake, Tom. That's disappointing. Rosie, back to you.
No wine from the United States, though, I'm sure. Okay, remember, with 343 seats in total up for grabs in this election, because the electoral map has changed, 172 is that magic number for a majority. That's what everyone will be watching for tonight, not only who forms government, but what kind of government you have decided to elect this time round. Let's bring you some pictures that came in just moments ago. Jugmeet Singh in Burnaby, British Columbia, watching results roll in there with his wife and 2 daughters and his parents. He probably a little bit nervous about how things are going to unfold tonight. Oh, look, there I am on my screen, on his screen. How lovely. Glad he's tuning in with us. Yves-François Blanchet is in Montreal. He is also watching results as they begin to roll in. Probably not watching CBC. I'm going to guess he's watching Radio-Canada, hopefully. He's there with some of his staff waiting to see how things are going to unfold.
Let me know, guys, who's going to win the election and
pictures
why.
and visuals of leaders as they watch results roll in with their families and friends and supporters. A critical night for so many parties tonight, critical night for the country, and lots of questions tonight about what will happen to the parties that are not the 2 main parties, and that includes the Bloc Québécois, as you saw there. We heard from 3 of the leader headquarters. We're also at 2 others, the Bloc Québécois and the Green Party, and Rafi Boudjikanian has been following the Bloc through the campaign. He's in Montreal tonight. Rafi, what are you hearing?
Well, Rosie, I will say I think Yves-François Blanchet was actually watching TVA, not Radio-Canada. Basically, this has been a challenging campaign for the Bloc. They tend to do well when they can talk about Quebec identity issues. Think of the language protection law or the secularism law that this province has. But this has not been the kind of campaign where they've had the space to do that. Instead, they've had to try to muscle in on this national debate about who's best placed to tackle U.S. President Donald Trump and the threats he represents. Yves-François Blanchet has tried doing that. He's tried presenting a platform that's all about protecting Quebec economic interests, and he's tried to argue that Liberal Mark Carney is not the guy to do that. But he's also gone on to predict a Carney victory, and then has tried saying, look, Quebecers, you can just vote for me so I can
welcome,
defend
Vikesh.
you
Let's see,
guys
I'll just
from
turn this down a little bit.
a majority government. Now, a few months ago, it was a very
Welcome,
different
Vikesh. Vikesh says Hons overperform polls and left doesn't get majority. Yeah, I think a minority Liberal government could be on the cards, to be honest. I think the Conservatives don't look overly hopeful. I was listening a little bit earlier. But it's hard to really say. But I think a minority Liberal government's more likely than a Conservative government, if I'm being honest.
His supporters and say, look what I've accomplished.
Yeah, similar challenges to what the NDP is going through there. And Rafi, just so you know, Mr. Blanchet did have Radio-Canada on his laptop, so he hasn't abandoned us quite yet. Thank you for that. That's Rafi in Montreal. I believe Adrienne Arsenault has some results from PEI.
Indeed. We have some of the first numbers in from Malpeque. Let's have a quick look-see and see what's going on there. So that is the Liberal incumbent Heath MacDonald with a lead of 14 over Jamie Fox, who is a former MLA. Just 1 out of 97 polls reporting. So, you know, there's a ways to go. Worth noting that Pierre Poilievre spent some time on Prince Edward Island, quite determined to try to move the needle. We'll see if he does.
Okay, just very early results then on the island, but you can see there on the bottom of your screen, things are starting to move around a little bit, 6-3, but again, early results as we start to get more from Atlantic Canada. Catherine Cullen.
Yeah, we've got first results from Nova Scotia. Let's head over to Sydney, Glace Bay. Mike Kellaway there in an early lead. One thing that makes this riding particularly interesting, Rosemary, there were 2 Liberals that wanted to run here, both Mike Kellaway and Jaime Batiste, who wound up running in Cape Breton, Canso, Antigonish. Right. This is because of redistribution. It changed the ridings an awful lot. Ultimately, the party decided that Kellaway was going to be the one to run in this riding. Off to a healthy start. One other fun fact about Sydney Glace Bay, home to, you knew I was going to say this, it is home to the world's biggest fiddle, also known as the Big Fiddle, 18 meters tall. So the next time you're in Sydney Glace Bay, just one thing you can check out.
Well, you know what's going to happen is at the end of this night, everyone will have booked holidays to Atlantic Canada, because this is when we have a little more time to talk about all the great things out there.
Wonderful time to travel Canada.
That's right, David.
I have restaurant recommendations in all 7
Wonderful.
ridings that I'm covering. Look, Rosie, as Rafi said, the Yves-François Blanchet decision desk has already projected a Mark Carney win tonight. We're not ready to do that because we've only just now got the last 2 ridings in Newfoundland and Labrador reporting. These are the ones in and around the St. John's area. This, of course, is St. John's East, as we were talking about. Joanne Thompson, the fisheries minister, the last incumbent running for the Liberals, with an early lead, because everything is early right now, 2 of 197 polls reporting. She's leading David Brazel, a former cabinet minister and leader of the Provincial Conservative Party, and Mary Shortall, who is the national president of the NDP. And this is Cape Spear. This was Seamus O'Regan's seat until he announced last year he wasn't going to be running again. The Liberals couldn't find anyone to run for a long, long time, and then they had a contested nomination of some pretty good candidates, and Tom Osborne, I wonder what changed. He came out of that victorious. Tom Osborne is comes from a political family. Him, his mom, and his uncle all had seats in the House of Assembly all at the same time. He's been a Speaker of the Newfoundland Legislature, a progressive Conservative cabinet minister, and most recently a Liberal government cabinet minister. Left politics not that long ago, Rosie, but he is back and right now has an early lead in this. But just one thing to show you about Newfoundland and Labrador, all blue right now, outside of the St. John's adjacent ridings. The rural island ridings, right now the Conservatives are leading in the does not want to see.
That's right, because they only had 1 seat previously.
Yeah, it was 6-1, and right now it's 3-4.
Okay, so we'll see where that goes from there. Before we get some more results, I do want to ask. I'm going to ask Rui Ferrani. You can weigh in on that certainly, but the issue of incumbency is an important one during an election, maybe particularly for the Liberals in Newfoundland and Labrador. Liberals and Conservatives have about the same number of incumbents. You yourself could have been an incumbent, decided not to. How big a deal is incumbency, do you think?
Well, the first thing I want to do is, since everyone's
Yeah.
laying claim to the East Coast, is
Please.
just point out to David and the viewers that I proposed to my wife at Cape Spear.
Oh, well.
So, but in terms of the, sort of the incumbency piece, I think it's generally an advantage.
As you can
There's
see,
no doubt.
we're barely even
But
getting
what I'd say
started
is
yet,
interesting
people.
right now is that since
Just a
Mark Carney's
tiny little bit of the
nomination as
East
leader,
Coast there.
what we found is
Canada.
that there were
Which
search for
results in
candidates at
so
one
far.
point in time, last fall, early winter.
Yep.
And since Carney coming into the fold, there have then been competitive nomination races.
Yep.
So there's been an urge for people and excitement for people to get involved. I think that's really telling.
And people changing their mind.
Absolutely. And the other just points I just wanted to make about Eastern Canada is just that this idea, I mean, I think the progressive voters in Halifax, I think they're looking for the same thing progressive voters are looking for in Toronto. And I fight in a progressive riding. I did for the last 3 elections. And what that is someone that will protect things that people care about, but someone who will also protect them from an existential threat, which is Donald Trump. So that's an important point. But in Nova Scotia,
love the
in
Trump
particular, what I'm
derangement
thinking
syndrome,
about is the
honestly. It's
portfolio I
very
just
good.
held, and things like the Mass Casualty Commission, and the impact that's going to have on things such as people's approach towards gun violence and intimate partner violence. Those are important issues for progressives. They should be important for all Canadians. I think Carney's
Are they
team has a
calling
very
it
strong
intimate
plan on that, and I
partner
think you're going
violence
to see
now on the
results
left?
in Nova Scotia that bear fruit.
In case you forgot, Arif Virani was the Justice Minister and Attorney General until fairly recently. Jason Kenney, do you want to weigh in on incumbency? Because it is a factor and can be an important factor in getting reelected.
Welcome everyone that's currently
political
tuning
scientists say
in.
that on the whole, it is typically an advantage.
I'm
but
based here in New
this is
Zealand,
A change,
if
a
you
time
are
of
from
change.
overseas.
People want change. They're frustrated with
I just thought,
what's
well,
happened
let's
over
bring
the
a
past
little bit of
decade on
coverage
the
to this
economy,
side
on
of the world.
crime, on immigration, on public services.
Right. So maybe it doesn't hold the same way?
Well, so yeah, I think it has less purchase at a change time like the context like this. But there are, when you're talking about Atlantic Canada, especially rural ridings in rural Atlantic Canada, I think the incumbency is a different character where you often have very popular local figures who are very focused on their constituencies and are very rooted with those relationships. It's much harder to do that in a big suburban or urban riding. So I do think that incumbency is a greater advantage in more rural communities where families have been living for multiple generations and they probably know who the candidate is and they've grown up with them.
Okay. Thank you all for that. Randall, I'll come back to you. Do want to give you a little bit of information at this hour. If you are on your way to vote, trying to figure out where to vote, still making plans to vote, because that could well be the case, particularly on the West Coast, Elections Canada's website is down. So that means that if you are looking to find where you vote, you would normally put in maybe your postal code, your address, and you would be directed to a polling station. That may not be working for you right now. Don't panic. We also have that tool at cbc.ca/results. So go there for now, because we do want to make sure that all of you get an opportunity to vote. We will keep our eyes on the Elections Canada website and let you know when it is back up and running as it should. But again, cbc.ca/results will tell you where to go to cast your ballot. It is your election after all. I'll go back now to Randall Garrison. Just some thoughts on incumbency for you as well. I had the NDP one, but I'll let you start talking while I pull up that number.
Well, for me, I ran 6 times. 3 times I was not the incumbent. I only won 1 of those. And 3 times I was the incumbent, and I won all 3 of those.
Okay, so you're an anomaly.
My personal experience would tell me. I think there's 2 things in incumbency. One is when you hold the office, you have a record for people to judge.
Right.
And that's an advantage if you've worked hard at being the MP locally. And the second thing is that Canadians generally look for ties to the riding. And it's much more difficult for someone, if they haven't been the MP, to prove that all parts of the riding are important to them and all those kinds of things that the incumbent's been doing for the last term. Attending every event, being present everywhere, handing out the grants. So there is an advantage. Now, I'm a recovering political scientist as well as a recovering politician, and the literature says it can add about 5%.
Right.
By being the incumbent. But in the kind of ridings and races we have in Canada, 5%'s a lot.
Yes. Yeah. Incumbents for the NDP, 20 this time around. So that's interesting. But as you all have rightly pointed out, maybe because this election has been so different and unusual, maybe none of those same rules apply. So we will see. I'm going to go over to Ian now because he's got some results.
No results yet
no
in
results,
New Brunswick,
sorry.
which is interesting. But I want to talk a little bit about one of the ridings where voters have shown propensity to switch from election to election. So in Fredericton or Oromocto, they had a Conservative MP back in 2011, a Liberal in 2015, a Green MP in the next election, 2019, and then a Liberal in 2021. So, as I say, if there's a place in New Brunswick where voters seem willing to, vote for other parties, it is in Fredericton or Oromocto. So let's go to the provincial affairs reporter for the CBC, Jacques Poitras, who is in St. John, Kennebecasis. But Jacques, tell us a little bit about the race in Fredericton or Oromocto.
It's a very interesting race, Ian. As you said, Jenica Atwin captured that riding for the Greens in 2019, then crossed the floor to the Liberals and was re-elected in 2021 as a Liberal. But it was the closest race in the province. It took the decision desk days to call that race. And so Jenica Atwin decided just recently not to run again. And David Miles, a popular singer-songwriter from the Fredericton area, got into the race with the enthusiastic backing of the new Liberal Premier, Susan Holt. David Miles is up against Brian McDonald. He's a former two-term provincial member of the legislature, a military veteran. He's been campaigning for more than a year. He was nominated more than a year ago. Strong candidate, looks like an MP, but he may see that slip away from him with the way things have changed in the last few weeks.
All right, Jacques, thank you very much. I had an interesting conversation with David Miles earlier today. I tried to talk to the Conservative candidate, and his campaign manager said he's too busy knocking on doors today for even a 5-minute phone conversation. So either he doesn't like me or he actually is too busy knocking on doors. We have our first results, by the way, from a New Brunswick riding, Acadie Bathurst. And there's a famous quote in BC, in New Brunswick politics, or maybe infamous. The former Conservative Premier Blaine Higgs said, the Liberals could run a lampshade in northern New Brunswick and win. And, not casting any aspersions on Serge Cormier, an excellent politician, but Liberals do very well in Acadie Bathurst. And of course, this is really, really early here, but we would expect to see the Liberals to continue to do well in that riding. Rosemary.
Okay. That's great. Thank you, Ian. Did want to remind people about that Elections Canada website issue. The other way that you can find out where to vote, if you are still doing that, is if you got your voter registration card at the mail. That also has your polling station on it. Otherwise, you can go to cbc.ca/results. Make sure you get counted today, because we're in the early hours of this, still trying to figure out what Canadians have decided, David.
Yeah, Rosie, remember when we did these rehearsals over the weekend and the results came in at 1,000,000 miles an hour?
Yeah.
This is not that. But yeah, it's kind of refreshing, though I don't know what to do with myself. Look, we're going to look at the 3 Conservative leads in Newfoundland and Labrador right now, because this would have the Liberals down to in a usually reliably Liberal province. In Long Range Mountains, Carol Anstey, the real estate agent from Deer Lake, who came second to Goody Hutchings, the cabinet minister, last time, is ahead by 720 votes now, with 35 of 253 polls reporting. She's beating the appointed Liberal candidate, Don Bradshaw, who's well known across the province from his years as a correspondent with NTV. But right now, he is running in second place. The other riding is Terra Nova, the Peninsulas. Again, a riding where the Liberal incumbent, Churence Rogers, decided not to run again. A former president of the provincial party, a multi-term MP, he has stepped aside. Jonathan Rowe, an engineer from the Clarenville area, from Clarenville itself, actually has a 321 vote lead over former CBC broadcaster Anthony Germain. And of course, in central Newfoundland, Clifford Small, who won narrowly last time, now has a pretty good lead with 45 of 233 polls reporting. So still a lot of polls to come, Rosie. I think just a little over 11% of polls reporting. The dynamic, as I understand it, in Newfoundland and Labrador is Liberals did very, very well in the advance polls, is what they think. Yeah. Those tend not to come until late. And so in conversations about what to expect I was having with people from Conservative and from Liberal campaigns is that you might see a lot of blue early as day of vote in smaller rural areas are counted first and get into the system first. Lineups in the more urban centers, a little bit longer, open pass voting time, could delay things a little bit in some of the larger centers in the ridings here. I'm not saying that means it's all going to flip. I'm just saying that's why you're probably seeing no projected elected in some of these ridings yet, because there's a whole lot of vote to come and in areas where we expect the Liberals to be strong.
Okay, good. And just a little update about that Elections Canada website issue. It is not everyone. It is just some users we are hearing that are having that problem, putting their postal code in and finding their polling station. But if it is you, you know that CBC's got you covered on that front. Let's go to Catherine Cullen now with some results from Nova Scotia.
Yeah, a few ridings coming in. I think we're going to start, Rosie, with the other half of that equation we were just talking about. Sydney, Glace Bay, Jaime Batiste wanted to run there as well. He wound up running in Cape Breton, Canso, Antigonish. Perhaps perhaps a more challenging riding because it's grown significantly and because he has some tough competition in his Conservative competitor, Alan McMaster, former Deputy Premier, former Finance Minister, and didn't you want another fiddle fact? He is also the son of famed fiddler Buddy McMaster. So some early results there. Central Nova, another interesting riding. As we were discussing earlier, Sean Fraser ultimately decided to come back to politics thanks to a phone call from Mark Carney. We know that the Conservatives were really hoping to get their hands on this riding. Bryce Jenkins had been trying to give the Liberals a run for their money, but a strong early start, although just with one poll for Sean Fraser. Braden Clark ahead in Sackville. The Liberal incumbent did not run again, but this is a riding that was held by the Liberals. And finally, and let's see if these numbers are still, yes, a tie in South Shore St. Margaret's. Yes, it is just one poll. Too early for a recount, David Cochrane. A couple of things interesting here, Rosie. This riding expected to be a real tough fight. And also, you'll notice the third place there. The NDP did not run an official candidate in this riding. Rick Perkins is the incumbent. He took the riding in 2021. But this question about whether or not the fact that there is not an official NDP candidate in the riding is going to make things tougher for him because perhaps some of those progressive votes are going to wind up going to the Liberals.
Okay, that's great. Thank you so much, Catherine. If you look at the bottom of your screen, that's where we are at so far with the tally this evening. But as all of my friends and colleagues have been saying here, early results coming from Atlantic Canada. And of course, many more polls to close. Adrian, though, has some results.
And I'm going to say it again. Early results.
Yes.
In only 2 of the 4 ridings of PEI. Let's start with Egmont. Bobby Morrissey with a 76 vote lead over Logan McClellan. This is basically a rematch of 2019. The Conservatives really hoping to repeat what happened what happened in Egmont years ago with Gail Shea. We'll see if, obviously, 5 of 99 polls reporting, ways to go. Let's check out Malpeque as well. Heath MacDonald, again, a lead of just 28, 2 of 97 polls reporting against Jamie Foxx, who has, by the way, been campaigning in Malpeque for some 16 months. That's how ready the Conservatives have been.
Okay. Thank you so much for that, Adrian.
So
all
by
right,
the way,
so
guys,
this
we
is where
should
we
start
are,
getting a
again, in the
definitive,
evening, as
definitive
all the
picture in a
polls now
couple hours.
closed in Atlantic Canada. So that brings us to 32
sit
polls
back
reporting.
and relax.
And this is what it looks like so far.
Do what I'm doing,
11
just chill.
for the Liberals, leading or elected. I don't even know if we have any elected as of now. Yeah, no. And Conservatives leading in 4. Which means that we are still in the early hours of this election. Remember, the next group of polls to close.
Feel free to let me know what you think the outcome's going to be today. Why is it that the Liberals may hang on? Why is it the Conservatives may finally take back the reins?
But we're going to stay where we are in Atlantic Canada for now, and we'll go back to David in a minute to get some updates. But first, I do want to make sure we hit one more leader headquarters, and that's in Victoria, British Columbia, for the Green Party, and that's where we find our own Olivia Stefanovich. Olivia.
Rosie, well, it's still really early on the West Coast, and Green Party co-leader Elizabeth May, she's not here, of course, at this moment. She's actually out campaigning up until the last minute, trying to hang on to her seat in Saanich Gulf Islands, a seat that is normally safe for the Greens. May has won it 4 times in a row in the past 4 federal elections by quite a large margin, but now she's in the race of her life, facing stiff competition from the Liberals and Conservatives. Pollsters say this riding is a toss-up. They aren't sure if she'll be able to hang on to it, and her supporters aren't sure either, but May is trying as hard as she can, leaning into those local connections to try to make sure she can hang on for a 5th federal election, Rosie.
Okay, thank you so much for that, Olivia. Of course, Elizabeth May shares her leadership role with Jonathan Pedneau, who's running in Outremont in Quebec. There are lots of questions about why he chose that particular riding, because it is not going to be an easy race for him. But those polls have not closed yet. Let's go over to David at the magic board there, David.
Elizabeth May, by the way, Olivia Stefanovich has the best assignment tonight. She's at a winery.
Well, everyone's at a bar, though. Everyone's at it's just us.
Yeah, but a winery on Vancouver Island, and one of the guests is one of the members of the band Chilliwack. I don't know if gone should have been gone so long is what you want. But let's go through Newfoundland and Labrador again and show you the situation right now. You have 3 Conservative seats right now leading, no one elected. The biggest lead is here in central Newfoundland, where Clifford Small is, he's got a almost a 2,000 vote lead with 55 of 233 polls reporting. So you're seeing there the sort of margins the Conservatives want. When Pierre Poilievre came to Newfoundland and Labrador, and he was there a lot, he spent a lot of time in Cliff Smalls riding and in long-range mountains riding in areas like Corner Brook, and you're seeing some of the fruits of that labor right now with an 821 vote lead, though with only about 1/5 of the polls reporting there for Carol Yancey over Don Bradshaw. Going back to where we started things, with the path to victory, though, Rosie, we talked about the Liberals wanting to be at about 25 seats in Atlantic Canada. Right now, they would be below that mark. They'd be down to about 22 if nothing changes here and nothing changes in the rest of Atlantic Canada. But we still got a whole lot to populate in. We know that there are 3 ridings in Nova Scotia the Liberals are targeting, probably 2 ridings the Conservatives are really targeting, and really 1 or 2 only a play in New Brunswick. But the results are coming in slow because of these lineups that went past the end of voting, and this is why we're sort of in this static sort of situation right now with slow results coming in. So the central Newfoundland numbers are creeping up and up and up, and Cliff Small, who just, I think he won by like half a percentage point last time, he's got a pretty good lead right now, but the advanced polls are expected to heavily favor the Liberals, so we're waiting to see what happens there.
Okay, so all early results, but thank you for reminding us what everyone is looking for coming out of that part of the country as they look to see who will form, as we look to see who will form government this night. Let's go to Ian now. He's got some more results from New Brunswick.
Yeah, something's going on in New Brunswick, and it's not quick counting of votes because we have 1 poll that we talked about from Acadie Bathurst, and now we have early results from Madawaska Restigouche, and yeah, look how few votes have been counted there. This is, though, another one of those ridings in New Brunswick that I don't know if there's a sure thing in politics, but if there is, it's ridings like Madawaska Restigouche. The Liberals win it almost every year. One exception was 2011, the first Harper majority, and Bernard Valcourt won. But the last 3 elections, René Arsenault was the MP here, always had more than 50% of the vote. The incumbency advantage is not going to apply here, but the Liberal in Madawaska Restigouche advantage may apply, but still early days, early hours, early minutes in Madawaska Restigouche.
Okay, great. Thank you so much for that, Ian. Let's go over to Catherine Cullen with some more results.
Yeah, we are hungry for those early numbers, Rosie, so let's see what King's Hants has to offer us. Not a heck of a lot of votes, but Cody Blois is in the lead. This is an interesting riding because this is a very precise example of the kind of riding that the Conservatives really thought they had a great shot in the fall. Cody Blois, frankly, he was sweating about holding on to his seat when Justin Trudeau was still Prime Minister. Since then, he was named Minister of Agriculture in Mark Carney's government, and I've been talking to him the past couple of days, feeling pretty optimistic about that, says he's been meeting with a lot of farmers, getting a lot of requests for signs. Certainly he will like these early numbers, but only 2 polls. So we'll have to go back and check in on King's Hants.
Okay, so as we've been saying, again, and we're going to say it for some time now, early results and the count, not happening super quickly, nothing wrong with that, but we'll have to keep on top of things. Again, this is what you're seeing at the bottom of your screen. Those are leading numbers. No one is elected yet, and we're waiting for more polls to report. Remember, the next big swath of polls to do that will happen at 9:30 Eastern with 266 more polls reporting, but one of my producers smartly reminds me there's one little one, Les Îles de la Madeleine, that reports at 8:30 Eastern. That's actually an interesting riding, so we'll bring you that when that happens as well. Let's go back to our panel here. Whether you are, is there anything that you are remarking? It's early results. This is what happens in Atlantic Canada. Yeah.
Here we are. The Conservatives are leading in popular vote an hour and a half into this thing. So
well, that happens a lot.
I'll take what I can get.
Okay, that's fine. Fair enough.
I just want to reflect on, we had a little panel shot of Yves-François Blanchet, and I think if there's one thing we'd probably, the 3 of us, agree on, it's that Donald Trump's gift to Canada has been dampened Quebec's sovereignty interest. I mean, I remember the Four Nations face-off. I was at a Habs game in Montreal actually just about 10 days ago, and the amount of patriotic red and white Canadian nationalism happening in that province right now is an amazing thing for people who want to see this country unified. Obviously, there's been some tensions out west. I think it's an open challenge, and people should be asking themselves about how Mr. Poilievre, in particular, responded to Daniel Smith.
Not a cat to the
with respect to people that want to keep this country united,
Canada is doomed.
Separatism, that has been a phenomenal achievement that has been presented by an external threat. I think that's what people are gravitating towards, a different message, and that seems to be Mark Carney's message.
Tell you what, old Simon Anderson made a good joke to me last night, and he was saying, or more or less along the lines that Canada's doomed, and that if it's not a dramatic change, that basically Trump's going to have to come in. And I was like, well, I'd actually love to see how that plays out. I can't imagine that a bunch of green-haired they-thems who don't believe in guns are going to put up much of a fight. So.
That's right, Rosie. We have some news. We have the first projected elected of the night, and it comes from the big land. It comes from the riding of Labrador.
Looks like this is a done deal, this one.
Philip Earle, well-known and successful businessman in Labrador, involved with companies such as Air Labrador, succeeding Yvonne Jones as the Liberal candidate in the riding of Labrador, and succeeding Yvonne Jones as the Member of Parliament for Labrador, as Philip Earle is the first declared elected of the night, and he will be making his way to Ottawa as soon as Parliament is recalled.
I wonder if you get a door prize if you become the first elected MP in Canada of the night.
You know, I don't know, but it's a half an hour earlier in Labrador than it is in Newfoundland, and he was able to get it done first. Yeah. So I don't know about what's going on with the counting on the island, but I'd like some more results.
Okay, well, no one's going to panic yet. It's because, as David said, when we rehearse these things, they happen in 15-minute increments, not in hours long, and that is what we're in for tonight, because it has been a competitive race and a very different one. So we'll see how it all shakes out. Do want to give you a sense, though, of what David was talking about there, about our decision desk. That is how we determine who is leading and who is elected. Once the results start to come in, the count below there, as I said, will show the number of seats each party is leading or projected elected in. You might be wondering, hey, how do they do that? How do they make those projections?
They need to do a full 180
Behind that
Trudeau,
projection
destroyed
is a
them.
team of journalists.
Yeah, well, what do you
CBC
expect
News
from the
decision desk? That team is
from
working
the son
behind
of
the scenes
Castro?
tonight to crunch the numbers and analyze
Just added a new
results as they
question
come
in the chat, guys. Feel free
These
to,
journalists have been
feel
studying
free to
each
share
riding
your
across
views.
the country, looking
Very
at
lighthearted, don't take it too
demographics,
seriously.
boundary changes, voting history and trends, the candidates, and local issues that are likely to influence the vote. When enough votes are in and they are satisfied the result won't change, the decision desk projects a winner, and that checkmark appears. The decision
It
desk
is interesting,
will also
right?
watch
Like, they've
overall
got first
trends
past the
and make a
post in
projection
Canada, but
about
like I think
who
it's
will
based
form
off
the next
riding
government.
wins rather than
If
just
there are
net
strong and clear
numbers
early
in those
trends, a
areas.
call could be made before all ridings are reporting results. Or if we see a close race, we could be in for a much longer night. But we're here with you until it gets done. Don't you worry, stick with us, because the decision desk has got you covered, and we do as well. Ian has some results at this hour.
Well, before we get to the results,
Yes.
I want to mention something. You know how I said that the Blaine Higgs, the former Conservative mayor or premier, said you could run a lampshade for the Liberals and win? So I'm having this lively conversation by email with strangers, and somebody just emailed me.
This is what you do as a job, I think.
Somebody said in an email, Ian, the real expression is you could put a pair of pants on a cat, call him a Tory, and he'd be elected.
Right.
I hadn't heard that expression before, but that expression might fit in St. John, St. Croix. We have very few results in New Brunswick right now, but this is one of them. John Williamson playing the role of the cat. He has been a multiple-term Conservative MP for what was New Brunswick Southwest, now called St. John, St. Croix. But look at the small numbers, and we have so few results from New Brunswick.
Well, I mean, no one's voting for Lennon down in the corner there,
is a riding, used to be Westmoreland, Kent, and Dominic LeBlanc, first one here in the year 2000. He has been an MP and, of course, a cabinet minister, but an MP for 25 years. He's got a solid lead there, and we would expect him to just grow that lead through the night. Rosemary?
Okay, I don't get those kinds of emails. I got one about my hair and one asking where we are. We are in the atrium of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation in downtown Toronto. It's a beautiful building, and they've set up this beautiful set for us, and that's where we are bringing you all of, look at it. That's where we're bringing you all of these results, and Catherine Cullen has more.
Okay.
Yes, earlier Taryn Grant was telling us about Acadianapolis. Let's take a look at the first numbers from there. Now, yes, it's true, the Liberals are in the lead, and this is a surprise, but
Don't they get ranked choice voting? I'm not sure if they do or not, but it is still more or less first past the post in practice.
Across the aisle, I'm told, which is interesting. The Liberals I've spoken to have said, you know, they would love to get their hands on this riding, not so convinced it's going to happen.
I'm not sure why I thought that Pierre gets a hard run. He campaigned on defending CVC. Yeah, he's still a Tory, isn't he?
Came in visited him in the riding.
Interesting.
And Liberals saying, you know,
Oh,
Mr.
on
Chrétien wouldn't
defunding.
necessarily have made the trek
yeah,
if he didn't
well.
think the Liberals had a shot. Although 3 votes, I think, obviously, we're going to have to wait and see.
The vestigial media hates conservatives of any kind, even if they're very centrist, and probably not going to do much different.
No less, too, right?
Quite right. Okay. Thank you for that, Catherine. We're going to go over to Adrian now, who has some results.
Well, firstly, I'm not checking my email. So if people are sending me notes, I'm not
You'll answer them tomorrow.
I'll do that tomorrow. We do have some more results from Prince Edward Island. Let's look at Cardigan. Kent MacDonald, the first time there hasn't been an incumbent there in a very long time. He's got a lead of 214 votes over the former provincial health minister, James Aylward. That is going to be important to the Liberals. So far, the trend looks like that they are holding Bobby Morrissey, the incumbent in Egmont. Lead of 76, but certainly a lead over Logan McClellan. One more to look at, which is Malpeque. Heath MacDonald, again, a lead of just 28 over Jamie Foxx, again, who has been campaigning there for a very long time. PEI, this place where the Conservatives invested a ton. So far, the Liberals are holding, but somebody should check in on Charlottetown, because we don't have any numbers from Charlottetown yet.
Yeah, and one of the things about this race is the Conservatives have been ready for this election for
Absolutely.
18 months, 2 years. So they had an advantage out there until things changed pretty dramatically with the new Liberal leader and, of course, Donald Trump. Catherine Cullen?
Yes, let's take a look at Cumberland-Colchester, where, again, we have early results. This is one of the 3 ridings the Conservatives held going into tonight's vote. Dr. Stephen Ellis with the lead. He was elected in 2021. He's been pretty outspoken on a number of health issues, including the fentanyl file and the way in which the Liberal government dealt with that.
Oh, yes, I do
again,
believe Maxime
early numbers,
is,
but not an insignificant lead in that
is
first
running,
poll
but
for
I'm not
Dr.
sure.
Okay, thank you.
I'm not sure he's going to have much
Cullen.
luck, is he?
16-7 is what
He's
you're
like
seeing at
just
the
one of
bottom of
those
your
really,
screen there. But we only have
like,
one elected
present
at this
minnow
stage,
parties,
so we're
but,
standing by for
not
more
of
results,
enough.
and that's what Ian has for us right
I don't
now.
know.
We've been really
substance
eager,
to
Rosie,
get
to
over the
find out
line.
what's going to happen in Miramichi Grand Lake. So let's take a look at the first
followed
results
me on X for a
from
while.
there. Nothing very conclusive at this point. Not a lot of votes counted, but one thing I should point out to you as we do get, hopefully soon, more results from Miramichi Grand Lake. Both Mike Dawson and Lisa Harris point out that the riding is really different depending on which polls you're looking at. They're conservative areas, they're liberal areas, and so we really have to be cautious about reading too much, even in the early results. And of course, we would read nothing in this really early result, but this is a riding that the Conservatives won last time around, and they're leading right now.
Okay, but the results are coming, and that is encouraging. As we wait for more results, we're going to take a short break. This will probably be the only one tonight because we're very busy.
Yeah, there's something wrong
Canada
with the chat.
Votes
It's not
2025 will continue.
I
right
mean,
after
on the
this.
screen. Yeah, People's Party of Canada. I mean, they might pick up a
The top issue for
couple of
me
seats,
is
but who knows?
affordability. So whether it's housing, gas, groceries, student loans, affordability really is my top election issue.
Yeah, I mean, the
which
chat will be
I'll
fine for you
voting
and on
for
my
the first
screen, but
time.
just won't
Your
be on
parents
the
are
actual
both
like,
in the
live
automotive
stream.
industry. So talk to me about how the tariffs will impact your vote.
I live in Ontario where auto is the main industry, and both my parents work in that industry. My dad was laid off last year.
As soon as I added in the Q&A question, it just decided, no, I'm not going to work. Let me try.
University, so that's an added expense that will really suffer if the job stability does not exist in the auto industry anymore.
What are you looking for in, a new leader?
Well, obviously, if the tariffs go into effect, there will be a decrease in job stability, and so I think it really is the federal government's responsibility to make sure that lower and middle class families can still afford, housing, groceries, gas, kind of like as the minimum. So like I live in Brampton, which has really high house pricing, either mortgages or rent.
It'll either work or it won't. It's whatever, folks. Feel free to share your views. I'll read them out anyway.
And then in addition, groceries is really important. Maybe a tax break or something else that can make sure that, at least the bare minimum of affordability is there. And then also there's gas, which the prices for gas recently went down with the removal of the carbon tax. And so that's one of the things that I'm looking at when I'm deciding my first vote. Definitely the responses that we've seen already from all of
Just
the
your
different
average
parties.
Canadian.
Prime Minister Mark Carney and all of that he's doing with negotiations with the US. That's really important.
We are responding with purpose.
Negotiation to the US, otherwise doing exactly the opposite of what
There's
Trump
very
wants, and so it's not going to
optimistic
get him anywhere.
attitude still because it is an election. I'm hoping that
I don't know
maybe
enough about
something
where
could
they're at
still be
in terms
done
of that stuff
about
right now, but
some of the tariffs that are going on
let's
for
be real. I
auto.
think the Conservatives will do a
And
far better
if
job
something can be
liaising
done,
with
that's definitely going
Trump on
to win my
advancing both
vote. My
nations'
parents,
interests.
they worked really hard for the last 20 years. They had me and my brother. They have 2 cars and a nice home in Brampton. It really was living the immigrant dream for the last 20 years. It's only recently that affordability has become such an issue that that dream is kind of slipping away.
Yeah, that's what happens when you vote Liberal. Then again, if it wasn't for the Liberals, you probably wouldn't be in the country either, so there is that. How are we feeling, people? What do we think about the results so far? Only obviously very, very early. Only, what is that? A little over 55, probably around 53 to 55,000 votes so far out of a population of how many? So if we've had over 345 views thus far, you know? That's pretty surprising. I'll take it. Sparta versus Athena. Yeah. I really don't know enough about that's Greek references, right? I think I need to do some more history.
That means you write it down with your X on a piece of paper. It gets counted manually. It takes about 15 minutes for those polling station doors to close, for the people to start counting, and of course for scrutineers, members usually of parties, to watch over that count. It is all to make sure that this is a trusted process and that everything happens the way it should. So that is why it sometimes takes a little longer to count those ballots, because it's all being done by human beings. Let's go back to David Cochran now, who's at the map, to give us a bit of a sense again of what we should be watching for in Atlantic Canada.
Okay, so we'll go back to Newfoundland and Labrador, where we have the most results, and that is a very relative statement at this hour of the night. But we have at least the results from all 7 ridings and 1 projected elected right up here in Labrador. You see more blue than you would normally see in Newfoundland and Labrador. This is what it looked like last time, where you had just the 1 Conservative seat. You now have 3 when we bring it back to real time based on the results that we have so far. None of them projected elected yet, but this is the sort of change the Liberals were afraid of and that the Conservatives were
might have
desperate
figured
to
out
see,
why it
because
screwed up.
they only ever got to 11 seats in Atlantic Canada, with Stephen Harper won his majority in 2011. So the path to 11, where they are now and higher, that is, it starts here on the rural part of the island of Newfoundland. We do have another elected, though, in Newfoundland and Labrador, and this is in Cape Spear, I believe. Okay, I'm gonna just make sure my fingers get
there
to
we
the
go.
right one. Here
Figured
we
it
go.
out.
Cape Spear.
Back up
Tom
and work.
Osborne comes from a very long-time political family. Him, his mother, and his uncle, all members of the provincial legislature at one time. He now has just under a 2,000 vote lead over Corey Curtis, who is an executive with OceanX in St. John's. Tom Osborne's been a provincial Conservative cabinet minister, a Speaker of the House of Assembly, and a provincial Liberal cabinet minister. He can add Member of Parliament to a fairly extensive political resume, as Tom Osborne has been the 2nd Liberal tonight elected, joining Philip Earle.
The Peloponnesian Wars were 400s BC. The geopolitical environment in Greece at the time reminds me of now, just expanded to global. Yeah, honestly, mate, I have no idea about kind of the ancient Greece times, if I'm completely honest. Although I'm working on it. I'm doing a lot of study at the moment, just doing little courses here and there on a range of different things. Recently just finished a course on totalitarian novels. Very, very good. It went over 1984, Brave New World. There was one by C.S. Lewis and then another by I forget the name, but one based off of a guy named Rubashov as part of the Soviet Union. So I forget the name of those last 2 books, but one was C.S. Lewis and one was some author. A really prominent name, if I could remember it, but yeah, it's good stuff.
So we'll see if any of that flips when the advance polls come in, when more numbers come in. But at this stage of the night, It looks like a pretty promising start for Pierre Poilievre and his Conservatives on the East Coast.
Yeah, I'm looking again to see, how quickly the polls are coming in. It's 11 out of 229 for Sean Fraser.
Exactly.
So again, we are not sure how this is all going to shake out. But
And Rosie, just to go back to what I was told by both Conservative and Liberal campaigns, the Liberals banked a lot of vote very heavily in the advanced polls, and those come in at inconsistent times. Day of tends to come first, and that could be why you're seeing the trends we're seeing early.
And we're reminding you all of that, of course, because here, 13 to 13 is something significant, and it's moving around a lot, and that's why. It's because the votes are being counted. We are going now to Adrian.
Yeah, you bet, Rosie. Because I think we want to actually talk about another province that we're going to be waiting for soon, and that is Ontario. Because the pressure certainly will be on Ontario for the Liberals. Maybe some of the pressure's eased off for the Conservatives. We'll see. It is the key prize. The Liberals in particular are looking to pick up seats that they won in their 2015 majority, but then lost in subsequent elections. A lot of those seats are along the 401, the biggest highway in Canada. And because David Common's job is to get up very early in the morning, and he'll come in at 4 a.m. We thought we'd send him out because it's going to be a late night. I mean, why not? So, David, you are somewhere along the 401. Where are you? What are you hearing?
Yeah, so in that course, mere Christianity was like mentioned, but yeah, it wasn't the focus of it. But he's got quite a few interesting books, hasn't he? I don't know if C.S. Lewis is necessarily the type of author that I really engage with in terms of just his writing style, but I'll certainly give him a look at some point. Obviously, he's renowned for the Narnia books, right?
Absolutely coming into this election, Mike Morris was working very hard to hold on to it. But this is a city that really does flip back and forth between the Liberals and the Conservatives. And so when you look at the other ridings, 3 of them in Kitchener, Kitchener-Conestoga, Kitchener-South Hespeler, those were decided in the last election by less than 2% in between first and second place. So it really gives you a sense of just how much the parties have to work really hard here. The game right now is tied. The crowd is pumped. And guess what? When we get to the second intermission, if you haven't voted yet, that's no problem, because just down the hallway here, right down the stairs, that's a polling station. Now, Adrian, that is convenience here in Kitchener.
David Common, trust you to find that, and you're probably going to get yourself a hot dog for the whole deal, too. All right, David Common at a hockey game. Rosie?
God, I just love David Common. I mean, I don't even... How does he get those assignments? How does that even happen? Catherine Cullen, over to you.
Yeah, got some jumping around happening in Nova Scotia in several ridings, Rosie. So let's take a look. We're going to start with Central Nova. You and David were just talking about it. Let's look at where the numbers have us. So that is, of course, Sean Fraser's riding. He was the incumbent. Right now, the Conservative, Bryce Jenkins, in the lead. And I will tell you, Conservatives I've spoken to have said Bryce Jenkins really hustling, but Sean Fraser is certainly a well-known name in this country. So we're going to want to keep an eye on
pretty
that.
close there, but I mean, like, look out all of the poll stations that have been reported, right?
Ellis in second place.
Bugger all and all.
Challenger Alana Hurdle in first, and coming up next, Acadianapolis. Earlier, we showed you Ronnie LeBlanc. First results, he was in the lead. Chris D'Entremont now moving into the lead. And we have
that'll be bouncing around quite a bit, I expect.
West, so not a flip, but the first results of the night. Lena Medelage-Diab, she is up against the former Conservative Party president, Federal Conservative Party president, Rob Batherson.
Okay, and some people are asking me about that little star there that you see on the screen. That means that that person is the incumbent. That person has already won that riding before, so we give them a little star, a little gold star. Just keep that in mind, because as we were talking about earlier, incumbency can be a factor here, but that means that they are up running for re-election another time. Let's go over to Ian now, who has some more results.
Yeah, I want to take a look at 3 ridings, and they have
reporting live from the hockey rink. Lucky
all,
reporter.
The parties that are in the lead are the parties you would expect to be in the lead, given the trends in your
D'Entremont has a big
elections,
lead.
and also that the shares for the party.
But I mean, these very early results, and I'd say.
So let's start with Fundy Royal, longtime Conservative riding, except for Justin Trudeau's first year, 2015, and Jean Chrétien's first year in 1993. But no surprise to see Rob Moore in the lead there.
Make this
not a huge lead.
Smidge smaller so we can always see
Fundy Royal. Tobic Mactaquac, also
at least the
riding
number.
Conservatives have done well in. Richard Bragdon has won the last 2 times, and as you can see, he's in the lead at this point. point, and this will certainly come as no surprise from the largest city in New Brunswick, Moncton, and this riding also includes Dieppe, not Riverview any longer, though it used to, but Riverview through redistribution is no longer part of this riding. Jeanette Petitpas-Taylor has been the MP here since 2015. She is the president of the Treasury Board, one of a handful of cabinet posts that she's had, and a comfortable lead for her.
Okay, thank you so much for that, Ian. I'm going to go back to the panel because I'm going to put you guys on a break after and bring At Issue in because I am getting emails demanding Chantal Hébert's appearance. So we have to respect that. But I wanted to go back to something that you said, Jason Kenney, about popular vote. So right now the Liberals are leading in popular vote, but it is. I wanted to dwell on it for a minute because it is interesting that Conservatives frequently win the popular vote.
Yeah.
And yet it doesn't translate into forming government. And I gather that's all, again, about voter efficiency and where the seats are.
Right. So
First
each of the
past
last
the
two
post for
elections,
you.
Conservative Party
Which I'm not,
obtained
on
more
balance,
popular
all
vote
that
than
opposed
they were
to.
at 33, 34%.
I think we should bring it back in New
31%
Zealand.
The Liberals. And I think it's entirely possible tonight that we'll see a Conservative popular vote, if they get out that vote, which I think is more intense, more motivated, north of 40%. It could be the first Conservative campaign since Brian Mulroney in 1988, 37 years ago, to do that. A very good chance of exceeding Stephen Harper's high water mark of 39%.
Yep.
And yet, you could still see the scenario where they achieve that, but fall short on seats. But what we're seeing early here is, I think, it is early, and I do think that smaller population rural polling stations tend to report earlier because they're quicker to count.
Yeah, see you,
Off
not a cat. Obviously, I know it's the middle of the day. Most people are working.
Most Conservatives right now
come around at 2-ish. Yeah, that's a really good time to come back.
The basic
Enjoy
premise
it.
going into today is that people really do want change. And a lot of those shy Conservative voters perhaps felt intimidated into saying they were going to vote for Conservative, and perhaps weren't entirely forthcoming. So we'll see. But that's happened in previous elections where Conservatives outperformed the polls so far. Very early indications in Atlantic Canada, something like that may be happening.
I don't know a lot of shy Conservatives, so that is not a thing that I am familiar with. I'm not doubting that it can happen, but most of the Conservatives I know are quite out there and proud about it. Arif Virani, talk about that issue, that poll, popular vote versus voter efficiency, and whether we should read anything into things so far. And again, the Liberals have taken the lead in the popular vote, but previous elections, that has been the trend.
Well, I think we have to understand the function of the electoral system as it is, right?
Yeah.
We have a first-past-the-post system. We have ridings that are distributed. Some ridings are much smaller in terms of population size. Some are much larger. But I think, winning a riding in rural Alberta by 90% only serves you so well in terms of your vote efficiency. And I think, as we've seen so many times, we're sitting in the Toronto studio, we've talked about the 416, we've talked about the 905. These are key battlegrounds, and this is going to be determinative in this kind of election.
Yeah.
I think it's also telling what you and David were talking about earlier, that the advanced polls were at record-setting levels. Those have yet to be counted, and we're also looking at more rural sites reporting in than urban sites, and that's going to affect the results that we're seeing. So I think we need to be patient in terms of what we're seeing, but I think it's also important that we're not taking anything for granted as Team Red over here, right? Our volunteers are out there. I was with a couple of GOTV teams this morning in Toronto, and they are motivated. They're not taking anything for granted. They're working extremely hard, which is, I think, what needs to be done to earn people's trust.
GOTV is get out the vote.
Yes.
People that are not as nerdy as we are. I will say, too, with the redistribution, one of the things that happened was Alberta picked up 3 seats as part of the rebalancing of the population. So there is an attempt to sort of course correct a little bit for what Jason Kenney's talking about. Last word to you there, Randall Garrison, on that issue.
Well, again, I'm the recovering political scientist. What this demonstrates is we have an archaic electoral system. And most world democracies, most advanced democracies, have moved to proportional representation, where every vote actually counts toward getting representation in the national parliament. And so if we had change to that, which the Liberals promised to do and then reneged on the promise.
Are they crying about
we
first
wouldn't be
past the
having these
post?
arcane
Crikey.
discussions about voter efficiency and other things. We'd be talking about what people actually wanted being reflected in parliament.
Yeah, that was not a
No
conversation
system is
at
perfect,
all
let's be
during
real.
this election, electoral reform. Okay, gentlemen, thank you very much for that.
At least with this system, every single person
Rosie, this
is
is how it is filling in
elected
across
directly.
Atlantic Canada. We're still waiting on results from one ride. riding that appears to be Charlottetown in Prince Edward Island. But we do have the first Conservative elect of the night, as Clifford Small has been projected elected by the CBC decision desk, winning his second term in the House of Commons in the riding of Central Newfoundland. You can see there a lead that has just kept growing throughout the night.
Well, they managed to keep out Lennon,
the Liberal candidate,
that's
a
a
doctor
plus.
and former head of the Newfoundland and Labrador Medical Association. This was the big target in Newfoundland and Labrador by the Liberals, who are now
I say, looking like
behind their
me.
performance of 6 seats in that province in the last election. And Heather Gillis with CBC Newfoundland and Labrador is standing by with Clifford Small, I believe. Heather.
I am. Yeah, hi, David. I'm here with Clifford Small, and we have a lot of happy and exuberant Conservatives here because Clifford Small has a commanding lead here. Thank you so much for joining us and being with us, Clifford. How do you feel about your win here tonight?
Okay, well, I feel great. I feel very happy for the people of the riding of Central Newfoundland and for the people behind me who made this possible. It's their victory. It's a victory for Central Newfoundland riding and a victory for Newfoundland and Labrador.
What were you hearing from people at the doors? What were the big issues for people who came out and voted for you today?
At the doors, cost of living was number one. Crime, it really, at the doors, things haven't changed since the way they were in December. So it's no surprise to me. We soldiered on, we worked hard, we knew the support was there. The people have spoken, and I thank them very, very much for the support that they've given me here in the riding of Central Newfoundland. And it's from all over the riding. It's not concentrated in any one area, it's from everywhere. So my heart is bursting my heart's bursting.
I think his heart's bursting, guys.
It's a very humbling victory, and I'd like to thank the people. Again, I can't thank them enough, and my volunteers.
And what are you looking forward to about your second term in Ottawa?
I'm looking forward to being a part of a Conservative government. I'm expecting that we're going to double our seat count in Atlantic Canada. That was my prediction right from the beginning of this election. I predicted 3 or 4 here in this province. I'm predicting 16 to 18 in Atlantic Canada. The blue wave has started, I think.
All right, well, we'll keep an eye on the polls. Congratulations,
Thank
sir.
you.
Okay, David, so Clifford Small there, the MP for Central Newfoundland yet again.
All right, Heather, thank you so much. That's a happy crowd there in Central Newfoundland as Clifford Small is on his way back to Ottawa. You can see on either side of him, these were the 2 Liberal-held seats that the Liberals were most worried about just because of the loss of incumbency, weak ground game they believed in this particular riding. Clifford Small elected, and one more Liberal in Newfoundland and Labrador to tell you about who's been elected, and that is Paul Connors, who holds the riding of Avalon. He now has a 2,100 vote lead over Steve Kent, the former Deputy Premier of Newfoundland and Labrador, and one of those ridings where there was a nomination controversy where the party nominated Steve Kent, displacing people who had been gearing up for months, if not more than a year, to seek the nomination for the party there. But Central Party headquarters came in and made Steve Kent the candidate there at the last minute. And Rosie, there's some other controversies. Mr. Kent, an old selfie of him surfaced wearing a Make America Great Again hat. You don't know how any of those things play out, but when you upset some of the grassroots and you're running in a Liberal-held seat where you have no typical roots,
right,
this is often the kind of result you end up with.
Okay, that was a nice moment with Clifford Small, and that's a good reminder to everyone that these are people who are working really hard to serve you and get your confidence and get your vote, and they are delighted when they get it, as you saw from Clifford Small. Okay, I do want to
They're not
show
quite
you,
as deranged as
one
the
board, one
Liberals
graphic
in
that
the
might give you
US,
a
are
sense
they?
of where we are right now.
Not at least on
In
CBC.
the evening. Okay, this is something called Vote Change, just to give you a sense of who is doing well and who is not doing as well. So you can see that very clearly in those top 2 lines there. Liberals, an increase of 6.3%.
Yo, what's going on with my screen, folks?
But the
Sorry.
Conservatives, double that. And that is the kind of performance that
This
they would want
makes
to
no
see coming
sense.
out of Atlantic Canada.
One
This
second.
is the beginning, at least, of a very good night for the Conservatives. If they can make that kind of gain in Atlantic Canada, and if they can continue that, of course, then through the rest of the country. Let me show you what that looks like in terms of seat change. So there you see it. Up 1 for the Conservatives, down 1 for Liberals. Yes, it's just 2 seats, but it's just 1 flip, but it does make a difference when obviously every riding counts. And as we start to track
to that real
what
quick.
government Canadians have chosen here tonight, that is the beginning of a picture that we're going to try to paint for you and explain to you as the evening continues. Jason, Kenny, what do you make of that?
Need to
Yeah, as I was just saying,
this.
it is very early, but still a positive sign. There does seem to be a swing, and there's something in that I've been wanting to watch for tonight.
Sure.
We've talked a lot about this NDP switch to the Liberal Party in the polls, and notionally that's long-term New Democrats wanting to not to waste their vote when it comes to standing up to Donald Trump. But one of the things Mr. Poilievre has done very effectively is to reach out to traditional private sector unions and union members, working people. I mean, if you look at the kinds of events he's done hundreds over the past 3 years, very typically working people in small
Yeah, that was very weird. I don't know what
food
happened there.
processing, where people make stuff.
Doesn't like me switching
And
between
he has
my
received
tabs.
far more endorsements from unions than any Conservative campaign at the federal level I can recall.
Yeah, because
And so
unions value
You also see
jobs.
this where a significant polling advantage for Conservatives amongst people who don't have university degrees, typically in blue-collar occupations. So I think we may beginning to see a shift of some traditional working New Democrat voters to the Conservative column. That appears to be the case so far in Atlantic Canada.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, that is something that Doug Ford has done very successfully in Ontario for sure. Randall, do you want to weigh in there?
Well, I think it's been a strong strategy of the Conservatives. It's just unfortunate that their record in the House of Commons doesn't match that when it comes to working people. They've been, as governments, prone to order workers back to work in strike situations. They've voted against any of the improvements to employment insurance. So the proof is actually in the pudding. You can appeal to people, but you have to actually deliver in the House of Commons. And I think that's where this will fall short.
Okay, I'm going to let you all take a little break and bring in At Issue, but we will see you through the course of the evening. Thank you for starting things off with us. Appreciate it very much. We are now just 39 seconds away from one poll closing, and that's in Les Îles-de-la-Madeleine, just off the coast of Quebec there, a beautiful place if you've never been. And that will bring us one more poll closing before we get, again, to the big dump of polls closing that happens at 9:30 Eastern. That's when 266 more polls close, and we start to get
That's in
much
about an
better
hour's
sense
time,
of
folks.
how this night is going to unfold. But you can already see there on your screen 21 for the Liberals, leading or elected, 10 for the Conservatives. And while the Liberals are off to a good start, it is really the fact that the Conservatives seem to be doing well coming out of Atlantic Canada that would be giving them a little bit of encouraging signs as we head into the next bit of the polls closing. I believe it's Ian now who has some results.
Yeah, and let's start with one that's really interesting, and I think it'll be surprising to a lot of political watchers in New Brunswick, or at least political watchers outside of Madawaska, Restigouche. This is a riding the Liberals have won 3 straight times with about 50% of the vote there. But as you can see, it's the Conservatives that are in the lead. That may not look like a big lead, but when you look at the percentage right now, the Conservative candidate has 50% of the vote, and 2,200 votes have been counted so far for him. So last time around, the Conservatives had just under 28%. So that is a big pickup. And as of right now, that pickup is at the expense of the Liberals, the NDP, and the PPC. So that is one that's worth watching. It could be a switch in New Brunswick. Here's another one that could be
Very
a flip
close
in
there.
New Brunswick, but another one that's very close, as we expected last time around. The Conservatives won here. This time around, the Liberals are in the lead. And by the way, the incumbency factor not in play in those last 2 ridings I showed you, the incumbent MPs not running again. And in Fredericton, pretty big lead for David Miles, the Juno-winning musician who's trying his hand at politics. I'll have more to say about that as the evening progresses, but not a lot, 7 of 175 polls, Rosemary, but fair-sized lead for the Liberals there.
Yeah, I should tell people, though, that all 32 polls in the Maritime, in the Atlantic provinces are reporting now. So we do have results coming in from all of those ridings, which will make everyone really happy here because they're all concentrated on their results and the ridings that they are looking at. Look there at the bottom of your screen. That is the beginning of the story of this election. The Liberals leading or elected in 21 as we come out of Atlantic Canada, and the Conservatives leading or elected in 11. Those numbers have changed, they've shifted, and they'll continue to to do that as more polls close. We've had one additional poll close in Les Îles La Madeleine, Gaspésie, and we'll have another big dump of them at 9:30 Eastern, of course. But let's go to Adrian, who has some results. Adrian.
Well, very relieved to see that Charlottetown is okay. Good. We're getting first results from Charlottetown. Let's have a look at that. The incumbent, Sean Casey, has a lead there. Just one poll reporting, lead of 53 over Natalie Jameson, popular MLA at one point there, who's been campaigning hard. Just a note here, only 10% of the polls across the whole island are reporting. So obviously these are still early. But why don't we flip to the ones we have some more information? Bobby Morrissey, the incumbent,
Very
lead
close.
of 69 over Logan McClellan. Again, someone who is well known there. This is a matchup from 2019, just 20 of 99 polls reporting. The third riding here, Malpeque, Heath McDonald. Slightly bigger lead of 250 over Jamie Foxx. 16 months Jamie Foxx has been on the hustings there. And the last one to have a look-see, Kent McDonald. That is a big lead for Kent McDonald over James Aylward. Kent McDonald, the only Liberal candidate that isn't the incumbent on PEI. Liberals are holding so far, but again, just 10% of the polls reporting so far on PEI.
Okay, thank you for that, Adrian. Glad that Charlottetown's doing fine.
Me too.
Yeah, we like it there. Okay, David, I hear you have a pickup of some kind.
And can I just say, because of the slow count in Charlottetown, someone working on the campaign there took pictures of the results the scrutineers have and sent it to me. Said, here, because you're not getting them, they have a bunch more results. So we should expect to see more.
I don't know if they're allowed to do that, so don't
No,
reveal
the
any
scrutineers
names.
call it in, the campaigns have it, and it says how they know whether to be happy. Look, we got one more elect in Newfoundland and Labrador, and this is a gain for the Conservatives. Carol Anstey has done it in Long Range Mountains. She came a very close
Conservatives are making gains. So
in
that's something.
2021 to Goody Hutchings, the former cabinet minister who decided not to seek re-election right now. But with 135 of 253 polls reporting, the lead is big enough over former NTV broadcaster Don Bradshaw, who was used to getting the views from people in Newfoundland and Labrador, but he did not get the votes of the people of Long Range Mountains in the mass that he needed to defeat Carol Anstey tonight. So, you know, going back to that path to victory we talked about, Rosie, the Liberals are at 24, the Conservatives are at 8. You see where the standings are now. The Liberals are down 2.
A little bit, yeah.
When the numbers are up to 10, 11, 12, I had some Liberals texting me and says, this is very tight. This is uncomfortable. This is lose the election type numbers. So if you do see the Conservatives get into the teens and stay into the teens, you can expect some really anxious moments at Liberal headquarters.
Well, it puts the pressure then on the
They need to
Liberal Party
overperform in Quebec,
everywhere
Ontario,
else.
and the West.
Yeah,
for sure.
And it would be a reassuring sight, as you heard there from Jason Kenney, for the Conservatives to come out with a couple of flips like that. Do you have some results?
Yeah, let's take a look at Halifax. We've been talking about that riding quite a bit tonight, Rosie. Again, they haven't had an MP since September. And what is so interesting about the results in the riding of Halifax, the Liberals are in the lead, and that is not necessarily a surprise, Shannon Miedema. But look where the NDP is, in 3rd place. Now, with redistribution, last time around, the results would have amounted to the Liberals beating the NDP by almost 1,000 votes. This time you have the NDP in 3rd. So I do think that's something, you talk about how people are feeling in headquarters, the NDP federally not going to be very happy to see that. And we want to check in on Dartmouth, Cole Harbour, where the incumbent, Darren Fisher, is in the lead.
Okay, thank you for that, Catherine Cullen. And because so many people have been emailing me demanding that they appear, they have now appeared. At Issue is here with us tonight. Chantal Hébert, Andrew Coyne, Althea Raj, thank you all for being here in person. Nice to see you.
Nice to see you.
Isn't it nice to know you have a large fan base that gets angry when you haven't appeared yet? Okay, I'm gonna start to get your take so far. As David has been rightly pointing out, this is not exactly the way the Liberals wanted to see Atlantic Canada. It is not, there are ways to make up the seats, but it just makes it much harder. Chantal.
Yes, but it's also very, very early.
Yeah.
I'm looking at some of the margins on your board. 14 seat lead, 14 vote lead means very few votes are counted.
Yeah,
38, 65. So I don't know. Possibly because I'm still traumatized from 1997 when Atlantic Canada gave a slap to the Liberals and everyone said, oh, the Liberals are going to have a bad night. And then we got into the rest of the country and Jean Chrétien walked away with a significant majority government. But I'm not even calling Atlantic Canada because those results are too small. But there are ridings that I think the Liberals thought they would do better in that at this point they're not.
Okay, that is important. You'll see the block there is up on your screen. We'll get Catherine Cullen to talk about that in a minute. But Andrew, what is your first take of this?
Well, so the difference with 1997 and now, if this were of any significance, is that 97 there were specific reasons why Atlantic Canada would be particularly ticked with the Liberals, which weren't necessarily indicative of a national trend.
Right.
Don't see as much of that this time around. If these results were indicative, it would say this is clearly at this point Liberals underperforming, and you'd be more inclined to see national trends in that. The difficulty is we don't know how much of this is rural versus urban, how much of this is advanced polls versus election day voting, and so one has to be really, really careful.
Yeah, I would also say in this part of the country so far, we are not seeing, the NDP isn't really a factor yet, and that could also be part of the story moving forward. The same for the Bloc. Althea?
Well, I don't want to just repeat what Dave said, but
you can.
This is not what the Liberals wanted to see, were hoping to see. This is a lot tighter. I think we're all getting messages like, "Oh, this is uncomfortably tight," and what could it mean? Especially in Ontario.
Well, if they're worried, then that's
so
hilarious.
The breather that they were hoping to have is not there. The signs of a potential red sweep that they were hoping to see
that's right.
is not there. I think that, yes, Chantal is absolutely right. We don't actually have that many polls reporting. But from early indication, even this pickup in Newfoundland that the Liberals did not want to see, I think the other conversation we may end up having is the importance of incumbency.
Yes.
So many Liberals decided not to run again. What will that mean if that pattern
though it is the same, it's almost the same number. It's 109 to 107 for the Conservatives. So I don't know whether that, but yeah, you're right. It's something to keep an eye on. Okay, thank you all. Everyone's glad that you're here. We'll come back to you, of course, but Catherine Cullen has some early results.
Yeah, from Gaspésie, Les Îles de la Madeleine, Listagouche, because the Baggies are in a different time zone, we get some early results.
Canada's got
there.
some buzzy names, isn't it? Thank you, Franz.
Rosemary, because this is a riding that changed dramatically under redistribution. So Diane Le Boutillier was the incumbent, but the boundaries shifted a lot. It gave the Bloc a real advantage, and we see right now something of a star candidate for the Bloc, Alexis Deschênes, is in the lead. He's a former Radio-Canada reporter, also a lawyer, well known in the area, and this is definitely going to be a riding we want to keep our eye on tonight.
Okay, thank you for that. I think I'm going to go back to Rafi Bouchikanian in Montreal. What was the Bloc talking about when it was talking about that riding, Île-la-Madeleine, Gaspésie, Listigouche?
Rosie, they were very aggressive about that riding. They said they could take it. Yves-François Blanchet visited the riding twice. That may not seem like a big number, but keep in mind it's a little difficult to get to, especially for a party leader who does not have his own plane, unlike all the others. So he would have had to charter a plane, go there, come back. He went to see Alexis Deschênes, and as Catherine said, Deschênes is a known quantity in that area. On top of being a candidate for the Bloc, he's also run for the provincial Parti Québécois a couple of times now, but never in his home riding, never where he lives. And they're hoping that'll make the difference for them this time around. That being said, they might have also been hopeful that Diane Le Boutillier would not run again. She used to be cabinet minister, was shuffled out by Mark Carney, but she decided to run again. And the Liberals seem to be aware that there could be a challenge for them there. They actually flew Dominic LeBlanc over from his campaigning in New Brunswick to go reinforce her. Now, if the Bloc ends up winning this riding, that would be an early sign of enthusiasm and Bowie supporters who have been hearing for this whole campaign that some seats held by the Bloc could be in danger. This would be a flip for them.
Okay, Rafi, thank you for that context. Very early results in that riding, of course, though, and the margin is small as well. But we'll come back to you, Rafi. Appreciate that. Canadians across the country are voting still right now at this hour because polls are still open in large parts of the country. But many of them will be voting in new ridings in this election, and here's the reason why. When Parliament dissolved, there were 338 seats in the House of Commons. This election, Canadians will be electing 343 MPs. 5 more ridings are being added, 1 in Ontario, 1 in BC, and 3 in Alberta. That's all thanks to redistribution. It's a process that happens every 10 years. Independent, nonpartisan commissions were tasked with redrawing the electoral map as populations change based on census data.
The idea, each riding should have roughly the same number of people, while taking into account factors like community identity and geographic size. And the brand new ridings aren't the only changes. A number have been renamed, and some have had significant boundary changes. In fact, 90% of ridings across the country have changed in some way. The redrawn map also means a new threshold for a party to win a majority government, 172 seats.
Okay, so that's why you might be voting in a riding that looks different or has a different name. That's why in Alberta there are 3 more ridings to adjust for that kind of population growth, and why now the number is 343, and the number that everyone will be watching for tonight, 172. That is what would bring you a majority. We'll see whether we're on track for that tonight. Adrienne Arsenault has some results.
Thank you, Rosie. Beyond the seats, we're curious what's happening to the votes. Where are the votes coming from? So let's look at a vote change on PEI here. What you will see there, the Liberals up 11.2 percentage points, Conservatives up 5.8, but look at who is down. The Greens.
Clearly the
Greens have
left
been
is
such a
trying to
huge
keep the
force in
Conservatives
provincial
out by
politics
voting
on
Liberal, aren't
PEI,
they?
but look, they're down 7.3 percentage points, NDP down 7.2 percentage points. That is a big deal, but good old PEI, they have already got a projected elect. So let's look at Cardigan, because this is a big deal. This is a huge lead. Kent MacDonald is going to Ottawa. That majority is bigger than the one earned by Lawrence Macaulay last time. That is a big deal for Kent MacDonald. Well done for him. Completely different story in another part of the island. Let's look at Egmont. A lead of 13, just 13 votes with 30 out of 99 polls reporting. Egmont, if you recall, is the one riding on Prince Edward Island that has flipped between Liberals and Conservatives at some point over the last 40 years. It has been bouncing a little bit at the bottom of your screen over tonight, and it is not over yet in Egmont.
Okay, Adrienne, thank you for that. Let's go down to Ian now, who's also got some results.
Well, let's start, Rosemary, with the change in the vote in New Brunswick from 2025 compared to 2021. And you can see both the Liberals and the Conservatives up considerably, and to an extent at the expense of the NDP as well as the other parties. But, you know, votes are kind of like shots on goal in terms of the actual goals, the seats that parties are leading or elected in. Well, nothing right now.
We can look at that though,
changing
right?
In New Brunswick.
Plus
Let's take a look at
9
Madawaska Restigouche.
for,
Last time we
like,
looked
that would
here,
be
the
neck and neck
Conservatives were in the lead.
if it wasn't for
That's
the
changed.
drop
What
off in
happens
the
is
other
a huge swing
leftist parties.
in Madawaska
or Liberal
Restigouche,
parties.
almost like 7 or 8 percentage points just in a matter of minutes. This is more of what we would expect in that riding. 3 times in a row, the Liberals have won there with Renee Arsenault and new candidate, but old story in terms of a lead. Miramichi Grand Lake, this one has been going back and forth, and right now a 52-vote lead for the Liberal. This would be a flip, and so this just happened a moment ago, but it's been going back and forth.
Still very
exactly
early
as we
there, isn't it?
expected. Not that we could predict who would win, neither could the candidates when I talked to them, but they did predict it would be close, and indeed it is close at this point. There are 4 MPs projected, elected in New Brunswick, and no surprise that Dominic LeBlanc is one of them. Not only has he been the MP for Beausejour since the year 2000, but it's one of the 3 ridings across the country, Rosemary, that I'll be covering. One is in Manitoba, another one is in British Columbia, where there's kind of a father-son dynasty. And Romeo LeBlanc, of course, a loyal lieutenant to Pierre Trudeau, won in what was Westmoreland, Kent, 4 times, and now Dominic LeBlanc has won many times. I know this riding well because the town I grew up in, Sackville, New Brunswick, is right in, well, it's not in the center, but it's certainly part of this riding.
Dominic LeBlanc is such an interesting story through the past 6 months of turbulence in Canadian politics, stepping in to become finance minister for Justin Trudeau when Chrystia Freeland quit, and then stepping up to help Mark Carney with some of the negotiations with the United States and dealing with the issue of trade. Okay, we are going back to David Cochran.
Yeah, and Rosie, that's why we call Dom LeBlanc the Minister of Janitorial Affairs on my show, because whenever there's a problem, they just shuffle him into there, and he tries to.
I call him the Minister of everything, but yours is more colorful.
Yeah, well, that's I'm on cable. Look, we're still waiting on 2 final results in Newfoundland and Labrador. One of them is Terra Nova, the Peninsulas, where Jonathan Rowe has a 570-vote lead over former CBC broadcaster Anthony Germain. There are 165 of 270 polls reporting. The concern from the Liberals in this particular riding, was maybe a weak ground game. Churns Rogers retiring there after 3 terms, a by-election win and 2 general election wins. It is unclear what sort of a machine Anthony Germain inherited there as a Liberal candidate. Right now, about a little over halfway through, he is down by 570. And here in St. John's East, where Joanne Thompson, the cabinet minister and the incumbent, as you see by that little star next to her name, she has a 1,360 vote lead over David Brazel. But look, fewer than 1/3 of the polls are reporting there's 60 of 197 polls. So that's the situation there. You've got a 4-3 split in Newfoundland and Labrador. You got a 21-11 split in Atlantic Canada, Rosie. The Conservatives are sort of where they want to be, in the area where they want to be, to have the kind of growth. The Liberals are down. If the Conservatives end the count in Atlantic Canada in double digits, there's going to be some anxiety, I think, at Liberal headquarters. And it's good that you and Catherine pointed out that the Gaspé reports early, because if the Bloc were winning seats in Atlantic Canada, that's a really bad night for the Liberals.
I did want to go back to something you said about advanced polls, because I'm getting lots of questions about that. So just so people know, every poll can decide when they count the advanced votes. So you can choose to count them 2 hours ahead of the poll closing if you want, or you can wait till the very end. So some of the things that you're talking about may or may not be reflected here.
Right, and so here's the thing. I'll give you an example, all right? So obviously, I am paying attention and texting with people who are in Newfoundland and Labrador. This has been lost by the Liberals. We have projected that Don Bradshaw has been defeated in Long Range Mountains. Terra Nova, the peninsulas, which we just showed, that is not called yet. I'll just bring it back up to show the numbers. Look, you can see this. It's about a 600-vote lead, 170 of 270 polls reporting. The campaigns have, in every vote counting location, or just about every, scrutineers, who, when the votes are counted there, they call the headquarters and tell them. You're hearing from Liberals saying, hey, the scrutineers telling us, you know, the numbers are better than what has already been reported. So information flows at different times. There have been times in provincial by-elections when we knew a candidate had won, just in what you're able to get from the different campaigns, well before Elections NL was able to call it, just because the scrutineers called it in so fast. They write it on the wall in marker, and that's how you know what's going on. So it is going slow. There is definitely some anxiety in the Liberal camp. There is some excitement in the Conservative camp, because there is a lot of blue on the board right now in Atlantic Canada. But right now, it's gone back down to 10. Right? So just to show you one last thing. One last thing, because we got time. As you can see, this is the change, right? Right now, South Shore St. Margaret's, that was, Rick Perkins won that in 2021. Right now, it's red. You know, so there is some lead changes bouncing back and forth. And what's interesting is more polls have come in, Rosie. When you look at the vote share, it was like 48-44. It's starting to move up. The Liberals are at about 50% now overall. The question will be, is that NDP vote that lets them run up the score in safe Liberal seats?
100%.
That they were going to win? And so vote inefficiency comes into play. And also some of the Atlantic NDP voters, more of that trade unionist thing than urban progressives, right? The sort of people who might switch to the Conservatives, because they could be union members who live in Clarenville and commute to the oil patch of Fort McMurray to work.
As Jason Kenney was just saying.
Exactly.
So something to watch for sure. Okay, let's go over back to Ian now.
It is a very good night for Wayne Long, the 3-term but about to be 4-term MP for St. John, Kennebecasis. He has increased his share of the vote in that riding by 20 percentage points. Our provincial affairs reporter in New Brunswick is Jacques Poitras, and he is with Wayne Long in St. John. Jacques.
Yeah, hi, Ian. I'm here at Wayne Long's headquarters with the candidate, Wayne Long. Wayne, tell us, you were the first MP to call for Justin Trudeau to resign last year.
I was.
How did his resignation change the election campaign?
Totally turned it around. I mean, people sadly were tired of Justin Trudeau. They wanted a change. So Mark Carney came in, new vision, economic leader. You'd argue one of the best economists in the world. And I think that, you know, Canadians looked for leadership. Canadians knew the threat we were under with respect to Donald Trump. And Mark Carney was a difference maker. I heard it door after door.
And the tariff issue itself, how did that change things here for you, for the riding?
I mean, I don't think it's any secret that St. John is the most impacted city in the country. So, you know, whether it's Moosehead Breweries or Cook Aquaculture or the Irving Conglomerate or Crosby Molasses, every business that employs thousands of people in this riding were impacted. So they were looking for leadership. They looked to Mark Carney. I think Mark was somewhat of a blood pressure lowerer for the country. When he spoke, people listened. People wanted to hear what he had to say. And again, I heard it door after door. It's a great night so far. Lots of votes to be counted yet, though, so we're not putting anything in the bank yet.
Okay, well, the CBC says you're elected,
Yeah, well,
so congratulations.
I'll take that, but we're still waiting.
Okay.
Thank you.
Wayne Long, declared elected by the decision desk. Ian, back to you.
Yeah, Sean, thank you very much. And Rosemary, maybe it's worth reminding people that when our decision desk projects a winner, that is a significant step for them. It's not something they do lightly.
No, Wayne Long can take that to the bank, I would say, if he wants. Maybe he's not quite ready to celebrate yet. Catherine Cullen.
The Wayne Long decision desk, not ready to make that decision yet, but the CBC decision desk has made some more decisions in Nova Scotia. I've got a few ridings projected elected to tell you about, and then also some interesting races to watch. Halifax, there we go. The Liberal, Shannon Meadaba, projected elected in that riding. And again, I would just draw your attention to the NDP number. The NDP in third when they, in the past, have been in second place in this riding. It's been a pretty healthy competition, so not a great sign for the NDP in this particular riding. We're going to look at a couple more projected elected. The incumbent, Darren Fisher, projected re-elected in Dartmouth-Cole Harbour. Let's move on to Sackville-Bedford-Preston, where Braden Clark is projected elected in that riding. And here is an interesting riding to watch. Central Nova, Sean Fraser and Bryson Jenkins have been duking it out all night, and right now the former cabinet minister is in second place in that riding. Finally, we're going to talk about Acadianapolis, where Chris D'Entremont, the Deputy Speaker of the House of Commons, is in the lead. That is also where the TBC's Taryn Grant is.
Welcome,
at Chris
PLJ. One
D'Entremont's
second, I'll get the chat back up on screen for us.
Taryn, we got you with us? Yes, there she is.
I'm here.
So,
Yep.
how are things going there?
Well, we're calling it leading. Chris D'Entremont has already made his victory speech.
Don't expect me to start speaking French.
And spoke to his supporters.
How are you?
So he's obviously feeling
Good afternoon, isn't it? By the way, in about 35, 40 minutes, we should start getting a pretty definitive or a much,
at the top of the show. He was also talking about
you know, a much better picture than we currently do. It's obviously still very early right now, but by 1:30 into 2:30, things will really start to heat up.
So the polls are coming in really fast, and we'll probably know some more just in the next few minutes here. But as it stands, it's not clear if and how many Conservatives from Nova Scotia might be heading back to Ottawa. Catherine.
Okay. The CBC's Taryn Grant in Acadianapolis. The Chris D'Entremont decision desk moves with much more certainty.
I need coffee.
Than Wayne Long. We have not called that one at this stage, but Wayne Long can relax. Chris D'Entremont, not quite yet. But things are looking good. But we're going to stick with our own decision desk, if that's okay. Couple numbers just to keep in mind here as you look at the bottom of your screen with the Liberals leading or elected in 22, Conservatives 10, and the Bloc Québécois on the board, of course, just because of that one Quebec riding that has closed. All right, I'm going to bring in At Issue again, even though they're all busy away, like talking to people, messaging people, writing columns, all the things that they do most of the time. Althea, you traveled a little bit and you talked to lots of people. Is there anything?
Yeah, I think it's probably a little bit closer than people were expecting. I know these commentators are a little bit worried, especially in one of the areas to start the night. Conservatives are overperforming the polls as expected by some. Whether or not that translates to a victory is not clear, because it looks like the New Democrats and the other leftist parties are kind of rallying behind the Liberals to keep the Conservatives out.
How things might break down. There is also questions
That's how it
about,
looks
not
at
so much in Atlantic Canada, but in Ontario,
kind of on the
British
surface
Columbia,
at least.
How three-way splits might work.
Whether or not that's
Progressives have been
significant enough
galvanized
of
by the
a
Liberals
boost
to
in
vote for
those
Mark
kind of
Carney. But in some ridings
closest
where there are
ridings
NDP
will
incumbents, or
be
where
pretty
the NDP
important.
has done typically better than the Liberal candidate, the Progressives are not sure who to vote for. And so there's the potential that the Conservatives are elected in those ridings. So there's a lot of different things happening.
Crikey,
the parties have been doing IVRs,
spamming their bottom
in addition to
right,
their
aren't they?
modeling, trying to figure out what the support might look like. But it's clear, I think, that this is not what any camp actually, if this plays out the way that it is, this is not what they expected.
But that speaks to really the story that we've been trying to talk about through the election, that if it's a two-party race and the NDP doesn't perform, and we'll see whether that continues, that becomes very difficult for us to know where that support's going to go and how that's going to shake down, because there are blue-orange races just as there are orange-red races.
But just to echo Althea's point about the difficulty in modeling this, we may emerge from tonight with both the Liberals and the Conservatives over 40% of the vote.
Yep.
You know the last time that happened?
Hit me.
1930.
Okay.
Okay, so this is...
None of us were alive then.
I think that's a pretty
So I hasten to add.
real possibility, actually.
So that makes these things, I think, very difficult to model. There's the usual difficulties in even just polling, let alone modeling, which we may find are greater than we thought. I think it's also bedeviled by the fact that I think there was really two elections that went on this thing. There was the election of the first half of the campaign, which was it's all about Donald Trump, NDP voters stampeding to the Liberals, stop Trump, et cetera. It's all about leadership, Mark Carney having decided advantage over Pierre Poilievre. But as the Trump thing seemed to recede, only because he wasn't fueling it every day with the same intensity or frequency as he was before, you could see greater focus on time to get rid of this bunch, time for a change.
Cost of living.
Been in too long, cost of living. And you could see it. I mean, I was a skeptic at first about the closing of the polls. I'm not a skeptic anymore. There was a lot of closing, and there may have been more closing in the last weekend than was apparent even to the pollsters. And that's one of the things we're going to test to the degree that we're reading anything into Atlantic Canada, but that will be one of the things is how much of that ground was made up, how much of, if they're not shy Tories, then at least unpredictable Tories, people who don't usually vote.
Yeah.
So that's the potential for a surprise here.
Yeah. I have about 2 minutes before I need to reset, Chantal. The other factor, though, is that the issue of the leaders' favorability, right?
Welcome, one and done. Good to
And
have you
Poilievre
around.
never
Time for a new
overcame
Canadian government. Hey,
that
wouldn't that
issue
be a
in
nice
terms of
change?
favorability and
Like what
likability.
Trudeau got elected in
6 months
2015.
ago, those
Now you've
liberal
got
numbers
Carney in there,
Atlantic
but
Canada would have looked
it's only a new
miraculous.
face, not a new anything else.
And the share of the vote, which
So,
at this point stands
yeah,
at
I mean, I think-
50%. So clearly we're into a...
I mean, it's the same thing here in New Zealand, right? We changed our government,
as
but
we've seen
is it going to be
from the
that big of a
beginning.
difference?
But it is breaking
Hard to say, but anything's better than a
somewhat in the
left-wing
Liberals'
government.
favor.
So.
Now, I'm not
Or in this
saying
case,
that
Liberal,
what we're
but
seeing here we
let's not
can
pretend that they're not
replicate and
lefty.
apply to Quebec, Ontario. That it's much too early for that. But it's really interesting to see those numbers. They're really high. I mean, both main parties have increased their vote share significantly. And I do believe
think Canadians
this
have been a little bit,
two-way battle, we will see more of it as we move
I don't know.
west.
It's probably somewhat misled.
Across the country.
They've been taught
And
to
like my colleagues, I
be
do not have
worried
a template
about the
for
whole
this
Trump
kind of,
rhetoric and
polarization
conservatives kind of
Just to give people
stance
an idea of what
on
we're
that.
talking about here, Liberals right now, just
when
over
in practice,
51%,
the Conservatives are probably far
Conservatives
more
at just
likely to
over
be able to get a
48, and you have to go all the
kind of
NDP
a
is
good
at
deal out of
4.5%.
Trump
So that gives you a
relative to
sense
the
of-
Liberals.
That does reflect sort of what we saw in the polls, that this is a two-party race and that the other parties are struggling to get support, and indeed the Bloc Québécois.
But when you're
are the
just
only
voting
other
with your
party on the board
emotions
right
and
now,
not
but we
your
will
logic.
expect to see a lot more of that to change. At 9:30 Eastern, of course, 266 more polls close, and we will start to see the results of those coming in just a few
Any
moments'
parallels?
time.
Well, with our system
We,
in particular,
are
I mean, the
getting ready
system is
for,
very much
another
just
important moment,
first past the
and that's
post.
because
So
many
it's
more of you are
the
joining
system
us at this
itself
hour. It is
is
Monday,
very much the
April
same
28th.
as we had in the before the
It
the
is 9
90s
p.m.
change.
Eastern time, and we are live from the atrium of the Toronto Broadcasting
as for
Centre.
the
36
system and kind
days, federal leaders
how
did
things
their
are
best
looking,
to
it's
sell their
very, very
visions of the
similar.
future to Canadians.
In terms of the overall, I'd
I'm
say,
Rosemary Barton. It is election night, and this is Canada
factions or kind of societal alignment with parties. You've got obviously Liberals, which is basically just Labour, Conservatives, basically just National, and then you've got a few of those kind of smaller parties. Although I think in terms of minor parties, the left is far more prominent here, prominent there than here in New Zealand. So you've got the New Democrats and the
Donald Trump's tariffs,
and the Greens and stuff like that, far more prominent as far as minor parties are concerned.
And cost of living.
We cannot afford a fourth Liberal term.
I'm fighting for a strong economy. It will lower your bills, build homes you can actually afford.
A record number of people voted in advance polls.
It's an important election.
It feels like it's a bit of a turning point.
More cast their ballots today. Now their choices are revealed. This is Canada Votes 2025.
And as we're saying, we've already had a lot of results, but there are a lot more to come. In 30 minutes' time, we will get results from 266 more ridings, a huge amount of data and a huge amount of votes from Quebec all the way over to Alberta and two territories. That round of votes will come fast and furious, and things will start to look a lot clearer in terms of the direction of this country going forward. You can see there, though, at the bottom of your screen, that is where we are at now, with Atlantic Canada results coming in. 22 leading and elected for the Liberals, Conservatives at 10, and the Bloc Québécois at 1, and that's because only one Quebec riding
Why's my camera being
has
dumb?
closed at this hour, and that's in Gaspésie, Île-de-Madeleine. Okay, we do want to show you one person who was re-elected handily tonight, and that is Dominic LeBlanc, re-elected in the riding of Beauséjour. As I said, handily for Dominic LeBlanc, of course, a cabinet minister under Mark Carney right now. And there he is tonight. Dominic LeBlanc, thanks for joining us. Congratulations on your re-election.
Hi, Rosemary. Thank you.
Yeah, good to see you. First of all, I want to ask you about where the Liberal Party is at coming out of Atlantic Canada here. Leading or elected, we've got you at 22, the Conservatives at 10. Those weren't quite the numbers that we understood that the Liberals wanted to see at this stage of the evening.
I think that's fair, but there are a lot of votes still to be counted. I've been looking at some of the results in some of the New Brunswick or Nova Scotia ridings, and there are still a lot of polls to be counted. And my experience tells me often the polls that are slow to come in are the ones where there was a very heavy turnout in some advanced polls or other big turnouts on election day today. So look, sure, I think that we should still be very confident in Mr. Carney's campaign, and I'm confident that there's going to be a Liberal government. It can be a majority government, but we'll see as we get into the heavy numbers in Ontario, Quebec, and provinces like British Columbia, I think, will also be very instructive.
Well, we've been talking a little bit about how the race has shaken out so far, and it does seem as though the one thing the polls were right about is this is a two-party race. The NDP rather, coming out of Atlantic Canada at just over 4%. How difficult is it then, Dominic LeBlanc, to kind of project where that might go across the country, given how the Liberals are performing and the Conservatives are performing?
So that's a question, Rosemary, that I've asked myself for the last number of days when we expected some of the smaller parties, the NDP and the Green Party, not to pick up a lot of support. In Ontario, in British Columbia, even in provinces like Alberta, Manitoba, that could lead to a number of Liberal wins, of Liberal pickups in terms of seats. I'm quite confident, as I say, that we'll do very well at the end of the evening, but I certainly have seen, I saw it in my own riding, Rosemary, Sackville, New Brunswick's in my riding, where Mount Allison University is. There's a traditional New Democratic vote in Sackville, New Brunswick, and some of the communities around Sackville. It hasn't been showing up in the polls that I've seen, and the results I've seen. Didn't show up in the all candidates meeting I went to there 2 weeks ago. So I think you're right. We should ask ourselves what that means in some of the bigger provinces like Ontario or even British Columbia.
I did notice there, Dominic LeBlanc, that you used the M word. You used the word majority. Is that an expectation, a real expectation for you tonight?
It's a hope, Rosemary, expectation. Look, Mr. Carney ran a great campaign.
Okay, well, we can confirm that you're on your way in just a moment. Dominic LeBlanc, nice to speak with you tonight. Congratulations on your re-election.
Thank you, Rosemary. Hope to see you soon.
Okay, sounds good. That's Dominic LeBlanc, re-elected in Beauséjour tonight. And again, talking quite confidently about how the Liberals' evening is going to unfold. Hopeful, he says, but still possible that he says the Liberals could get to a majority. Let's go back to David Cochrane to give us a sense of what the parties are looking for next. That was hopeful optimism there from Dominic LeBlanc.
So a few things on that. You see the scoreboard there, 23-10. One of those is the Gaspé Magdalen Islands, which has slipped from the bloc to the Liberals. It's 22-10 in Atlantic Canada right now. 25-7 at least is what the Liberals wanted to see. Maybe 10, 11, 12 is what the Conservatives wanted to see. We know the Conservatives have flipped one seat in Newfoundland and Labrador. Long Range Mountains has been projected elected. But we have not yet projected the Terra Nova and the Peninsula's riding and the St. John's East riding, so those are still in play. Part of the problem is this. We have more than 70% of the vote counted in Newfoundland and Labrador. We've just hit the 50% mark in Prince Edward Island, and we're below 50% in New Brunswick, in Nova Scotia, and only just over a third of the vote counted in New Brunswick. So it makes it very difficult to call some of the ridings when you're still under half of the vote there. So here we are. The Liberals wanted to be at 25, the Conservatives above 10. That's the state of play in Atlantic Canada. Let's broaden it out. Let's go into Quebec, because we're going to get in 23 minutes from Quebec to the Rocky Mountains.
Piaget says NZ used to be similar to Canada, but I expect the public there are similarly
Canadian battles. Quebec, 78 seats in that riding. This is what it looked like last time.
I mean,
right? It is this blue. That is Bloc Québécois blue, not conservative blue.
I don't have
Let's
much
go to the greater
faith
Montreal
in the
area.
average,
This is the key battleground for
the average
Liberals.
voter in any country, to be completely honest with you.
And they need to move into the
Only
North Shore
those under
ridings.
true authoritarian
That just shows you how
regimes.
sensitive
Yeah,
it is. But
expected
they
it
need
may
to
have
move
been
into the
often.
North Shore ridings and the South Shore ridings, where they are in fights with the Bloc Québécois.
I don't
And
have
this is why
trust in the
Yves
average
François
voter,
Blanchet's
eh?
closing argument
Like
is
those
so
under
important
true
in this
repressive
particular race,
regimes
by saying
that are
that
like
we know Mark
obvious,
Carney
like
is going
in
to win.
Iran.
The Mr.
You
Blanchet
can
decision
rely
has
on
said.
them if they'll
But
given the
you can
opportunity
send
for
more
a,
Bloc Québécois members
you
to
know,
Ottawa
a
to stand
fair,
up for the
free
interests of
democratic
Quebec, trying
vote
to
where
woo
they're not
people back
threatened
who had
to make a
huddled
good
around
decision,
the
but
image of Mark Carney for
the average
security
person
in
in the
the
West
early
is
stages
far
of the
too
election.
privileged, far
Jugmeet
too
Singh
well
making
off
a similar argument
to
in English Canada. So watch
to
for
really
that
make
in
the
terms
necessary
of
changes.
whether the Liberals, whatever ground they lose in
They don't
Atlantic
really
Canada,
understand,
whether they can make it up here.
seems as far as I'm concerned, the average voter, just how much better off they could be, because life is, generally speaking, easy for them.
Campaign, because it has 122 seats. That's Newfoundland and Labrador, PEI, the North, BC, Alberta, Saskatchewan, and Manitoba combined, all in one. For the
But
Conservatives
being
to win
comparatively
here, they
easy
have
and
got to
being
storm the doors of the 905,
as good as
which,
it
as
could
you
be,
can
are
see,
two very different
all
things.
around Toronto is red seat after red seat after red seat, except in
And
Toronto,
it's not
St.
like they're
Paul's,
going
where
in
Don
a
Stewart
better
won that
direction. I
by-election
mean,
last year
you know,
that
between
really
the
started to
60s
catalyze a
and
series of movements
the
that got us to an election with
and the
Mark Carney
2000s, really.
as the Liberal leader. You need
There
to
was
see
some good
all of
progress,
this turn
and then
blue tonight, or a lot of this turn blue tonight, and a lot
but
of this
things
turn
started
blue tonight.
turning, obviously, in
If
like
the
the 80s
Conservatives
and
are gonna
90s.
continue the trend they may
That's
be
just
starting in
continued
Atlantic Canada,
trending.
the Liberals need that to hold.
Set
And
us
where they
up
were
for
hunting
a
the majority in the final
kind of a
days
rapid
was in
decline in the
southwestern
21st
Ontario.
century.
Not so much these blue Conservative seats, but the orange seat in Hamilton, the green seat in Kitchener, the orange in London, the orange in Windsor. This part of Canada is where the election story and the Trump story intersect at scale, because it is the home of the auto sector and the manufacturing sector. It is the most vulnerable part of the country to the trade threat presented by Donald Trump. So if the Liberals are below the 25 mark in Atlantic Canada, when all of these polls open, they need to be at 40 in Ontario, they need to be at 80 in Quebec, because they need to hit the Manitoba border at around 145. They think they can win a seat in northern Manitoba. There's going to be a fight in the Winnipeg area where you can see St. Boniface should be fine for them. But it's these two NDP seats where the Liberals have ambitions, where the NDP needs to hold in their quest for party status, and they think they can actually take some seats from the Conservatives in Winnipeg West and in Kildonan and St. Paul. They believe they have a shot in Saskatchewan up here. This is a Conservative seat in the House of Commons that was just dissolved, but with the redrawing of the boundaries and the overlaying of the vote from the last election, it projects to go Liberal. Just a projection. That would be where they hope to gain. And of course, Edmonton and Calgary, NDP, Conservative, and Liberal fights there. But if
Canada
this
is similarly
continues,
challenged
Rosie,
by
if
the
Liberals
poisonings from the
underperform in
green
Atlantic,
gender race.
so
I'd
as
argue
more
that
votes come in,
they're
they get
far
back
more
closer to at least
poisoned
status
as of right
quo.
now than we are here in
Need
New
to pick up
Zealand.
ground here and pick up ground here, because the chances for
But
targets are narrow around the prairies and in the
who's
north,
on track
and then
to
a
turn
whole
things
lot
around
could be riding
earlier is
on British
remains to be seen. I
Columbia.
think if
But
this is a
they
Liberal
just got
victory
one more seat
today, then
on their quest there, and that
they're
is
not
because the CBC
they're not
decision desk
turning
has
things around
projected
anytime soon.
elected Joanne Thompson in the riding of St. John's East, the fisheries minister in the Mark Carney government, and the last Liberal incumbent to seek re-election is returning to Ottawa, and the CBC's Carolyn Stokes is standing by at Joanne Thompson's headquarters. Carolyn, take it away.
Hi, David. Yes, I'm hearing that CBC is projecting that Joanne Thompson has held on to her seat, but actually not many people here in the room have heard that yet. We've had no reaction to this yet, so no cheering or anything, so we're just, here we go. Okay, so this room, very, very happy people here. We're expecting Joanne Thompson to come out now and give a speech. Lots of celebration, as you can see. And a pretty good showing, it looks, for Joanne Thompson tonight. Holding on to the seat, heading back to Ottawa, and with not as many Liberal colleagues from this province as before because of the loss in long-range mountains and Clifford Small holding on to his seat. So, yeah, this is the situation here in St. John's East. A lot of happy people. David.
All right, Carolyn, thank you very much. Joanne Thompson beating David Brazel, a former leader of the Provincial Conservative Party, Mary Shortall, the president of the NDP. Yeah. Rosie, I was getting texts from people there with Carolyn saying, why haven't you projected Joanne Thompson elected yet? We're going to change the channel, is what they were threatening to do. That's not why we did it. The numbers just got to the point that we could.
There's a little delay, just a delay between us saying it and it appearing on your TV screen. But that also, nice to see when people get excited to win. Adrian is going to, as we get closer to the polls closing here, in many, many, many ridings, you've got a big one, and you're going to give us a sense of what we should watch for beyond the trends there that David was talking about.
Yeah, rolling up the sleeves, 122 seats to keep an eye on. Given what David was just saying, Rosie, about the pressure, definitely the Liberals want to pick up places that they won in 2015 and then lost subsequently. Places like Peterborough. They lost it in 21. The Conservative candidate, Michelle Ferreri, the incumbent former radio show host. Redistribution makes this one a little bit more of a potential pickup for the Liberals, but an indication of how much is at stake here. Both Mark Carney and Pierre Poilievre have spent important time there. Let's look at another one that David was referring to. This is one of the 4 NDP seats that were held in Ontario. Windsor West, front line of the trade war. That has had 2 Mark Carney visits, 1 Pierre Poilievre, 2 Jugmeet Singh. Carney was there almost as soon as he became Prime Minister. He was back a few days ago. This one is one that, boy, the Liberals are counting on picking up if they can. One last one to look at that I think is really relevant here. This is King Vaughan. Again, the Liberals won it in 2015, then they lost it in 2021 by very few votes, but also it had the lowest turnout in the province then. Been very interesting to see Mark Carney there in the last few days of this race.
Okay,
Rosie?
Adrian, thank you for that. Just wanted to give you a little update on the Elections Canada website. It is all working now. So if you are still waiting to vote, if you're trying to get to your polling station, you can go to their website and you can put in your postal code and find out where you need to go. So that problem has been solved. And if you are wondering what's happening in your riding and the polling has closed for you, you can also find that on our website, cbc.ca/results. In case we have not mentioned your riding or you're just tuning in, that's a good place to go to find it. Catherine, you've got a lot coming up as well.
Yeah, that's right. I'm going to be looking at results in Alberta and Quebec tonight. Rosie, why don't we start in the West with a sample of what we might see? Edmonton Centre. Now, this was Randy Boissonneau's old riding. Former cabinet minister, you'll recall, he resigned from cabinet in November when there was controversy involving his former business partner. The Liberal fight in this riding gets even harder because with redistribution, the changes in the riding boundaries, this riding now would have gone Conservative if you transpose the results of the last federal election. Let's move to Quebec with some real high drama south of Montreal. This is Châteauguay, Les Jardins, and Napierville. The Bloc candidate in this riding, Patrick O'Hara, he ran last time. In 2021, he thought he had won on election night by more than 280 votes, started making plans to go to Ottawa. There was a judicial recount.
I want to say, folks, I'll just fix up a couple things. And I'll be back.
Now, he is back. Redistribution in this instance favors the Bloc, but the Liberals have a star candidate, Nathalie Provost, known for her fight for gun control. Finally, the last vestige of the orange wave in Quebec. The only NDP MP in Quebec is Alexandre Bouleris in the riding of Rosemont-La Petite-Patrie, and that is where we find the CBC's Quibina Oduro. Quibina, it has not been a terrific night for the NDP so far in terms of what we're seeing in the numbers. What is the energy like in Rosemont?
Well, Catherine, the energy here is starting to pick up. More volunteers and more candidates are coming to join the party over here. I asked them about how they're feeling about how things are going so far. They said that they are optimistic that Alexandre Bouleris will keep his seat here in Rosemont-La Petite-Patrie, but they are not liking what they are seeing. As you just mentioned, it's not a really good night for the NDP out east, and they are feeling it here. But they say that in Montreal, they feel like they will keep this seat because when they went out to talk to people in the riding, they say that people have been giving them positive feedback. And the issue that they say that they are hearing the most is the housing crisis and the cost of living. And Alexandre Bouleris says that if he gets re-elected here, he's going to handle and he's going to make sure that he holds anyone who is elected accountable at Parliament when it resumes. Catherine?
Thank you very much for that. The CBC's Quibina Odor and Rosemont Lapetite-Patrie. And Rosie, you know, if the NDP is going to maintain official party status tonight, that is one of the seats that they would expect and hope to hold on.
Yeah, and you need 12 seats for that, and that is important if you want to have money and opportunity inside the House of Commons and get to be part of committees and have questions and all those kinds of things. So we'll talk more about that as the night goes on. Ian, as we mentioned off the top of the show, we talked about that tragedy in British Columbia, how it affected the last day of campaigning at that Filipino street festival, 11 people dead, more than 20 people injured. The city just really grappling with such a shocking event, coming at this joyous community event in Vancouver, obviously affecting the campaign as well, and had become kind of a part of the campaign on that last day of campaigning.
Yeah, and I'll talk a little bit about that in just a moment. You know, thinking about what's happening in New Brunswick, where the NDP vote has collapsed, but what impact does it have on seat change? None at all. Like all the parties that won last time are either elected in those same ridings or on their way. In BC, if the NDP vote collapses in the same way, it likely will have a huge impact in terms of changes among the Liberal and Conservative count. In a riding like Port Moody Coquitlam, if you look at the redistributed results in that riding, 35% is what the NDP had in terms of support in what are the new boundaries, 32% for the Conservatives, 29% for the Liberals. So imagine a world where the NDP support dropped by 15 points, for example, and then who picks up the seat. On Vancouver Island, take a look at Nanaimo Ladysmith. There, the leading party was the NDP with just over 29% of the vote, the Conservatives at 26.5%, and in third place, not the Liberals, but the Greens with almost 26% of the vote. So again, in a world where the NDP ends up losing 10 percentage points, 15 percentage points, then all of a sudden,
Can't rely on
does that
sunlight.
go to the Conservatives? Does it elect even a Green member? So that it's really intriguing. So, you know, the political observer in all of us finds that intriguing, even exciting to see what's going to happen. But there's the other part of the BC story, as you mentioned, and it's with every time I think about British Columbia, it's with a heavy heart right now. I mean, everything changed on Saturday night, and so many of us, you know, just feel very close to what happened there. I know the neighborhood very well, and so we're toggling here between those two things: political excitement, but also the heaviness of what happened there on Saturday.
Yeah, thank you for that, Ian. And we are trying to reflect a little bit what's going on in Vancouver because, listen, Lindsay Duncombe talked about how people were voting, but they're also voting with all of this weight on them. Lindsay, you're in Vancouver. Give us a sense of how people are doing and what is happening there right now.
People are so overwhelmed, Rosie, by the shock of this, the sadness, the grief, the loss, the anger. I've been standing here since about 7 o'clock this morning, and people just keep coming. And they're laying down flowers, they're lighting candles. It hasn't stopped. I want to just show you what the crowd looks like now. It's after work, after school, and people are lining this memorial, which is taking up much of this corner, and this is the same scene on the other side. There are just as many people there. On the other side of the police tape, there are 2 more memorials, a little bit smaller than this one, where people have also been gathering. I think there's just a real sense that people want to show that they care, that they want to care particularly about the Filipino community in this city. This was, as you mentioned, a celebration, a festival of culture, and it all just went so tragically wrong when 11 people were killed. We know that there are 16 people who remain in hospital, so there is this sense that people are hoping for their return to health, even as we know many of them are in, or at least some of them are in critical condition.
Okay, Lindsay Duncombe, thank you for speaking to us from Vancouver. Wanted to make sure we talked about that because I know a lot of people in British Columbia with heavy hearts again still today. Thank you so much. The leaders certainly responded to that on the last day of campaigning. We will see if it gets mentioned again at all tonight. Obviously, they did continue to campaign, but the campaign looked very differently in those last hours and had a lot less energy, perhaps, in some instances, because people were trying to address two things as they were unfolding. Did want to address something that's happening there on the bottom of your screen, and you can see a couple of block numbers. The polls haven't closed in Quebec yet, so there may be some early returns that have been put in. We're not going to pay too much attention to it yet because the polls are going to close in under 10 minutes. Two party leaders this time are in the nation's capital, both Mark Carney and Pierre Poilievre, both running in ridings, neighboring ridings, in fact, in the nation's capital. We're going to start to see the results from their own ridings soon. One has never been elected to public office, and the other trying to get elected for an 8th time. Let's start with the CBC's Ashley Burke at the TD Place. Ashley, how are they feeling so far about things?
Well, Rosie, the doors are about to open here at the Liberal headquarters, and we're expecting supporters and volunteers to start filling this room. The stage has been set for leader Mark Carney to appear here later tonight. On the first week of the campaign, we were at a rally when he said that he was seeking a majority government. Then his language changed, and he talked about in the final week here that he wants a strong mandate. I'm getting texts from sources saying, with the campaign, saying that so far so good based on what they're seeing from the results. One person said that the theme of this campaign has been pragmatic, that they want to over-campaign, they want to be overly cautious and overperform tonight. And they've been targeting, Mr. Carney's been targeting, going on the offensive in places like Atlantic Canada, targeting ridings that were held by the Conservatives. And the theme of his campaign really has been trying to remind Canadians and hammer home his message about what's at stake this election. And for him, that's Donald Trump and his threats to Canada's sovereignty and the economy. But tonight, it will be Canadians that are the ones deciding if it will be Carney sitting around the table with Donald Trump at the end of all this or not.
Okay, Ashley Burke, thank you for that. You are in Ottawa. You're finally home after a crazy couple of hours there with the Liberal campaign crisscrossing the country. We'll come back to you through the evening, of course. Kate McKenna with the Conservatives. She's at the Rogers Centre in Ottawa. Kate, what is the word there? Perhaps a little bit of optimism from the Conservatives, given what's happened in Atlantic Canada.
Yeah, quite a lot of optimism at this headquarters, Rosie. It is open. There are people here. There are a couple hundred people here watching the results as they roll in. And of course, Atlantic Canada is a difficult region for the Conservatives, but what they're seeing on the board is making them extremely happy. I was going out and looking around talking to people, and they were scrolling their phones saying, why are we ahead in this riding, or why are we ahead in that riding? And of course, as you've been saying, these are early returns, but a lot to be excited about if you're the Conservatives, because they're then saying, well, if they're outperforming the polls in Atlantic Canada, then what's going to happen when they hit Ontario with all of those seats in Ontario? And in fact, just a few minutes ago, one of the leaders of this campaign came by and gave me just a big 2 thumbs up. They're very excited about what they're seeing in Atlantic Canada. They're not losing seats so far in Atlantic Canada, and that's a very positive thing for them going into these Ontario results in the next few minutes.
In fact, I think there's one pickup there for them, so I can see why they would be encouraged by that. Kate McKenna, thank you. So I'll talk to both you and Ashley Burke a little bit later throughout the evening as more results start to come in, and we'll get reaction from all the people you're talking to there. Thank you both so much. Appreciate it. Just a reminder that polls are closing in just under 5 minutes in many provinces, Quebec, Ontario, and all the way through to the Rockies and a couple of territories. If you are in line, if you are waiting to vote, stay in line, because even after the polls close, you have the right to cast your ballot. If you're watching this on your phone and wondering where things are at, your vote will matter in this election, that's for sure. So stay where you are and make sure it gets counted. Catherine Cullen has a result.
Yeah, well, we've got a few interesting stories coming out of Nova Scotia. A little bit of drama to start with. First couple of races here. Central Nova, Sean Fraser continuing to be in second place. You can see about a 400 vote difference. So this one is certainly one we're going to keep following through the night. You want to talk, though, about dramatic races. What is happening in South Shore St. Margaret's here right now? The Liberal challenger in the lead, but an even smaller margin, 354 votes. The incumbent is Conservative Rick Perkins. He picked up the riding in 2021. And if you want a sense of what this has looked like, certainly for the candidates and the teams watching this race closely over the course of the night, check this out. What has been happening. And you can see sort of that big bump at the beginning, but just look at how close those lines are, Rosemary. So this is definitely going to be one that we're going to have to follow closely. And we're going to take a little jaunt back to Halifax as well, where we have the candidate projected elected and where the CBC's Tom Murphy finds himself tonight is in the lovely riding of Halifax. Hey there, Tom. What's going on?
Thank yous that I have time for that you want me to.
Hey, Catherine,
stand
yeah,
up here speaking
another
about.
bar,
I will get to them all
but
in
a different
the coming
mood in
days,
this
one
one
by
for sure.
one.
Shannon Meadema, the Liberal candidate here in Halifax, projected elected, as you say, taking the stage to make her acceptance speech. And boy, is this room boisterous compared to what the NDP camp were. A lot of people wondering where that NDP vote would go, because going into this election campaign, the NDP were thought to be leading in this ride. And by the sound of this room tonight, you can tell how much things turned around. Shannon Meadema is a political rookie, a real neophyte. She just finished saying in her speech just now that she is not a politician in the regular sense. She even wondered if she had to make a speech tonight or not. So, and she's going to keep going with that speech because it's what the people in this room want to hear. An impressive win for her tonight. Obviously, people, that big election question issue about who would be best to attract or deal with Donald Trump and tariffs in the United States. People in this riding seem to swing to the Liberals on that front, and it seems to have made the difference. We're going to try and get Shannon Meadema for a quick interview as soon as she wraps up her speech here, but obviously this is one of the seats that the Liberals were really working hard on trying to bring around, and tonight they did it.
Thank you very much. CBC's Tom Murphy waltzing from bar to bar in the riding of Halifax. Rosemary, not a politician, coming from a Liberal. That sounds a bit familiar.
Yeah, it does sound very familiar. Okay, as we get ready for this next large amount of votes coming in and polls closing, did want to show you where we are as we leave Atlantic Canada. This is the vote change in Atlantic Canada. You can see there the Liberals up 8.6, but the Conservatives up 9, more than 9%. The story, though, coming out of Atlantic Canada is really about that NDP number, down 12 percentage points, and that tells you that they are not performing well in Atlantic Canada, and this really is confirming what we knew about this race, and that this is a two-party race. Let me show you the seat change in Atlantic Canada, and this is what has the Conservatives happy today. Liberals down 2 and Conservatives up 2. That's the kind of movement the Conservatives are happy to see coming out of Atlantic Canada and would hope to see as the polls begin to close right across the country. But we will see, right? As we've said, this is early times. Now, what we're going to see now is a whole lot more data coming in. I'm going to just go quickly, just like 30 seconds to you, David.
I just want to show you one interesting thing where the NDP vote is going a way that common wisdom would suggest it wouldn't. This is way down by about 4 percentage points. By the numbers, it's all gone to Jonathan Rowe, the Conservative, as has the People's Party vote. In this riding, the Bull Arm Fabrication Yard that built the Hibernia project, there's an oil refinery there, so it's trades people and the traditional offshore industrial base. So the NDP collapse is more that blue-orange thing rather than the orange-red. So that's how it's playing out, at least right now.
That's what Jason Kenney was warning us about, or telling us about. Yeah. Okay, good. So good thing to keep in mind as we get ready to bring you a whole lot more information. This is where the bulk of your votes are going to be counted now. Almost 9:30 Eastern. Polls are going to close between Quebec all the way to the Rocky Mountains and 2 territories. This is when your say
we're going to
will start to determine who is going to form government. As we come out of Atlantic Canada, you can see where the results are at the bottom of your screen. Polls now closed in much of the country.
Polls have now closed in most of Canada, and that means we're about to get the biggest waves of results we'll get tonight. From Quebec, Ontario, Manitoba, Saskatchewan, Alberta, the Northwest Territories, and Nunavut. 266 more seats will be added to the count. Many of these are key battlegrounds of this election, ridings you need to win to form government.
Okay, so that is what is to come. Let's look at where we are right now. Coming out of Atlantic Canada, the Liberals leading and elected in 22, the Conservatives with 10, and the Bloc there, we're not going to talk too much about it. We believe some early results were put in for one riding in Quebec, but there is one riding where the Bloc is leading, and that's in Gaspésie-Île-la-Madeleine. But you can see there, this is not exactly the way the Liberals wanted the evening to start. It's an encouraging sign for the Conservatives, but remember, it was just 3 months ago that the Liberals thought that they were kind of hopeless, not only in forming government, but certainly in losing a lot of seats in Atlantic Canada. So that is part of the story as well, the recovery of the Liberals that we've seen after Mark Carney took over. Ian Hannamansik.
There are 2 ridings in New Brunswick right now where our decision desk is not in a position where it can project a win, and one of them is Miramichi-Grand Lake. We told you at the beginning of the evening that this could be close. It is the one riding that 4 years ago flipped, in that case from the Liberals to the Conservatives. The lead has gone back and forth, and as you can see, just 472 is the lead for Mike Dawson over Lisa Harris. And the other one I want to show you, which is still in play, is Madawaska-Restigouche, still a lead here for the Liberals, but the last, one of the interesting things when you look at the numbers here for Madawaska-Restigouche is that the Liberal candidate, who's not the incumbent, is performing at about the same level that René Arsenault did the last 3 times. It is the Conservative vote that has really surged compared to last time, and so relatively close, closer, I think, Rosemary, than a lot of people expected. So these are the 2 ridings in New Brunswick, which are still, at this point in the evening, in play.
Okay, thank you for that. Ian, polls now closed in an additional 266 ridings, meaning that we are going to get a lot of information very quickly about where Canadians are at. Want to bring in at issue, if I can, just for a moment.
What are we thinking,
to get
folks?
a sense, Chantal, of what you're going to watch
We're
for
thinking
now, as so many
that we're
more
going to end
polls
up
have now
minority
closed.
Liberal,
Well,
minority
obviously,
Conservative, majority
what happens
Liberal,
to the Bloc
majority
Québécois vote,
Conservative.
whether it's
How are
going
things
to
going?
be down, as was predicted,
You
or
could definitely
whether
see
the Bloc will
both
hold
parties
its ground.
having
The only riding that we actually have numbers for
130 something,
Gaspésie,
right?
les Îles de la Madeleine, and I'm not even sure
But I
that
mean,
we're
there's a
getting
good
the
chance
entire
it'll be
numbers, because a section of the
perhaps
riding
like a
is actually
145 Liberal and
on
then
the same time
whatever that translates
zone, in
to
the
for the
same time
Conservatives,
zone
probably
as
in the
the rest of
120s.
Quebec.
I see.
Maybe
So,
30s.
but this riding, which we will get a result, a more definitive result early, is significant. It's actually 2 ridings because of redistribution.
Right.
A former Bloc riding and a Liberal-held riding.
Let's grab that.
So
I mean,
someone is going to
170
lose a
something
seat here.
for Liberals, and
And
then like
if the Bloc keeps the
130
seat,
or
as
40
opposed to
for
the Liberals,
Conservative.
it
That's
may be that
like
they'll
probably
have a better night than they would have otherwise.
it's a
But
possibility.
the big
I think that's
area
what the
to
poll
watch,
suggested.
obviously,
It'd at least be a
for
majority, but
the Liberals
you could
is
definitely see them
in
both
and around
kind of
Montreal.
dwindling.
And that is also
Just
true
under
of the
that,
Bloc, with
majority
some
threshold.
battles in Quebec City, mostly against Conservatives.
Based on how things are looking so
Okay, I'm going to
far,
come back to
kind
you,
of some of
Andrew,
the,
in just a minute.
the
But Ian's got
attitudes
some
of
results,
the
because you can see the numbers on your screen
of
moving there.
CBC at least.
Counting super quickly in
They're a little
Battleford,
nervous.
Lloydminster, Meadow Lake in Saskatchewan. We already have a few of the votes counted, and there are a couple of things that are notable about the results to this point. First of all, this is a riding where you'd expect Rosemary Falk to win. She has already, and her vote share in 2019 was 78%, in 2021 69%, and it's even greater at this point. It's in the 80% range. And one of the reasons for that may be that Meadow Lake, Saskatchewan, is now part of this riding. A lot of Conservative supporters there. And I mentioned Meadow Lake because it used to be part of the Desnethe, Missinippi, Churchill River riding. The fact that it's now moved in redistribution, Rosemary, is good news potentially for the Liberals. It makes that more likely a place where the Liberals could pick up. And the Liberals have not won a seat in Saskatchewan since 2015. The Conservatives have won all of the Saskatchewan ridings in 2019 and 2021.
Okay, Catherine Cullen, I believe, has some early results.
We've got some early results coming in from
Well,
Quebec.
Justin
Let's start with a new
Trudeau.
riding, Les Pays d'en Haut, where you can
Be
see,
getting
Rosemary,
awarded.
this is an area...
Let me do that again. Will Justin Trudeau be getting awarded with fake doctorates and a book deal? Well, you'd have to think so, wouldn't you? Maybe he'll just go on like a book tour with Jacinda Ardern. Maybe they'll write a book together. I reckon that would be a bestseller, don't you think? It would be worth $1 by the end of the year.
Fight. So interesting to see the Liberals in the middle of that mix, but again, only one poll reporting. We will move on to Terrebonne, where the Bloc incumbent, Nathalie Sinclair-Gagné, is in the lead, and another really exciting riding to watch in this province, a 3-way race in 3 rivers, Trois-Rivières. Now, the Liberal candidate in this case was actually something of a parachuted-in candidate from the Outaouais, Yves Levesque, former mayor in the area, and René Villemur, the Bloc candidate who is the incumbent here, actually had to have surgery for cancer in the middle of the race. It is a riding that we've seen a lot of the leaders visit. Very dynamic. It's going to be interesting to see what happens there tonight.
Yeah, I was talking to our colleague Louis Blouin today, who says that none of the parties knew what was going to happen here. And to be fair, it is a riding that I have visited several times covering federal elections, always a little bit hard to read. Andrew, what are you watching for now as more polls are reporting? What are the things that you're going to keep an eye on?
Well, there's been two things happening. We've been focusing on how the race has been tightening between the Conservatives and the Liberals.
Right.
There's also been a bit of a bump up in the Bloc support in Quebec in the last couple of weeks of the campaign. And why that's important, you know, in a first past the post system, everything's on such a knife edge. Small little differences in the popular vote can lead to major changes in the seats. What was really working for the Liberals when they were projecting 45 seats in Quebec was the Bloc and the Conservative vote was almost perfectly equally divided. And that's an ideal thing for a front runner. If the Bloc starts getting ahead of the Conservatives, then that, you know, a lot of seats can move on that. Similarly, in Ontario, you know, it's easy to, we often say the national numbers don't mean that much, it's regional. Well, the race had been tightening in Ontario as well. And Ontario
BLJ says perhaps he'll start off with an infomercial selling
relatively small tightening in the
Ardernest empathy nuggets and kindness cakes.
So we'll have to see
what flavour are the kindness
cakes
cakes?
was real and how much of it turns out on not to
because
okay, great. Althea, I'm going to come back to you, but
I'm
first
not entirely opposed to a cake.
Yeah, absolutely, Rosie. Thank you. What everyone is looking for in a province like Ontario is a flip. And in some very early results, we're starting to see one. Let's begin with Algonquin, Renfrew, Pembroke. Now,
oh, wow.
one poll
7
of
votes.
262, a lead of only 5. But keep in mind, Cheryl Gallant has held on to the Conservative Party has held on to this riding since 2000. Cheryl Gallant, long time
one of
MP
262. I don't think
everyone immediately
anyone's
always
particularly
looks for
worried.
flips. You're not seeing a lot, though, in the early results. Let's look at Haldimand, Norfolk, Lesley Lewis there. That's a sizable lead already, 737, with only 5 of 266 polls reporting, counting very fast there. One more to look at, if we can. David McGinty, one poll, but already a lead of 1,000.
Who flavoured? I'll hard pass.
That is...
hard pass on that
no,
cake.
I was about to say,
Trudeau can eat it.
It's been a Liberal
Maybe you
riding
can send it
since
to Cuba.
1988, so,
and he got in cabinet for the very first time. What was it, Justin Trudeau that put him in cabinet? Yeah, Justin Trudeau.
Yes.
Yeah, and then he stayed there with Mark Carney. So he would like to hold on to that and stay in his cabinet job. Ian, you have some results.
Yeah, we have 2 results in Manitoba so far, Winnipeg West, and at this point, it's really early. I show you this, though, not so much because of the count, but that this is a riding that both the Conservatives and the Liberals feel really good about, and it is a rematch between Marty Morantz, the incumbent MP, and Doug Elson, who used to be the MP for this riding. So we're going to keep a close eye on this through the evening. The other result we're getting right now from Manitoba is Riding Mountain. Huge lead for Dan Mazur. He is the incumbent MP there. He's won the last 2 elections with huge margins. So even though it's early there, this is probably an indication of how Riding Mountain will go, Rosemary.
Okay, thank you for that, Ian. Let's just take a look and take a pause for a moment in terms of where we are tonight. As we've said, most of the polls in this country have now closed. British Columbia, of course, and Yukon still to come. But as we see those results start to come in, take a look at where they're at. Liberals leading or elected in 37, Conservatives 26, and the Bloc at 9. Nothing yet for, oh, look, the NDP's just popped up, of course, as I said that, leading in 1. If you want to see who has been confirmed elected, you should head to our website or have it open as you're listening to us. cbc.ca/results is where you can find that. A lot of people also asking me about advanced polls. Yes, there was a huge number of you that voted on those advanced poll weekend. It is up to every polling station to decide when they count those. You can count them as early as 2 hours before, or you can count them right at the end. So you're right, sometimes that will impact the results. Lots of you are watching for that, but we simply don't know when they're getting counted in each polling station, but they will get counted, so not to worry about that. I'm gonna go back to the panel now. Althea, you haven't had a chance to weigh in so far on what you're watching for now, as so many other polls close, and you've also been joined by a fellow you know well, Jason Kenney, former Alberta Premier and Conservative Cabinet Minister. We'll get to him first, but what are you watching for now?
I'm actually not watching the results coming in because one poll doesn't really tell you a ton.
You said it.
But I still find the results out east really interesting. Yep. The fact that Sean Fraser is struggling to hold on to his riding. This is a seat that Pierre Poilievre actually visited just last week and had a big rally with Elmer MacKay and Peter MacKay. This is, of course, the seat that they held. And what you see in Atlantic Canada, what you hear from candidates at the door is that the pitch is Pierre Poilievre's party is not the party of progressive conservatives anymore. So come and vote or lend your vote to the Liberals and Mark Carney, who probably is more aligned with your values. At least that's the Liberals' pitch. And you're seeing that that pitch clearly is not working in Central Nova, and that coming out with those two huge figures in that riding may have made a difference. At the same time, you're seeing South Shore St. Margaret's, which is traditionally a very conservative seat, possibly flipping Liberal, which is also quite interesting. And it's like there's bad news for both parties because the Cape Breton-Canso Antigonish seat, there with the candidate that was running, the Conservative candidate, is the former provincial finance minister. And that is the kind of riding the Conservatives needed to win if they were to form government. So there's not a ton of great news, frankly, for both parties, and the Liberals are underperforming their own, but so, frankly, are the Conservatives. Their own desires.
Yeah. Okay. And obviously, you can see the numbers there.
Which just suggests more and more you could have a minority situation.
Because we don't have actually that many.
Which will probably favour the Liberals because they'll have.
It's really just leading, and a few. The people out of the Maritime.
Wait, what is the
projected elected? Jason Kenney, you're hearing from people, talking to people, watching things. What are you making?
Yes, I think that most Conservatives are hoping that this trend continues. Now, look, in the pre-election polls, one of the toughest regions for the Conservatives was Atlantic Canada. So to see them being competitive, I think is very encouraging. Sure. There were some polls going into this week indicating that things were varying quite a bit in Ontario.
BQ,
I think the last Abacus poll
Bloc
had
is
44-42.
centre-left as well. So
let me tell you,
probably
if
favours Liberals
Conservatives get
in
a
terms of
significant
passing
turnout
laws.
advantage on that kind of number, you could see very significant close races all through what I referred to earlier as the GTA Metro Belt, that 905 swath of like nearly 50 constituencies that have a tendency to vote monolithic. But if you get, if the NDP collapses that bad, and if these soft NDP voters don't actually show up for Mr. Carney, or many of them actually go to Mr. Poilievre on that appeal to blue collar trades and working people, you could actually see the Conservatives, I think, splitting the 905 or even winning a plurality of seats in that region, and that would make for a very long night.
Would you all agree, though, that we are not seeing an election of a wave, or are we? Is it too soon to even say that? Well, okay, too soon. Okay, too soon. Okay, all right. Andrew rolls his eyes at me.
That's my opinion. I don't know.
Okay.
The Liberals have done worse so far in Atlantic Canada than they did last time when they got a minority.
Yeah.
So if Atlantic Canada is any kind of indication,
Chantal?
I'm with Althea. It's a bit early.
Okay. Catherine Cullen's got some results from Quebec.
Some early results. Let's just emphasize that, Rosemary. We're going to check in on some exciting races, starting with Châteauguay-les-Jardins de Napierville. We were telling you earlier that this was the riding that was decided by 12 votes in a judicial recount last time around. Patrick O'Hara is back. He told my excellent colleague on the House, Emma Godmere, that he has been thinking about this race every single day since last time around. He's up against a Liberal star candidate in Nathalie Provost. Let's check in Berthier-Masquinongé. The interesting name there that Canadians are going to remember is the NDP candidate, Ruth Ellen Brosseau, known to much of the country as Vegas Girl, because in the time of the Orange Wave in 2011, she went to Vegas during the campaign, but things have changed a lot for Ruth Ellen Brosseau. She lives in the riding now. She is a farmer. They, in fact, raise boar and bison, despite the fact that she is a vegetarian. But it does appear that it is going to be some difficult sledding based on just the first poll for Ruth Ellen Brosseau. And we want to take a look to Abitibi Bay James Nunavut EU. The Liberals have a candidate here that they're pretty excited about, Mandy Gull-Masty. She was the first female Grand Chief of the Cree Nation government. She actually stepped away from that term in order to run for the Liberals. But the Bloc really want to hold on to this seat. Yves-François Blanchet went all the way. This is a northern riding. He went up to visit it to try to give Sylvie Bérubé a bit of a boost. So again, this is another riding folks are going to be watching closely tonight. It'll be interesting to see how that race shakes out.
Okay, great. Thank you so much for that, Catherine Cullen. Just a couple of numbers to keep in your mind as well. David's going to give us a few more. But in order for the Liberals to reach majority tonight, they needed to gain 18 seats. They are not on that path so far. The Conservatives, though, needed to gain 44. So I don't think anyone is on that path so
Not
far,
right
but
now,
it's
no.
early. It's early.
It's a night of early results, Rosie.
Yep.
Let's face it, we still don't have some seats called in Atlantic Canada. So look, right now there's a couple of seats in Atlantic Canada that are very close, and within one riding I'm looking at, there's only 5 of the advanced polls in. There's still like 20 more advanced polls to come in, and this is why some of these aren't being called. So we've been talking about the Atlantic for a while. Let's look at where we're getting results now, you know, now that Quebec to the Rockies is open. Right now, it's a hodgepodge, but just to show you, for example, look, this is the island of Montreal. The battleground is the North Shore and the Shore ridings. It's all gray. This is like the big chunk of seats that's going to determine a lot of the storyline tonight. So you're looking at the scoreboard at the bottom of the screen. The big ridings where a lot of people live in Quebec have still not come in yet. Let's go to Ontario, and let me give you a pretty good example of that. You're seeing some red in the north and different things like that, but let's go to the Greater Toronto area. Very few results, very early, right? So this is that belt that Jason Kenney was talking about, Mississauga and Brampton and up in the York region. That's the battleground between the Liberals and the Conservatives in Ontario for first place. We have almost nothing from there at this point in the night. Similar thing, I believe, in southwestern Ontario when we go there. This is where the Conservatives are very strong in some of the rural areas, but we've got Windsor, we've got London, we've got Kitchener, we've got Hamilton. If I'm
The thing is, right, unless the Conservatives get a majority, they're not going to be that effective at passing legislation unless they can work well.
Winnipeg, we have one riding.
You know,
the bulk of the population
with the
in
block,
Winnipeg, there is no reporting from there yet. So it's still
get
very
things
early
over the
in
line.
terms of being able to draw any
Really
firm
going to depend.
conclusions
Like
about
they're going to
where
be
this is
very
going. Same thing in Saskatchewan. Nothing
dragged to
from
the
Regina.
centre with the policy they can
Nothing
actually
from
pass.
Saskatoon. You go into Alberta.
But then again, you'd
right?
still
You see
rather
orange right there, but look at where this is. It's legit
have
with
certain, you know,
Wetaskiwin.
like
Cars
the
cost
governing
less in
party is
Wetaskiwin.
ultimately
New
always going to
Democrats
have
don't
more
often
power
win
and
in
influence over the
Wetaskiwin. That
direction,
is
even
a
if you can't
conservative
pass the
riding
legislation you want.
historically, and so you got to keep that in mind. Here in Calgary, where it's expected to be the battleground, where the Liberals hope to gain, you've only got 2 Conservative seats reporting at this point in time. Similar thing in Edmonton. You do not have results yet from the bulk of the ridings in the big cities of Canada at this point of the night. So while it's 57, 43, 10, and 1, that one, Rosie, is in Leduc-Wetaskiwin. I believe that's where Pierre Poilievre had that massive Edmonton rally, because that's the riding where the airport is. If the New Democrats win that, nobody knows anything about this election, and everyone has been wrong all along.
I mean, I'm willing to accept that. Let's as we've been saying, so early results and lots of results flooding in, and as you can see there at the bottom of your screen, 11 minutes now before polls close in British Columbia and Yukon. But let's look at the share of the vote to start to get a sense of the story so far this evening. 51.2% for the Liberals.
NDP were like 17% last time around.
The NDP and the Bloc still in very, very low numbers.
Would it be an act of war to send our used politicians to Canada?
Right, and this is meeting and elected.
I think they'd probably embrace them.
Yet, but look, the Liberals are up 13, and it looks like, at least at this stage of the evening, that it is at the expense of
up
the
13
Bloc
based
Québécois
on
down 12 and the
preliminary
Conservatives
leads
won.
with barely any votes
If that
counted.
kind of trend were to continue, that would be encouraging for the Liberals. That would mean that they would come out of Quebec having gained some seats and some more strength, frankly, than they perhaps needed. We're not there yet, but that's what that is pushing towards, and we'll keep our eye on Quebec to see how many of those things turn into actual flips for the Liberal Party. Let's look now at Mark Carney, the Liberal leader, watching results as they come in there with his wife, Diana Fox Carney. He's just, well, he was watching us. That's also good. He's also waiting, of course, to see the results of his own riding. He is putting himself up for public office for the very first time in the riding of Nepean. We'll keep our eye on how he's doing in his own riding. Okay, let's go to Adrian now, who's got some results from Ontario.
We do, we do, Rosie. Really interesting. I'd really like to start with Kapuskasing, Timmins, Mishkegowuk. This was Charlie Angus's riding, right? This is the one where people wondered, I wonder what will happen in the north. Could it be that we're looking at an orange-blue transition? So far, no. Steve Black, who's the former mayor and the city councillor in Timmins, has a lead of 79.
This
Just
is like
3 of 206
predicting,
polls reporting. This is one you have to keep an eye on. This will matter for a whole bunch of people, including
predicting
the
Pennsylvania after
So let's move on
30 minutes
to Markham Stouffville.
last year.
Again, Helena Jazik was the incumbent there. with one of 217, you already have, for the police officer, the Conservative candidate, a lead of 65 there. That is the sort of flip that the Conservatives will really want to hang on to. One more that's relevant to this conversation in particular is Essex. So Chris Lewis was held by the Conservatives I guess it's been a Conservative NDP race, basically, in the past with Liberals in third. But look at what is happening here with Chris Sutton, who's a public affairs for a millwright council. He's got a lead of 42, just 4 of 278 polls reporting. But that whole area, the cross-border relations, it wraps itself around Windsor. You can imagine the tariff conversations that have been happening there. No one knows that better than Chris Ensing, who is joining us now. Chris, what are people saying there?
Adrian, the tariffs top of mind. You know, talking to voters here today in Windsor West, the riding I'm in right now, where the NDP are hoping to secure Brian Massey's seat as the longtime incumbent. Voters were telling me that who is going to battle Donald Trump in these conversations and negotiations of a new NAFTA is top of mind. That threat against Canada's sovereignty is also something that they're taking very seriously.
No
and when
real
we think
threat.
about what's
Calm
happened
down.
here in Windsor Essex just in the past, you mentioned in Essex how the NDP have been sparring with the Conservatives, the Liberal in there now. Well, you also have this fight going on in Windsor-Tecumseh Lakeshore, where the Liberals have eked out wins with slim majorities or slim wins there in that riding. And so what we see in Windsor-Essex is an area that is trying to decide what it will do next in the face of this trade war. Just very quickly here, Trump is saying they want to onshore manufacturing there now. Well, we watched this with Biden as well. That administration throwing credits at battery plants that want to build in one of these countries. Well, the battery plant that came here that is promising more than 2,500 jobs for vehicles built in Windsor, well, people are starting to wonder what is going to happen there once this election finishes and once these negotiations finish up when we're talking about that new NAFTA. It's something where that deal was renegotiated with the IRA credits to make sure that that plant stayed here under the Trudeau government. And now people are wondering what its future holds as well. That's what's in the mind of voters as they try and decide who they're going to pick to lead them moving forward here, Adrian.
Okay, Chris, you might be in for a long night. Thanks very much, eh? Rosie?
Thanks, Adrian. Thanks, Chris. And I'm going to go to Ian now.
Let's take a look at Desnethe, Mississippi, Churchill River in Saskatchewan. Redistribution suggested that the Liberals had a chance to pick this seat up, have a chance to pick this seat up, still obviously really early in the counting. And Jim Lemaigre is a former Saskatchewan Party MLA. Buckley Belanger is a former NDP MLA, both high profile, both considered strong candidates by their parties, and we are going to be watching this riding very closely.
Started at around 11,
so to win this riding,
just shy of 3 hours so far.
As I mentioned before, since Ralph
Thanks for everyone who's tuned in along the way. Around 664 of you throughout the New Zealand morning and early afternoon.
At this hour, more than 1 million votes have been counted, and obviously the counting continues. Of course, there were also more than 7.3 million of you that voted.
After this, I have to go and record some actual videos.
Lots of vote counting going on right now to bring you some
may
of
or
these
may not
results
do one
that
on
you're
this, depending on the
seeing
result.
at the bottom of your screen. Take a look. Those numbers are leading and elected. So the Liberals are leading and elected in 80 ridings at this stage, Conservatives 56, Bloc on the board with 11, NDP with just 1, where they are leading and or elected. And remember, we gave you those numbers before. If the Liberals were trying to
NDP got like
government,
25 last election, so
needed to pick up 44.
They're worried.
The Liberals have picked up 15.
They're
so
also
so those not all confirmed.
around
but that is
13%
the trend
lower
that we are
as well,
seeing so
so.
far, and we'll keep watching as more polls about to close in British Columbia and the Yukon. Catherine Cullen.
Yes, let's talk about Alberta, Rosemary. We're going to start with the first projected elected in the province of Alberta by the CBC Decision Desk, Michelle Rempel-Garner, a Conservative who is certainly well-known vocal member of that caucus. That big smile on her face.
It's a very weird
The first
abbreviation.
Conservative that the CBC Decision Desk says has been re-elected to her seat. Let's take a look, though, at some other interesting races. Edmonton Southeast. Part of what makes this interesting, Amarjeet Sohi, former Liberal cabinet minister under Justin
I've
Trudeau.
got a feeling this is a pretty Indian-heavy
He won. He has stepped away
population.
from his mayoral duties to run in this seat, but it is worth noting it is a
But then
new
should
riding.
never
And if you
stood
look at what the
chance.
numbers say
Never
from the
stood a
2021
chance.
election results, this is a riding that should go Conservative right now with the first poll reporting. The Conservative is in the lead in that riding. Let's move on to Edmonton Northwest. Billy Morin, this is a candidate the Conservatives are certainly excited about. Former chief of the Enoch Cree Nation, very enthusiastic about resource development and somebody that the Conservatives would really like to have in their caucus. Finally, in Lethbridge, Rachel Thomas. Now, what makes this riding so interesting? Certainly, it is traditional Conservative territory, but Chris Spearman, the Liberal candidate there, former mayor of Lethbridge, he was endorsed by the provincial NDP former cabinet minister Shannon Phillips. So note, NDP provincial cabinet minister endorsing a Liberal candidate. Also, Rosie, provincially, Lethbridge is 2 ridings. Lethbridge West, that went NDP. So perhaps some movement here, but Rachel Thomas definitely has some reason for enthusiasm as well. This is serious Conservative territory.
Another strong member of the Conservative caucus. Jason Kenney, want to weigh in there on Michelle Rempel-Garner winning re-election, the first Conservative re-elected in Alberta?
Yeah, well,
not surprising.
Not surprising that any of those folks would be well in the lead, and I think it's confirmation at early stage that the strong Conservative support in Alberta is holding. There are some phenomenal new candidates as well. You just saw Billy Morin on the screen. I've worked very closely with him as Premier. He was chief of the Enoch Cree First Nation and really a significant leader in economic development for First Nations in Western Canada. He, together with Ellis Ross, a former chief councillor of the Haisla First Nation out in the BC West Coast Kitimat, if those two are elected, you will see 2 very strong voices for reconciliation, for First Nations to not just exercise the right to say no in consultation, but to say yes to responsible resource development. So one of the interesting aspects of this campaign has been energy has not been a dominant, but a significant issue, perhaps for the first time ever. And you may end up with some very strong pro-resource development First Nations leaders in the next Parliament.
And that may be because of Donald Trump. Really, that's why we're talking about it in a different way than we had before. Okay, thank you for that, Jason Kenney. Polls
Always got to
closing in
find
British Columbia in just over
find an
2
opportunity
minutes,
to bring
which will
Trump
add
into the
another
conversation, don't you?
44, British Columbia and the Yukon, another 44 polls to our count, and which will mean that all polls are closed right across.
You can
the
just
country.
tell
That
that she
happens at 10
can't
p.m. Eastern.
stand Trump.
343 seats, remember,
look at
because
her.
there has been a map that has been redistributed.
Like you can just see there's just that
172
little bit
is
of
the magic number to
disgust
get
in
you
the
to a
back of
majority
on the back of her
government, but
tongue
we
as she
are
mentions
not
his
able
name.
to get anywhere near calling any of those things yet, because results are still coming in, and Adrian has some.
Boy, you're not kidding about them coming in
Reminds
fast,
me of
Rosie.
Jen Psaki in that respect.
All right, let's look at some important ridings that we've been talking about all night. Let's start with Peterborough, because this has always been
I mean, it's early, but
riding
that's
to
still
watch. Historically a bellwether, bucked the trend in 2021.
Still a pretty nice
when
lead.
Michelle Ferreri, a popular
Hello,
TV
Jackson.
anchor,
How are you going?
won.
Love the
Look at
profile
that
picture.
lead,
Southern Cross
436
base.
for Emma Harris
Got my
from Small
Southern
Business
Cross up
Owner,
in the
which
top
is
right
6
corner there.
308 polls reporting. The Liberals will want to hang on to that one. Let's look at the next one here. This is important. Newmarket Aurora.
What do you think of Jackson? Do you think
this was the second
Liberals or
slimmest
Conservatives
margin
going to win this
of
election
victory
in
for the
Canada?
Liberals in the GTA in 2021. But look at what is happening. Sandra Kobena, lead of 227, just 2 of 212's polls reporting. But that is on trend, certainly for what the Conservatives want to see. They poured a lot into that riding. One last one to look at. This is important. This is Niagara Falls, Niagara on the Lake. So this has gone back and forth a little bit between the Liberal and the Conservative this evening. Only 3 of 202 polls reporting, just a lead of 8. But this is a riding that's been Conservative for the last 25 years. It's definitely smaller in redistribution. The Liberals were hoping that would help them out. Rosie?
Okay, but a very, very small lead of 8 votes, so we'll see. Mark Carney was down there pretty recently as well, making his case about Canada, the U.S., and taking on Donald Trump, another area where, of course, that argument resonates very strongly. Okay, polls closing in British Columbia and the Yukon.
Honestly, Canadians
In just
are
moments. If
obsessed
you're
with
in
Trump,
line to
aren't
vote,
they?
stay there, because you still get to do it even after the polls are closed.
It is 7 p.m. Pacific. Polls are now closing in the westernmost parts of this country. There are 43 ridings in beautiful British Columbia and 1 in the Yukon.
That means that polls have closed right across the country. 343 polls.
Hopefully within the
reported.
hour,
And British Columbia
we'll
aren't you excited? We haven't called government
get a
yet.
reasonable
That rarely
indication
happens
of
to you.
things.
So guess what? Your votes are going to matter here as we
I've
get
been
ready
going
to decide
pretty
where
much
this is
exactly
going
3
to go.
hours now,
Let's
folks.
give you an indication of what we're
So
noticing
there's
already, but that is
679
the
of you have
change
tuned in
share
at
of
some
vote.
point and after the
Liberals
fact. Thank you very
taking
much.
off now at this stage, well over 50%, and the Conservatives at 38.8, which, to be clear, is a very good score for Conservatives on any other normal election. But this election has been unusual, and you can see the NDP and the Bloc not performing where they normally would be. That too has been the story.
I mean,
So
Conservatives
let
are
me
well
show you
up on
now what
last
seat
election
change
at this
looks
point.
like. Okay. Let's go through this. Liberals seem to be at this stage leading leading or elected in 17 seats. Conservatives down 5.
Problem is they're
Bloc
leading
down
in a lot of things
11.
with
that
like
would be a
the equivalent of 5%
amount
of the
of
counting.
losses
Like,
for the Bloc Québécois in Quebec. NDP down
It's,
1. Of course,
insignificant.
that is going to change as British Columbia starts to report. But remember, that number to keep in your head here about whether we can get to a majority government is for the Liberals to gain 18 seats. They are one away right now in our projections. Not everything confirmed, but they are tracking towards that.
I
at
would be,
this
based
hour,
on how things
and
have
a
gone so
lot of
far,
it
I'd be
coming at the expense
surprised if
of
the
the
Liberals
Bloc
got a majority.
Québécois. Let's go now to Catherine Collins.
Yeah, let's try to look a little bit closer at what that story is, the Liberals and the Bloc Québécois. Let's start with looking a bit at the big picture in the province of Quebec. The seat change, the Liberals up 14 seats, the Bloc down 11, the Conservatives losing 3 seats in Quebec. But again, these are still relatively early numbers. Let's dig into some of what we're seeing in the province. Here is a riding that folks are going to remember the name of, La Salle-Émard-Verdun. That consequential by-election in the fall, it's on the island of Montreal.
It's really going to depend how much the NDP and Bloc fall off,
and yet,
to whether or not the Liberals will win to get a
in that
majority.
by-election now. The Liberals have something of a star candidate in Claude Gay, former president of IBM Canada. Right now, with 2 polls reporting, he's in the lead by almost 300 votes. Let's move over to Shefford, where, again, the Bloc Québécois incumbent, Andréanne LaRouche, in second. And in the lead, the Liberal candidate, Félix Dion. I believe he's a councillor in Granby. And finally, Rimouski. Alexander Reiford, again, a name that would be known well in that area, the former director of the Métis Gardens in the area, English Gardens, and the Bloc Québécois incumbent, Maxime Blanchette-Jonca, in second. So all, again, Rosie, you know, these are only some of the polls that are coming in, but interesting to see how those numbers are shaking.
Yeah, Métis Gardens also, just a lovely
Beautiful.
place. Yeah. We could just do ads of places to vacation. Chantal, I want to get your take before I get some more results, because if this holds and the Bloc is trending or projected to lose as many as 11 seats, that's pretty devastating.
The Bloc itself believed it could lose 10 to 15 seats. Of course, that wasn't the hope, but this is the best beginning of night
for the Liberals
in Quebec that I have seen in decades.
How many decades?
Oh, I don't think I was around because Jean Chrétien never won a majority of Quebec seats.
Yeah.
So you go back all the way to Jean Chrétien, and Brian Mulroney wiped them off the map. So I think you'd have to go back to Pierre Trudeau. But it's early.
It's early. It's early. But that's still. It's early. But it's still fascinating that someone who, at the beginning of the campaign, was not speaking French as well as he was at the end, would be suddenly that appealing to Quebecers, if this is where things go.
But I'm also wondering, and the numbers are still coming, whether the Conservatives are also having a difficult night in Quebec.
Okay.
Because at this point, they are under what is called the
Jackson
pain
says
zone.
hopefully Conservatives will win, but it's still possible for the Liberals to win because they've used Trump. I think the Liberals are the favourites. They were the favourites coming into it. The Liberals are likely to win. I think the biggest question will be whether or not it's a majority or a minority. If I were to put money on it right this second, I'd say it's going to be a minority, and they might get. I think Whalings are looking, it'll be the 160s.
No, and if that is true, that the Conservatives are going to
it's hard to say. I mean, I think in the next half hour it'll be much clearer. But yeah, I think Trump's played quite a large role in this election outcome inadvertently.
Manitoba, and in particular 3 ridings in Winnipeg that are reporting results right now. This one would be, if the Liberals were able to keep it through the night, a pickup. I'm laughing because, of course, I can read the numbers just as well as you can. It's really early. What's interesting about this, besides the fact that it's you know, an NDP incumbent is in second place, is that Rahul Walia, 23 years old, got the nomination here in the old days, December 2024. Remember then? Remember the prospects for the Liberals at that point? So I don't think when he became the candidate, he expected to be possible that he could go to Ottawa. We'll see what happens in Winnipeg Centre as the evening unfolds. Let's go now to Winnipeg West and see what's happening there. And Marty Morantz, the Conservative incumbent, is in a lead, not a huge lead. Doug Elson has been the MP here before. This is the third time, I think, these two very well-known politicians, and Doug Elson, also an ER doc, so well-known for that as well, are facing off in Winnipeg West. So another one we're going to be looking at very closely. And in Winnipeg North, no surprise to see Kevin Lamoureux, the incumbent, in the lead. But I'll tell you what is interesting is that if you look at the percentages last time around, the NDP was in second place with 28% of the vote. Their support right now has plummeted to 8%, and almost all of that has been picked up, and this is early, I know, not by the Liberals, but by the Conservatives.
Right.
So just kind of interesting. That's we would expect Kevin Lamoureux to prevail in that riding. I mean, we'll see what happens.
Yes.
But it's fascinating to me to see the change in support between the NDP and the Conservatives.
Yeah, Kevin Lamoureux, hugely popular in that riding, so we'll see whether that continues. Just want to tell you that the Liberals continue to do well here tonight, but also want to tell you that there are 85 ridings where it is very close still. And so we might well be in for a long night as we get through all of these results and track towards being able to project a government. Catherine Cullen.
We're going to go back to Nova Scotia for just one riding, Rosie, one that we knew was going to be a real scrap tonight, but we've got a projected elected in South Shore, St. Margaret's. Let's take a look. The Liberal, Jessica Fancy Landry, projected elected in that riding. Rick Perkins took this riding from the Liberals in the last election, but it was not to be for him this time out. He had an additional challenge.
When you win back a seat that you recently lost, it always bodes well typically for you, doesn't it?
Riding, so there will be questions, I think, about what happened to that vote. Although when you look at the NDP vote across the board, you know, it hasn't been all that substantial across the country, Rosemary, so perhaps that won't have been that much of a factor. But nonetheless, Jessica Fancy Landry projected elected in South Shore St. Margaret's.
That's a significant flip. Yeah. Okay. Thank you for that. I'm going to show you a board right now to try and explain where we're at and what you should be watching for as the results continue to tick in from polls right across the country at this stage. This is where the Liberals are right now. They are leading or elected in 123 ridings. Let me show you the next piece of that. That is the pink seats that you're seeing there. Those are incumbents. Those are the seats that they would have to now win, 51 more if they want to track towards a majority. And if they were to win those 51 incumbents, incumbency, as we've been talking about, does give you an advantage, but if they were to win that, they would surpass the 172 they need to get to a majority. So they need to hold those leading and elected in 123 that you see on your screen. They need to hold the 51 incumbents that are there, and then they're on their way. And things are tracking in this direction so far tonight. But again,
welcome, Catherine.
many close races, and we're watching some of those.
Oh, you pop in. Just a quick peek at the polls in between appointments. Fair enough. Yeah, they're looking. It's probably a lot closer than it looks right now. We'll have a better idea in about an hour.
Well, there are two ridings.
Jackson says they've used Trump's tariffs to portray themselves as Canada first all of a sudden, despite their policies, which are quite the opposite. Carney being UPN has been able to push this view further. Yeah, honestly, I haven't been following the campaigns all that closely. All I know is that once Trump started, after Trump's inauguration, the polls, they went completely back in the other direction.
I'm in Ontario. My apologies to the people of Quebec. It was the best night she's seen for Liberals in a long time at the start of an election. Well, look at this, what we're still waiting for. You know, Rosie was saying the Liberals are up seats. We still don't have a lot of seats in from the island of Montreal where the Liberals are going to be strong, and in some of these battlegrounds on the South Shore in particular, where the Liberals and the Bloc are in a fight that really could determine whether the Liberals can get to this majority government that the polls have been suggesting was available for them in this election. And it's a similar situation in Ontario. We're starting to get things populated. You're seeing a lot more red getting there in the GTA, but still not out in sort of the Halton region and the Peel region. We're still waiting on a lot of seats there. And when you go into southwestern Ontario, look,
Oh, Jackson,
We are seeing
thank you very
red
much
in
for
Windsor,
becoming a
red in
member.
London, and, we're still
Biggest
waiting
main
on
perk of that
the
is
some of
you
Southwestern
get access to all my
Ontario.
new
Liberals are hoping to
content
gain. I'll show you one
within
last
24
thing,
hours
before I send it back to Rosie,
of
and that's in
the
Manitoba,
public
because
release
the urban
date. So
centres are where the
there'll be
Liberals
one
are
more
gonna-
video
this
there for
majority
you
is gonna
now,
live
which
and
releases
die
at 5
tonight.
p.m.
There's
this
only
evening,
2
but already
ridings
be
in
available
from
to you.
Winnipeg, so
Thank you
still
very
a lot to
much.
come in the big
Helps out a
cities of
lot.
Canada. Rosie?
Thank you very much for that, David Cochran. And some news for all of you, Canada. Get ready. Our CBC News decision desk is ready to make a call. Canada's next government will be a Liberal government. It is not yet clear at this hour whether it will be a minority or majority, because some of those close races
They're
we were
projecting
talking about.
pretty bloody early,
This
aren't they?
marks a 4th Liberal mandate. Very rare in Canadian politics.
That's
But the Liberal
ridiculously
Party,
early.
led by
What?
Mark Carney, has pulled it off. A stunning reversal, a Liberal comeback with a first-time politician as leader.
That's
You're looking
cool.
live there at the Liberal Party headquarters right now.
Honestly, I would like nothing better to just see this completely 180 on this projection. I mean, let's put it this way: in terms of ridings that have been officially reported and concluded as a we know who's going to win this, 23. They need 172. What percentage of the votes have been counted? Well, put it this way, bro.
With someone who has never been elected
It's not all that much.
before. We're waiting on results from his riding
Like,
tonight. Mark
there
Carney,
have
the
been
24th Prime Minister, will now be the
35
25th Prime Minister as well.
of
Let me show you how it
343
happened.
or something.
Here is
So
the vote share, the share of votes
35
that
have
we've
been
showing you
called.
through the night. The
35
Liberals
ridings have
over
been called.
50%, the Conservatives at
With
38.6%,
343 of them, or whatever it is.
Election would have been a
Like,
remarkable share of the vote.
in
for
most of
them.
these
But the
projections
story
that have happened in the last
in what's
half
happening
hour
with the other parties on the board
are like
there, the Bloc
less than
and the NDP,
20%
not
counted.
even reaching 5% at this stage. Let me show you the
It's
seat
ridiculous.
change that allows us
Absolutely
to
ridiculous.
call for a Liberal government. 23 seats.
Like, they're
leaving
just
and
looking at
elected in.
the
Liberals are up.
soon
Conservatives
as soon
down
as
5.
the first
Bloc
little few
down
votes are coming in, they're
12 at
calling it.
this
I'm like,
stage,
that's
which, as Chantal was
ridiculous.
saying, was not out of the realm of possibility even for people inside the Bloc, but would be very disappointing for them. And the NDP now down 6. The NDP right now on your screen only leading or elected in 2 ridings. Remember, you need 12 to get official party status. I'm going to go over to David to give us a sense of how we got here.
Well, look, it's a bit of what we were, at the risk of repeating myself, but that's going to happen a lot on election night. There are 32 seats in Atlantic Canada. We said the path to majority for the Liberals was 25. Right now, they sit at 23, and I can tell you, this riding in Terra Nova, my buddy Terry Roberts is at the watching party for the Conservative candidate. He says the air has gone out of the place because the advanced polls are coming in and the lead is shrinking. The Liberals might get to 24, not the 25. We said they need it for a majority, but that gets them a little bit closer. We go into Quebec, you see a lot of red in a lot of places, and you're going to see even more red in the island of Montreal. Right now, we had said that the Liberals needed 40 seats in Quebec to be on a path to a majority. They're sitting at 42. And Montreal and the North Shore and the South Shore haven't populated. Down to 40, I'm told. It's changing in real time. But still, the areas where they're strong still needs to come in. And that is a sign of hope for them. This is why you can see a minority government is almost certain at this point, or is certain at this point, and a majority government is
certain.
still very
Okay, I'm going to
much
quickly
in play.
bring up the...
Let's go into Ontario, and let's go to that key fortress, one of the 4 big pillars for the Liberal government's...
I mean, I suppose if they're
elected since
very confident that
2015,
Quebec will
you
be...
still see a tremendous amount of red, certainly in the city of Toronto and in the
And
areas
Ontario
around it,
will be like a
punctuated with
big,
a little bit of blue right now. The latest numbers I
will have a
had
big
is that
say in the
Liberals were at
things, then
56 seats, and
fair
they're up
enough,
2
but-
seats in Ontario. They're now at 63 seats in Ontario. We had said they needed to be at 80, so they're tracking towards that because a lot of these seats that will fill in over the course of the night, history and polling tells us that these will go Liberal. Now, let's go into Manitoba. The Liberals are currently sitting at 4 seats. We had suggested they would want to get 6 here to build up to a total of 10 on the prairies to be at a majority level. They have 1, obviously, in the north right now where they're leading in the NDP-held riding of Churchill. and they've got a couple of 3 seats right now in Winnipeg, and these are also seats where the Liberals will be competitive once we get more results throughout the night. So there is still upward potential for the Liberals as they try to get to that magic number of 172. And this helps right here. This is Desnethne, Misnippy, Churchill River. That's a Liberal leading in Saskatchewan. Do not adjust your set. That's a real thing. It's not officially projected elected yet, but this is a chance for the Liberals to break through in Saskatchewan for the first time since Ralph Goodale was a member of Parliament. And here in Alberta, you see a lot of blue. This is where a lot of the Conservative seats are coming from. But you got to zoom in on Calgary, where the Liberals are leading right now in Calgary Centre, and you got to zoom in on Edmonton. These are going to be the areas where the Liberals and the New Democrats are going to be in a battle. Those 2 seats that I just showed, those will be pickups right now for the Liberals if those results hold. So, Rosie, you can see a roughly even performance in the Atlantic with the potential of it to get back to where it was and maybe grow a little bit. A good early start in Quebec, decent numbers in Ontario, presence in the prairies. Still too early to say exactly what's going to happen in British Columbia. But, you know, BC often complains about being the empty net goal on election night. They might be the winner tonight when the results come in there.
Okay, and one of the reasons we have yet to call what kind of government Canada will have is because there are 100 ridings where the vote margin is about 100 votes. And that is simply too close to call for us and for the decision desk.
Jackson says it's weird how easily some voters can change direction despite nearly all of the same hated policies being present in the Liberal government. The only difference being the new leader. Yeah, that's why I say I don't trust the average voter to make the most informed decision that's going to actually benefit them and their country.
And now, for sure, won't
voters
have
are
any
fickle, man.
problems beating
Voters are
Charles
fickle.
Tupper's record of being Prime Minister for only 68 days. He's going to hang in there a little bit longer, apparently. Ashley Burke is at Liberal headquarters where they are dealing with the news and waiting for more news in terms of what kind of government they're going to have for this 4th mandate, Ashley.
You heard the reaction here in the room, Rosie. People erupted. They were cheering. They are excited. Just moments before that, we were talking about how they were feeling. People are still cautiously optimistic. People in the campaign, they want a majority government. And as you just mentioned, they're thinking, could it come down to BC? They're hoping that as the results come in, it'll become a bit clearer, but that's what they're waiting for. This, as you mentioned, is one of the most dramatic reversals in political fortune that we've seen in recent Canadian history. Just last year, the
Yeah,
Liberals
meanwhile, in Ontario, where they're, you know, screaming and celebrating, there's like, on average, 3 to 5% of the vote counted.
During this campaign, learn how to be a politician. You know, we've
Like,
seen him have to try to figure out
2%, 2%, 4%, 4%, 4%, 5%. Like, what are you up to?
Including being in crowds and talking to people.
Same with Quebec, 6%, 4%, 2%. This projection for the Liberals to win is based on a majority of seats that have had less than 5% of the vote counted.
After he's really been hammering home his message about
It's actually ridiculous.
about who is best to deal with Donald Trump, Rosie.
I hope that at the very least there's no majority because they projected a
We'll see how
majority.
happy they are because we still have to call what kind of government Mark Carney is going to lead, a minority or a majority. But
Oh,
we should
shut up.
remind you
We
that
all
a
know that
fourth
you've been
term, a fourth
pushing the
mandate
idea
like
that
this,
it's
incredibly rare in
a
Canadian
majority.
politics. The last time was from 1993 to 2006.
Like,
under
I
two
hope
leaders. That was Jean Chrétien and
Conservatives
Paul
managed to
Martin.
make it
Some similarities here
5 or
because this is
10
happening
seats
with
either way.
different leaders. Chantal, your thoughts?
Because
But
that would
it
be
is also
hilarious.
that Mark
Because
Carney
this is
succeeded in
stupidly early to
doing
call.
what John Turner and Kim Campbell could not.
Right.
That is,
Yes.
become the new leader of a very unpopular government. Get a boost
When the
in
key
polls.
regions,
That's all
2 to
par for
5% of the
course.
vote counted.
But to hold that lead long enough to not
mean,
go
it's
in
taking
that
the piss.
portrait gallery as someone about whom the kids ask, who's
Jackson
that
says
guy?
far too many
Yeah.
people vote based on vibes and snippets from news articles, either because they don't have the interest to bother researching or they don't have the time. Yeah, and a lot of people just grow up having certain ideological views drilled into their heads by family, by school, whatever, and they just not much changes their mind.
Pretty devastating numbers.
And
We'll come
then
back to that,
those
but I
who are a
wanna
little
get
bit
Arif
less
Virani in
caring
because,
are very
you
much
are
what you
former
said.
Liberal cabinet
You
minister.
spoke
Still
based
happy
on
with that
vibes.
decision not to run, are you?
I'm very happy with that decision, as is my family. But,
I bet,
but
I
I'm
bet.
also equally delighted with what's transpiring. I mean, what we've seen is something that is
You're
truly quite
delighted that
remarkable.
5% of the
And I
votes
think
being
what's
counted
really,
in
What
Quebec.
I'm really proud
Okay.
about tonight is Canadians, how strongly they came out to vote, what's been motivating them, but also just really discerning in terms of making choices based on what's on offer. An individual with a business background who had navigated 2 world economies through difficult crises, and you had another politician who was frankly still offering catchword phrases and running an election as if we were back in November or December. Things changed. Justin Trudeau is no longer around. The consumer carbon price no longer around. And Donald Trump entered in a big way.
Yeah.
And we saw other conservative politicians in this country pivot, like provincially, Doug Ford in this province. We saw an inability for a pivot on the part of Pierre Poilievre. And I think you're seeing the results. People have decided that they want mature professional leadership, and that's what they're getting with Mark Carney. And I think it's a really important time for Canada because there's a lot of hard work to be done.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what kind of government we end up with here, Andrew, because you know, that also sends a message. If Canadians opt for a minority government, that also is a message to the Liberals and to Conservatives. But what do you make of the fact that this has happened? Because it is right, it is a remarkable thing.
Yeah, it would not have happened without Donald Trump, I don't think. If Mark Carney had simply come in and said, well, I'm change, I'm a new prime minister, I'm not sure that would have been enough to carry the day. I'm not sure if Trump alone would be enough to carry the day, though. I think it's the combination of, so far as the first part of the campaign in particular, focused on Trump as the issue and therefore focused on leadership and the relative qualities of the two-party leaders. That was clearly to Carney's advantage. But I think probably what put him over the top was he was also enough change for enough people.
Right, right.
He wasn't, on its own, it wouldn't be enough change, but the two things together, I think, was enough to put him over the top.
Althea, what do you make of the win?
I agree with everything
The
Andrew
win.
said, but I would add.
Basically,
it's
it's
New
stupidly.
Democrats that have handed Mark Carney
Stupidly
the ability
early.
to become prime minister, remain prime minister.
But I will
And
say,
for them, the fear
if the
was,
Liberals win,
Donald
as
Trump, but also
I
Pierre
still
Poilievre.
suspect there'll be
They
a minority
decided
Liberal
they
government.
really feared Pierre
You can
Poilievre
thank the New
more
Democrats for
than
it, for
they feared
being,
another Liberal
well, for their
government.
voters abandoning them
so
and
they've
rallying
basically
behind the
abandoned
Liberals.
their party in droves and possibly handing Mark Carney a majority government. So it's not. You guys should send the NDP a thank you note.
I think progressive voters in my riding of Tayek on Park Delhi Park, and good luck to the team there, but I think progressive voters really had to make a difficult decision, and that was simply that in the face of what the country is facing, we need to select a prime minister and a government. That's more important than anything else. That relates to the CBC, that relates to protecting linguistic rights, that relates to protecting human rights, and you had a choice between somebody who would empower Donald Trump and somebody who would confront Donald Trump. That's the choice that Canadians have made tonight, and I think they made the right choice.
Okay, and the NDP is sitting right now at 7, leading our elected. Let's get some more information about how we got here, how we were able to call a Liberal win tonight. Catherine Cullen's got some of those results.
Yeah, and obviously
We're able to
Rosie,
call
part
it
of this
by
picture
calling
has
it
to do
after
with
5%
Quebec
of the
and what has
vote
happened
in
with the Bloc
key
Québécois.
areas.
So let's take a look. The Liberals up 12 seats. Yes, one of them coming from the Conservatives, but most of that, the vast majority, at the expense
Plus
of the
12
Bloc,
on 5%.
again, based on the numbers that we're seeing early. Let's see where it's happening. We're going to take a quick zip around the suburbs of the island of Montreal. We're going to start.
Look at this.
Thérèse de
8
Blainville,
of
and
231.
Liberal candidate in the lead. Let's go
And
to
they're
Rivière
calling
de
it.
Mille-Île. We're going to stay on the North Shore. And again, the Liberal
5 of
candidate with the Bloc
247,
Québécois
and they're
incumbent in
calling
second.
it.
We'll head down to the South Shore.
Like, they've called the election,
And again,
despite 9 of 233 polls. Like, I'm aware you've got a lead, but in many of these, the lead isn't even that big, especially when you consider such a tiny minority of the polls are actually in.
And we'll look at more of those results as they firm up, and we can project elected.
Mr. Stumble, welcome. Says Mark Carney is just like
so not
Justin, a
projected,
prime minister.
elected, but still,
The ads were
interesting
correct.
Trend lines, and let's start with Churchill.
Look at that again. 15 of 181. Look, they're very likely to win it. And if NDP win, it's only going to hurt the Conservatives, really.
To Rebecca Chartrand. There was a difference of 3 percentage
But again,
points.
they're calling
Right
the
now,
race.
early, but still,
They're
when
calling
you
the
look at
whole
those
election
numbers,
already.
fairly significant
When
lead at this
most
point
of
for the
the
Liberal
ridings that
candidate.
are
This is Kildare
allowing
and
them to
St.
do
Paul,
it
one of the Winnipeg
are
ridings, and,
barely counted at
Raquel
all.
Dancho
This is another
is the
case.
incumbent for the Conservatives. She's won 2 elections in a row.
Jackson
Colin
says,
Caton's
even if they are to win, the media
hard to
shouldn't be
find
declaring a winner this early on
information
because you never know in this
but,
political
he was
environment how
acclaimed
things.
as a candidate
Like,
when polls
seriously, this is
suggested
like
there
if,
was little chance
if
of
like, you know,
winning, and right now
NBC
he's in the lead there.
called
And
the
let's just look at
2024
what we're trying to
election
understand. This is
after a
interesting.
couple
It's super
hours.
close. When I started
Or as
speaking a few
soon
weeks
as,
ago,
you know,
Jeffrey
it
Walters
it
in the
looked
lead.
like
The big question that we're trying to
Pennsylvania might have been
scramble
going to
for
Harris, and then
is
eventually became very clear that wasn't going to happen.
One there, was it Ralph
Like, I was alive. I was live
factor,
8
or was it
hours
Liberal
for the
support?
Trump
And,
election.
a lot of people wondering what's going to
And
happen.
early on, I
As you
mean,
can see, it is
there were
close.
cases where it looked more
Conservatives
likely
are in the lead
that
in,
Harris
Good
would win
Hills
than it
Liberal
looks
riding.
like for the Liberals
Adrian,
here.
you've got some results too.
And of
Certainly.
course,
Catherine
because they're
showed
not
you some
idiots,
seat changes.
no
I'd
one
like to
called
show
it for
you
Harris,
some, vote
and they were right
changes
not to
in
do so.
Ontario. Why don't we have a little look at this? So Liberals up 9.5 percentage points. Conservatives also up 9.0. But
You
look
think
at the
about that,
NDP
right?
down
If the NDP didn't drop,
that is where the
Conservative
votes are largely
would
coming
be up.
from. So what does that look like? Let's start with Sault Ste. Marie, Algoma. This is a riding that Terry Sheehan is ahead by 428. Interesting, because
Again, we're looking at like 15% of the votes.
last time. Still just 35 of 287 polls.
But that guy's expected to
reporting.
win, so.
If we move on to the Bay of Quinte, this is a riding we've been keeping an eye on. The Liberals picked it up in 2015. They wanted
Less than
it
10% of the
desperately
vote.
because this is the sort of riding they need if they want to get a majority. They've got a lead of 193 with just 15 polls reporting. And the last one, which is a big one for
Again, less than
Fortress
10% of the
Toronto,
vote,
if
and
you
they're
will,
calling it
is
based on this.
Lesley Church and Toronto St. Paul's with a lead of 701. She
Yeah,
lost
Jackson,
that
that's
to
exactly
Donna
right. They're
Stewart
calling
in
this
July
based
by
on like
just
5 to
600
10% of the
some
electorate votes in
they're
these
counting on that.
in these seats.
And remember,
It's
that is
ludicrous.
part of the
It's
story.
actually
That is
ludicrous.
part of the story here is that a lot of these ridings are still close. And
Like,
that's
I
why
don't think
we cannot
people
yet
are
tell you
surprised
what
that,
kind of
like, they can
government,
say
Mark Carney
it's
will
more
lead, but
likely
yes, in case you missed
to be
the
a
big
Liberal
moment,
minority
the
government than a
Liberals have
Conservative
secured a
minority
fourth
government,
mandate led
but
by Mark Carney, who
calling
is,
it
at this
outright
stage, waiting to see,
as
whether he
it's
will
going to
elected
be a
his
Liberal
own
minority
riding,
government this early is
in
just...
Nepean. Ferrani, what are you hearing from your Liberal friends? Are you getting lots of texts? Are people, are they thinking that a majority is still
Like, it
within
looked
reach
like
here?
Georgia was going to go to Harris
Obviously,
in the
majority
election
government
last
is
year for
aspirational. That's what we would
most
like
of
to
it.
have. You heard Dominic
And then it
talk
didn't.
about that earlier, but I think people are elated. I mean, we know
When
where
I say
the
most of it, I
party
mean like the
was,
first
prior to
hour.
Christmas. We know where we
That
were in early
hasn't been
January.
now
The
since
fact that it's
most of
been such a
these
remarkable swing is a
have started
testament
having the
to
results coming.
optimism.
So
It's a testament to Mark Carney's leadership, but again, it's a testament to Canadian voters. And I think, you know, when I think back about what's really changed in the last little while, I think if you're looking at somebody who you need to stand up to an American threat that is as clear and demonstrative as Donald Trump, and you have somebody who's posturing themselves that they want to be that person, Pierre Poilievre, who shows an inability to stand up to Preston Manning and Danielle Smith, I think you know you don't have the right individual. When you have somebody who still continues to speak in three-word slogans as opposed to presenting an accurate plan, an outlined plan, a professionalized plan, you don't have the right person. Canadians have realized this, and as I said earlier on the show, I think Quebecers have realized this, notwithstanding linguistic limitations, notwithstanding concerns about Francophone rights, those are all very valid concerns. But when you're facing a threat of that size from the American neighbor, you need to put that aside and vote in terms of selecting a leader. And that's what Canadians have done, and my colleagues are all keen on securing a majority. A majority government would allow us to have that strong mandate that Prime Minister Carney is seeking to effectuate the change that we need to see to grow the economy, to build a collaboration, to diversify our trade partners, and to continue to make progress.
Althea made a little bit of a squint there, winced a little bit as you spoke, so I'm going to let her talk before I get some more results.
Well, I was going to say on the whole, like who we should give a testament to, it's all the Liberal backbenchers.
this way, right?
who
So
tried to get Justin
there have been
Trudeau to leave.
35
Chrystia
seats
Freeland, who
officially
finally,
called.
frankly, knifed him. If Justin Trudeau
And then
had
the
not
gap
left,
in
there
terms
is
of the
no way we would
leads
see the
is
result
currently
we're
20.
seeing right now,
And the
even
gaps
with
in the
Donald
officially
Trump in the
called
White
ones
House.
is currently 11.
So there's other people.
There's lots of
who
things going
helped
on. Yeah.
I mean,
create the
if that gap of
scenario that we
20
find
suddenly
ourselves in at the
evens,
moment. And
it's
also, pretty
literally
soon people won't be
50-50.
able to vote, so you don't need to convince them to vote for
Yes, you've already won. You've already won.
The votes have already been cast?
We're just waiting to see. Yes, we're just waiting to see how it goes. But it's hard to shake it off. I understand. I think Ian has some early results.
Yeah, in British Columbia, as we've said, the Conservatives, Liberals, and NDP have done well there. They certainly did well there in 2021, and so there's a lot of potential, particularly for the Liberals and the Conservatives, to pick up seats. Let's look at some early results with some potential changes. North Island, Powell River, this has been a stronghold for the NDP, and right now in the lead there. So we'll keep an eye on that. Let's take a look at in the interior, Silkameen, South Okanagan, West Kootenay. Again, relatively close, but this is would be a pickup for the Conservatives if they could hang on to this. Helena Conans is a former professional tennis player and competed in Wimbledon and at the U.S. Open. I did not know that, and I find that really interesting. And South Surrey, White Rock, obviously really low numbers. We just wanted to show this to you because it would be a change if this were to hold. And interesting, Ernie Klassen was acclaimed as the candidate. I think we're seeing a lot of that across the country, right? Where candidates who were acclaimed when maybe nobody else really wanted the nomination. I'm not sure if that's what happened there, but you know, some of those people are going to end up going to the House of Commons.
Okay. All right, let's have a look at someone who is having a difficult night, but at least his own riding is secure. That's Yves-François Blanchet in the riding of Belleuil-Chambly. He has won handily in that riding, but he is probably not.
Yeah, one of
enjoying the evening
221
so far,
polls.
given
I know.
where things are tracking for the Bloc. Remember, at last vote, the Bloc Québécois had 35 seats.
Like, see,
and,
at least
right
this
now they're
guy's got a
tracking
pretty
towards
reasonable
23.
advantage here.
We'll
Like,
continue to watch some of those numbers because, as we've told you, the vote
and
is
they're
changing.
like,
It is
what,
close still in many ridings across the
15%
country.
counted
And
or
that
something?
is why we are waiting to tell you whether you have a minority or majority government. Rafi Boudjikanian, I can see you there. Yves-François Blanchet has been elected. We have the decision desk has projected him elected, but not a strong evening so far for the Bloc Québécois. What are you hearing?
Like, I'm the sort of guy that just doesn't like calling elections unless you have projected the seats when, like, affirmative. To the point where it's not necessarily statistically impossible, but so statistically improbable that it'd be ludicrous not to say he's going to win.
This is not the results they're looking for. 23 seats, I mean, that's kind of a number where if the Liberals get a majority, that's not a great night for the Bloc Québécois. They're trying to cheer up here. They're trying to be, you know, enthusiastic. They did have one major win. We were talking about Gaspésie earlier. Well, they won that riding. Radio-Canada announced that they project a win for Alexis Deschênes, that star candidate, who would be taking that riding from Diane Le Boutillier, a Liberal who has been there for a while, and the crowd erupted into enthusiastic cheers here when that happened. So that was one that's a take from the Liberals, so that's a real reason for them to be happy. But for the rest of it, I mean, they're really just sort of trying to hold on to hope. We've got a little bit of a show here. They keep inviting incumbents or candidates to come up and talk to the crowd. There's an MC asking them all sorts of questions about, you know, how did your campaign go and what do you think of Yves-François Blanchet's messages, and they're just sort of trying to hold on to hope at this point.
Okay, Rafi Boudjikanian, thank you so much from Montreal. We will be back to you, of course. Perhaps we can show a bit of how the vote share in Quebec changed. Let me know when we can go to that. But I'll go to Chantal, I think, if I can. Yves-François Blanchet, this is his third election, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah.
Yes, and he probably is feeling better when he compares his fate to what could be happening to the NDP.
Yeah.
I don't think anyone at this point is looking to challenge the leadership of Yves-François Blanchet. A lot of people in Quebec over the campaign were saying, well, we're going to lend our vote to the Liberals because of special circumstances. But it wasn't a judgment on the Bloc Québécois that they were making. Now, that being said, what also created this dynamics in Quebec in particular.
Why has that happened for? Sorry, folks.
Poilievre never led the pack. Was always in third place. Was this notion at some point the Bloc surged, not because the Bloc was doing so well, but because a lot of Quebec voters looked at the numbers outside Quebec and thought to themselves, the rest of Canada is about to elect Pierre Poilievre. We don't want him. So we are going to build a wall by voting for the Bloc. And of course, that wall crumbled the second that Justin Trudeau left and the polls showed that Mark Carney had a shot at winning.
Well, then they built a wall around the Liberals in Quebec is really what happened to keep out Pierre Poilievre.
I mean, they're looking at 440 seats and it looks at this point in the evening like they're going to get better than that.
Okay, some other good news for the Liberals at this hour. Let me show you who has just been elected as a member of Parliament for the very first time, and that is Mark Carney, Canada's Prime Minister. This is his first time running for public office. He
no one cares. Quickly update, right? So now officially, with officially elected, officially called races, it's 39 apiece. The leading, there is a gap of 35. So 35 lead, 35 riding, 35 seat lead for the Liberals in terms of the races currently still going, but many of those are still very early on in the count. And most notably there is that's not even enough for a majority. So, yeah.
Finance minister at this rate, because that was always the rumor and his entry into Canadian politics. I want to go through sort of where the Liberals are at this stage, to support the reason why we have projected a Liberal government and to show why a majority is still very much in play. And I'm going to go all the way back to Newfoundland and Labrador just to show you something here. This is Terra Nova and the Peninsulas. This has been a Conservative seat throughout the night, but just have a look at this. It's now down to a 28-vote lead. This has been happening in a lot of the ridings in Atlantic Canada where the advance vote is being counted late and where the Liberals did a really good job of getting their vote in early over that Easter weekend. So with 12 polls reporting, you can see Anthony Germain, the Liberal candidate there, chewing up that Conservative lead and getting now within less than 30 votes. There's been similar stories. We saw that happen in Central Nova, in Nova Scotia, where Sean Fraser was way down for a period of time, but as more and more advanced polls have come in, he's moved into the lead, and also in New Brunswick, in Miramichi, Grand Lake, where the advanced polls have put the Liberals into the lead there. So the Liberals started the night with 24 seats that they held as the 32 in Atlantic Canada. They're back at 24 with a chance, if Terra Nova flips, to get it to that 25 that we talked about on the path to majority earlier. So still a chance for them to hit the threshold here. We'll go into Quebec, where the last I checked, because the numbers are changing soon, they were at 42 seats. They're now at 44 seats in Quebec, 13 of them pickups. And look at this. We're still waiting for a little bit of data on the island of Montreal, only really in one riding. There is a Conservative leading on the island of Montreal right now in the riding of Mount Royal, so we'll have to see where that goes. But either way, the Liberals at this point in the night, with still a lot of votes to be counted, are ahead of the 40-vote threshold they needed to be at in Quebec. Now, Ontario, a lot of votes being counted, slightly different story. They are at 69 seats of the 122. They are down 6 right now. You're seeing some movement here in the GTA seats that have been the stronghold of the Liberals. Oops, I didn't mean to click on Kitchener, but they're doing well in Kitchener. But there's only about 11% of the vote counted in Ontario. And again, this is going to be a pattern throughout the night with the Liberal vote. They are widely believed by all the campaigns, we've heard this from Conservatives as well, to have outperformed their opponents in the advance vote, and in a lot of cases, that comes in last. So while they're at 150 seats there right now, the last time I checked, there were still about a dozen seats that we were waiting on results for that all the campaigns believe are going to go Liberal. So you can bear that in mind as a reason why we have not yet ruled out the possibility of a Liberal majority government. In Manitoba, we had set the threshold at 6 for them to be on the path for majority. They're right at 6 right now. They've got 2 pickups. They're leading right now in Winnipeg West, which was a Conservative seat. They are not leading in Winnipeg Centre, but they have picked up, or at least leading in the Northern Manitoba riding right now. In Saskatchewan, we said 1. All they needed was 1. Well, guess what? It looks like they have 1. They're up there. They're leading right now in Desnethe. That's Buckley Boulanger, as Ian was telling us. They're nowhere right now in the Saskatoon ridings, though Mark Carney did go there, and Saskatoon University was a riding that the Liberals had talked about as a potential gain for them. They've held right now 2 of their 3 in the north. Nunavut is still trending NDP. I don't want to ruin the NDP's night, but they are no longer ahead in Wetaskiwin, as we predicted earlier. But right now, the Liberals do have 2 seats in Alberta.
The NDP is getting absolutely annihilated.
Right, so Calgary McKnight, where George Chahal was the incumbent, and Calgary Centre, which was on their target list. They're leading there now.
They're about to lose like 80% of their seats.
That is where they had 1 seat. That was Randy Boissonneau's seat in Edmonton Centre. That is blue right now in Edmonton Strathcona. Maybe the safest NDP seat around. We don't have results from that yet. So with a lot still to come, Rosie, in Vancouver area in particular, the Liberals right now, they only have 8 in BC, but look at this, right? We got a lot to come, but of the 8 that are reporting, the Liberals have 3 pickups, and we're still not fully in to the Vancouver core and the suburbs there, and that is the Liberal stronghold in British Columbia. So they're at 155 right now at this point in time. There's still upside growth there for them. You can see a path to the delta of
It's
17
35,
that they
right?
need,
That's
and
the
it might
advantage they
actually
have.
include Delta,
35.
which is a seat they hold on the lower mainland.
If you halve that,
Okay,
it's neck
so
and
let
neck.
me tell you part of the reason why that is there too. Was there a joke there that I missed that I was supposed to?
Yeah, I was talking about deltas and deltas, you know, like sort of thing. Don't worry.
I got a lot of people talking to me. That was a funny one. Thank you.
Sure.
There are 47 ridings still where the vote is under 100. So that gives you a sense of why we are still holding off in determining what kind of government this is. But as David rightly points out, it is still possible, and we'll show you more about that in a moment. And
Still
just because I have a
statistically
lot of good
possible to be a
colleagues who heard
conservative
me,
government as well. But
the only
you
other
guys
prime
are not
minister to
a
hold
big
a
fan
seat
of that
in the
narrative.
Ottawa area was John A. Macdonald. So Mark Carney becomes number 2. Ian, over to you.
So interesting things happening in British Columbia in terms of the vote. And let's look at the vote change so far in the province of British Columbia. And you see both the Conservatives and the Liberals.
It's the NDP,
Liberals
right?
by
It's
15
the only reason that
percentage points, and who
Liberals
is
are
down?
hanging in
Well,
there.
No surprise, the NDP, almost 16 percentage points. And in some of the ridings, you can see the impact of that. Let's take a look at Kelowna. Kelowna is really interesting because if you look at what happened to the NDP support,
See, look, like
at least as of right now, it was 18%.
all of their projections are based on this. There's 156 in it,
7%.
and
it
there's
seems to be going to both the Conservatives and the Liberals. The Liberals right now
what,
in the lead,
5% counted
in second place. Let's take a look at Okanagan Lake West.
Same here, right?
Kelowna. There,
All of these
the NDP
projections
support has
based on
gone
that.
from 18.9 percentage points to 5.5. Now, super early, but still interesting to note and to keep an eye on. And now Richmond East Steveston, this is another riding that kind of shows what's happened to the NDP support. It's gone from 19% in 2021 to 3.7%. Both the Liberals and Conservatives up. It looks like the Conservatives in Richmond East Steveston might be benefiting more from that drop in NDP support than the Liberals are. But throughout British Columbia, we said this hours ago. I mean, maybe it was yesterday, I'm not sure. But anyway, hours ago.
We haven't been here since yesterday, to be fair.
It feels that way,
yeah,
though.
I know.
Anyway, what would happen to NDP support? Would it drop? It seems to be doing that in British Columbia and in a province where the Liberals and Conservatives are so competitive in so many ridings. Who will benefit the most from that? Still very much in flux, but they both seem to be benefiting.
Yeah, you're right. Okay, so let's get another part of that story, and that's to look at whether a majority is still possible here as we wait to make a firm call on what kind of government Canada has chosen. So here you go again. This is back to the House of Commons. All those red seats there, leading and elected. So that gets you up to 157. Now we're going to add incumbents to come. Those are the pink seats. That is 9. So they need to hold the 157 they have, gain 9, and they are still under 6, not quite reaching a majority so far with those numbers. But let me give you another little piece of information that is relevant as we think about whether this is going to be a majority government, and that is that there are 44 ridings where the margin is 100 votes or less. And in 20,
and you've already called it for a Liberal.
The Liberals are in second place, meaning that there is still a possibility that they could flip some of those ridings and indeed get over that threshold of 172. And that also tells you why we're not saying anything just yet, because there's a lot still in flux here. It's possible, but it's getting a little bit harder for the Liberals to get there, and they're going to have to work a lot harder in these other ridings and these counts in order to make it. Let's go to Adrienne now, who has some results.
You bet. You're talking about tiny margins. You're talking about areas the Liberals want to flip. Let's look at some of those. Let's start with Kitchener Centre. You are not seeing green on the map on the bar at the bottom because Mike Morris is trailing by 33. Just 3 out of 213 polls reporting. That's the very thing Rosie's been talking about. Let's look at another one, Hamilton Centre. Again, the NDP wanted to hang on to that. Liberals are leading with 55, just 55. One last, another one that's tiny margin. That is Niagara South, and that is a riding that would have flipped to the Conservatives in redistribution. The Liberals are holding it with just 22. Only one poll reporting there, Rosie.
Okay, so some of those early results you're seeing, some of those tight places. Oh, I think you've got one more elected
I do.
here.
Well,
Yeah,
look
off
at
you
that,
go.
and that's a big one to miss. That is Lesley Church, projected elected in Toronto St. Paul's. That was a rematch against Don Stewart. That lead, 1,840. She lost that by 647 votes in that by-election that started everything that's happening right now. You can draw a direct line between that and this.
Yeah, that loss, that by-election loss, was part of what got Liberals upset with Justin Trudeau and starting to speak more openly about how he needed to leave. A lot of Conservatives thought that by-election win was an anomaly, and indeed, the Liberals have taken back that riding tonight with Lesley Church. Let's have a look at Conservative headquarters now and see what's shaking over there. Also in Ottawa. Okay. Yeah. That is what it looks like when you know you're not going to form government, and it looked like you were back in January, 25 points ahead. They are waiting to see whether they can
They trail
hold the
by
Liberals to a
35 seats,
minority,
like, calm down.
which would be something to celebrate for them, but we are waiting to see more. I should also tell you that we are waiting for results to come in from Pierre Poilievre's riding. They've started to come in. Remember, he and his riding was up against 91, I believe, other candidates. But as you can see there, this is only one poll reporting, the Liberals slightly ahead. The expectation would be that Pierre Poilievre would win, but there was some concern expressed about how that long ballot initiative, which is a protest movement to try and protest the first past the post system that we have, would affect this. Obviously, Elections Canada has been counting those ballots for a very long time. They got special dispensation to start much earlier in the day. Oh, David's got a long ballot with him.
Rosie,
of course you have a prop.
Because we have an arts and craft division at Power and Politics, we had a replica. This is the ballot you're dealing with in Carleton, right? This is what the longest ballot, this is what 91 names look like, right? And you gotta do this to kind of find Pierre Poilievre. He's right there, by the way, on the ballot. Bruce Fanjoy, the Liberal, is right there on the ballot. But just look at the sheer girth of this thing, right? Just look at this, 91 names. So you got to get this, you got to write it, you got to fold it up, they got to stuff it into, I don't know, a mail box as opposed to a ballot box. And there were 43,000 of these cast in the advance vote, right? So that's already in there in the system. That's why they got that special dispensation to go early. So while we may know that the Liberals are going to
turn this off for a second, have a little
whether it's going to be a majority government or not. Those by-elections that we were talking about, this happened in Toronto, St. Paul. We hosted a by-election special there and with LaSalle and Maritime. It was 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning before you got results. Now, with a leader and a seat on the line, may go faster, but they had to count tens of thousands of these. Yeah, that's the challenge we're up against.
I do have to say that those numbers that we saw there with a Liberal advantage, it's because the advance polls were counted first for that riding. So let's not, you know, no one's going to suggest here that that's the direction this is going to take. Arif, you wanted to say something there?
Well, I think it's interesting. You showed that photo of the folks in the conservative room, and the concern that I have is actually what it's going to look like that first Conservative caucus meeting. What I'm getting at, Rosemary, is that in terms of expectations, the expectations were quite large on the part of Pierre Poilievre's caucus, that he would deliver them into government, minority or majority, but he would deliver them into government. They have this legislation that we deal with all the time as parliamentarians. First act of a caucus is to decide on the Michael Chong private members bill about what we're going to do.
If you want to get going, Andrew Coyne's ready for this conversation.
But it's an interesting conversation because I just think what we've seen after consecutive elections is Andrew Scheer turfed, Aaron O'Toole turfed. So Pierre Poilievre is concerned with his caucus and the expectations. And I would hear about that on the floor of committees, Rosemary. I would hear about it on the floor of the House of Commons. People measuring the drapes on their future ministerial offices. That has not happened tonight. There's going to be unhappy Conservatives on the
Sure, but
backbench.
let's see. You know, if he improves the Conservatives' results from the last vote, which was 128 with redistribution, he's at 133, 134 here. I don't know. It's possible that some people will want to let him. You know, he could say this is a partial victory if he holds them to a minority. I don't know. I'm just saying. Andrew, you went in, and then I got to go to Catherine here.
It's one thing to measure the drapes, it's another thing to measure the coffin. You know, I mean, it's maybe a little early for that. I think it will depend in part on whether it's a majority or minority.
Totally.
I think you absolutely are right that if he comes out of this with 40% of the vote, he would have bettered Stephen Harper. The other question is, you know, he's got such a lock on the base of the party. can you really take him out even if the caucus decides?
Yes,
You know,
the
the
party
caucus
is
might
his.
turf it.
Yeah,
I mean, the base might vote him back in.
Okay,
but Rosemary,
yes,
but in terms of the base of the party,
yeah.
it's the inability to stand up to that base in Alberta that has cost him this election.
Okay,
If he could have stood up to Daniel Smith, I think that's actually what's happened.
Let's talk about it after. I do want to spend time. We're not going to write off anyone because we're not at that stage in the evening at all. Catherine Cullen, apparently you have a guest.
Yes, and first we're going to just talk a little bit about what is going on in Quebec before we get to Vanessa Lee, our colleague on the island of Montreal. Let's start by taking a look at what is going on in LaSalle. Emard Verdun. Oh, perhaps. In fact, we are going to go to Vanessa Lee right away. Let's just get to the good stuff. And there you are, Vanessa Lee, on the island of Montreal. I believe you are with some prominent Liberals. Tell us what's going on.
Well, Catherine, we are at the Society of Arts and Technology in the heart of downtown Montreal, and this is a very happy place because this is where more than a dozen Liberal candidates in the greater Montreal area are gathering and celebrating tonight. And joining me now is Stephen Guilbeault, the Quebec Lieutenant, most recently responsible for Parks Canada as well as Canadian culture and identity. Mr. Guilbeault, congratulations on your party's win. How are you? What's going through your mind right now? Because your riding is still too close to call.
Yes, I think things are looking
Oh, yeah,
very
cheers,
well in the
BLJ.
riding, but as you rightly say, it's too close to call yet, or it's very early. I think our numbers are very good, but are very early. We're very grateful that Canadians have decided to give us another mandate, and we feel honored, and we will work hard for Canadians. We're asking for a strong government because we know we have tough days ahead, certainly with the U.S. administration and President Trump. We know it's going to be complicated, so the stronger the Canadian government can be, the more united we are, the easiest it's going to be to face President Trump.
What do you think made the difference in this election that Canadians have voted for another Liberal government? And how confident are you that it will be a majority government?
Well, clearly the numerous attacks by President Trump on the Canadian economy, but not just the economy, on our sovereignty and our very identity, I think have really mobilized
Learn how to take a
Canadians.
joke, mate.
And I think they saw in Prime Minister Carney someone who has experience on the world stage, someone who has experience with the economy, with finance, who has managed crisis versus Pierre Poilievre, who's never done anything else than work on Parliament Hill in Ottawa. And they felt he was the right person for what's coming ahead and the difficult times we have ahead of us.
We appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Back to you, Catherine.
Vanessa Lee in Montreal. And Rosie, worth noting, Stephen Guilbeault's riding, it was Gilles Ducep's old riding. It's gone Bloc in the past. It went NDP. Even in 2015, Hélène Laverdière kept that riding.
That's right.
Right now, though, Stephen Guilbeault, about 46% of the vote. Still early numbers, though.
Okay. And you can see there at the bottom of your screen, we have still not made a call about what kind of government Mark Carney will be leading as the 24th Prime Minister. 162 seats leading and elected for the Liberals, 138 for the Conservatives, 24 for the Bloc, 10 leading or elected for, I think they're just leading, but maybe leading and elected for the NDP. You need 12 to form official party status. The Greens, oh, look, they just popped up. It seems like every time I mention them, they just appear. Leading and elected in 1. Remember that the number that the Liberals are still hoping to get to tonight is 172. That would give them a majority government and, of course, the ability, the mandate to implement their agenda much, much easier than if they're going to have to work with another party. But what we're seeing tonight is really the story of what this election has been. Largely a two-party race and the collapse of the Bloc and the NDP's vote right now. I want to talk maybe a little bit about popular vote and whether it matters here. I'm just looking at our dashboard. The Liberals are at 44.7%. The Conservatives at 40.6%. And I would just note that you know, these numbers are so big, right? They are so big compared to what you would normally see in an election. 2015, for instance, Justin Trudeau won his majority with 39.47% of the popular vote. That is, I guess, just because we're in this two-party race. Is that how I should read that, Chantal?
Yeah, you should also wait to have the full score.
Yes, of course.
What you're getting is a lot of those Alberta Conservative votes that are kind of
pushing theirs up,
raising the numbers for the Conservatives. But having said that, yes, it is. Both numbers are way too high for the kind, and that's why when you look at the seats and the possibility of a majority government, it's really hard to have a minority government if you do not have a strong third-party presence. And at this point, yes, the Bloc looks like it's going to get 23, 24 seats, but still, we're used to parliaments where minority rule means many parties that have an official party status.
Yes.
And at this point, that's not where we're going tonight. So I'm curious to see how the night unfolds.
Yeah.
I notice there are still loads of places where the vote is barely being counted.
Yes, there are probably half a dozen places where, no, 24 places where it has barely been counted. Worth remembering here.
Which is funny because if you take 1 dozen and flip those to the Conservative, then it's a 5-seat race.
4 parties with official party status, we look like we're going down to 3. I don't really believe there are loads of new Democrat votes hidden in those uncounted votes.
No, we might get to 4. Does that concern anyone that
I think
that there is
best case scenario for Conservatives, if I were to put a bet on it right now, would be lose within 10.
In terms of what that means for democracy, Andrew?
I don't think
That's a
it's
best
good
case
thing
for
or
them.
bad thing on its own.
Lose within 10,
again, you
purely
get the
because
issue of
NDP
how
fell
representative
apart.
is the popular vote in that regard? How well represented is it in terms of the number of seats?
Yeah.
But ultimately, the electorate is going to decide whether they want to have a multiplicity of parties or maybe in the present circumstances. That's the question is this a one-off or does this represent a greater degree of change? We've seen the NDP written off before they came back. We've seen the Liberals written off
Bloc
before.
too, yeah.
We've seen the Bloc.
Yeah.
So these are enduring brands and you know, the wheel goes full circle and they may come back.
Chantal, then Althea.
On the NDP, they went from no official party status in '93 to decade or 2 later, I admit, but they still, at some point, they had presence across the country, from Atlantic Canada to BC, including Quebec. So that possibility is still there. Do not assume that a victory for the Liberals tonight is necessarily a Liberal reign for all times.
No.
At some point, the seeds of change will come back and they might have a better chance to bloom.
Yeah, and Liberals probably shouldn't assume that either. Andrew, and then Althea.
But one thing I think we should be looking for is not just, you know, will they get over the majority, will BC put them over the top, but also how will the Liberals do in Western Canada? One of the things people have been very worried about, some people, is will another Liberal victory cause Westerners, and some Westerners anyway, to give up on Canada? I should note that the numbers coming in BC and Alberta are looking pretty close to what the polling numbers were suggesting, and the polling
There is a 13-seat gap,
better,
people.
at least in the
13
popular vote in those
seats.
provinces, better than they have since 1968.
And they've already called it a Liberal victory, and there's a 13-seat gap. Okay.
Attempts to portray this as the West.
All you need is 7 seats where the Liberals are leading to flip, and suddenly you've got a Conservative minority government.
We're quite concerned about, which is why Mr. Carney spent the last day going to Saskatchewan, going to Alberta.
I don't know if that's likely, but
to grab seats that they
it's literally 7 seats
it's not a thing
will
about
determine it
democracy if there
at
are
this
no
point.
parties, smaller parties in the House. I think it's just, if the balance of power is the Bloc Québécois, it is an opening for the Conservatives to say that it's an illegitimate coalition, much like they did in 2008, which basically means that we will have another election.
But it's not a coalition. It's just one party helps another, right?
Right, but how, they framed the last supply and confidence agreement as a coalition.
The
just
Bloc
because
isn't about to sign a supply and confidence agreement
of course
with anyone.
not. They will do issue by issue as they always have, as they have always communicated. But that will not stop the Conservative Party from framing it in that way.
Right.
And I think it will make it very difficult, especially if Mr. Poilievre remains the Conservative leader, because I don't see areas where, although there actually are lots of policy areas where they could get together, I don't see the personalities leading to cooperation in the House of Commons, which basically just means that we will have an election, if it is a minority government and the Bloc has a balance of power, either later this year or next year.
But at that level, if the NDP doesn't even need official party status, it can have a share of the balance of power. Let's agree that we are not yet in those scenarios where the Bloc was going to become the official opposition, and then I was going to hold a knife to the throat of the government. That's not what's happening.
No, I got to get to David Cochrane here. He's got some stuff from the 905.
Well, look, this is part of the reason why we are where we are. You see the Liberal number actually retreating a little bit. Right now, they are only at 65 seats in Ontario. They are down 10, down 11. And I'm going to look at the Greater Toronto area, and this gives you a sense of where we are right now. So you can see here, Mississauga is blue, a Brampton is blue, another Brampton is blue. So Peel region has been breached by the Conservatives at this point in time. As we were saying earlier, this is the gate that they need to break down and get closer to the downtown part of Toronto if they're going to make it more of a game at the top line numbers, but certainly in Ontario. And the Liberals are having a little bit of a struggle, at least at this hour of the night. Similar story, there we go, in Vaughan Woodbridge. This is a Conservative-held seat. Thornhill, that's Melissa Landsman. But York Centre, this is another Liberal seat that is blue at the moment. And in Richmond Hill, Aurora, Oak Ridge is a Newmarket, Aurora. York region and Peel region. The Liberals felt pretty good about Peel region. There was some top-line polling suggesting that it was tightening up there as you got towards Election Day. And you are seeing that also up in the York region, which is what the Liberals were the most worried about in their seats in Ontario. But an interesting thing developing as well here in southwestern Ontario, because look, the Conservative number is 144. Like, that's way up for Pierre Poilievre. Like, that is a big increase in the seats, at least at this point in the night. In the NDP, from Hamilton to London to Windsor right now, those are blue. The conventional wisdom was the collapse of the NDP vote would elect Liberals. But if the Liberals and the NDP both are strong second and third, the Conservatives could come up the middle. That may be what is happening in those areas. And just going back to the GTA, I know this was a concern up in the York region here, was that the NDP vote dropping would help the Liberals run up the score in the downtown Toronto core where they're going to win just by larger margins. But there were not really any NDP vote to be gained in a lot of these 905 outer areas. And that would just, you would have a false sense of how viable you were in those ridings, and you would see Conservatives flip those blue. So the Liberals, still early yet in Ontario, but vote inefficiency not playing in their favor as they are down double-digit seats in a province that pollsters from start to finish had them up double-digit points, right?
But that, again, speaks to what we're talking about around the popular vote and the seat efficiency. Nothing is working as it normally would in an election. That's what's happening, right?
Yes, and Donald Trump obviously disrupted this entire election. I mean, the U.S. president makes about $400,000 US a year. The Liberals should probably book that as a campaign expense, given the way that it's helped them throughout this thing. But, until we get sort of the urban votes in mass number to know exactly how the cities of Canada are going to vote, and the suburbs of Canada are going to finally vote, and of course British Columbia, it's hard to know if they're going to get there. But the vote efficiency that has helped the Liberals win the 2019 federal election and win the 2021 federal election, despite losing the popular vote, at this stage, we're not yet seeing that. Now, they're starting to tick back up. They're in 161 right now. Them and the New Democrats and the Greens, Rosie, that's a majority. You got a bingo right there. But, that's a whole lot of work that still needs to be sorted out at this point of the night.
Okay, thank you so much for that, David Cochrane. If you're just tuning in, we have, in fact, called a Liberal government with Mark Carney as Canada's 24th Prime Minister. He also has been elected for the very first time in his life in the riding of Nepean. We are waiting to see whether it's a minority or a majority, so we're going to go to Adrian now, who's got some results, projected results, maybe that will help us get there.
Indeed. So we're looking at a projected elected, the only one that is a flip in Ontario so far. That is Toronto St. Paul's with Lesley Church. Again, the only projected elected flip for the Liberals so far in Ontario. Wouldn't it be interesting to talk to Lesley Church? Well, why don't we do that? Let's talk to Eli Glaster, who is in Toronto St. Paul's with Lesley Church. Hello, Eli.
Yeah, Adrian, so we are here in our room crammed with volunteers, and here she is, Lesley Church. Congratulations. I want to know from you that very close loss to Don Stewart back in June, and then to pick up the campaign and start again. How was it different when you started knocking on doors for now a second time?
Well, the difference was really Trump and Mark Carney. Donald Trump, I think, has really set the stakes for this election in a way that people understood at the doors. And the change of leadership. Mark Carney came in as a fresh new, experienced leader for the Liberal Party, and I think people were looking for that too. So that really changed the playing field. And also it was more time to do the outreach that we needed, to hear from people heading into a general election as opposed to a by-election. And I think that was really important. So I'm deeply, deeply grateful for the result tonight.
You lost in the by-election to the Conservative Don Stewart, a small margin of votes of just over 600. Now here you are. How are you feeling this evening?
I feel very good. I feel so grateful for the trust that the community of St. Paul's has put in me. I'm so grateful for the team. We've had just people coming out in this election in ways that I've never seen before, getting involved because of what's at stake. And so I really hope to continue that engagement as we go forward.
I understand people were coming to your campaign manager when he was out putting out signs, something like 4 times the amount of requests for signs. So there really was, this time as opposed to the by-election, a bit of an uphill battle. A lot of voters talking about Justin Trudeau, not so happy, but a different atmosphere this time.
Well, look, the world has changed, and St. Paul's feels that. And so it's absolutely true. We had people coming in literally off the street, getting involved in their first campaign of their lives, saying this matters, this is going to be the most important election of my lifetime in Canada. And we're proud to be part of a party that is pushing a positive agenda, that wants to build a better future here, and most importantly wants to stand up for Canada in the face of Donald Trump. I mean, that was just an existential threat that really loomed over all of this election.
All right, thank you for making time for us.
You're welcome. Thank you.
There you go, Lesley Church. Here at Toronto St. Paul's, very dramatic riding, bit of a bellwether, bit of a wake-up call for the Liberals when the by-election, a big surprise when Don Stewart won just a very small margin, but as you're seeing from those results,
There's still well over 10 million votes to be counted.
when she came downstairs and entered,
Crikey, probably closer to 13 or 14 million.
As we were hearing from the organizers when they were out on the street, when they were knocking
12 to
on
13
doors,
probably.
the thing they were hearing again and again was Trump and the tariffs, and those concerns has brought this red wave back.
Like a tiny minority of the votes are being counted. Like, this is just silly that they've already called it.
Now, once again.
Okay, all right, Eli.
Like, it's not like the leads
Lesley Church
are
That's the story of
massive
Fortress Toronto, but if you go
in some of
outside
these
Toronto,
places they're
it's a
leading.
different
Because if they
story.
were, they
Let's
would have
look at what
called
is
them like they are in
happening
other
the Greater
places.
Toronto area used to be known as the Greater Trudeau area for the hold the Liberals had on it, but look at what's happening now. Liberals are down 9 seats, seats that they're not leading in. Conservatives are up 9. That is not what they were hoping for. What's happening in particular ridings? So let's look at Newmarket, Aurora here. This was the second slimmest margin of victory for the Liberals. Last time they hoped they would hang on to it, they are not. Let's look at Brampton. I spent a lot of time in Brampton. Even though this is a place affected by tariffs, everybody there talked about affordability and crime. They were very nervous. That may explain some of what you're seeing here with the Conservatives with the 419 vote lead. One more I want to look at here. This is Milton East, Halton Hills South. Brand new riding in Ontario. It was projected that it would be very close with the Liberals, and yet with only 43 polls reporting, the Conservatives have a lead there of 528. If at the end of the night we are talking about a Liberal minority and not a Liberal majority, you might want to look at...
Now, at the end of the night, you might be talking about a Conservative minority, you silly sausages.
Thank you so much, Adrian. I should tell you there are 5 ridings where we don't have any information yet at all. No data.
Really?
But you can see there are 2 greens on the board there, and just to give
You're
you a
joking.
sense of who those are, not confirmed, projected elected, but leading. That is both in Kitchener Centre with Mike Morris and with, of course, the co-leader Elizabeth May in Saanich Gulf Islands. We'll, of course, keep you posted on whether those hold. Let's go over to Ian, though, now with some results.
Yeah, Rosie, counting is slow in a lot of the British Columbia ridings, but I do want to take a look at what the seat change looks like at this point. And keep in mind, a lot of the seats in British Columbia are not projected to be done, to be elected, but still in play. But you can see both Conservatives and Liberals up by 3 each, and that's at the expense of the NDP. Let's look at some examples of what's leading to the potential seat change. Langley Township, Fraser Heights. What's interesting to me about this is John Aldag, who
Oh,
used
wow.
to be
4 of
running
193
again
with a
here,
lead of 66.
is how his share of the vote has just soared.
Oh,
It's gone from
calm down.
40% in the last election in this riding to 48.3%.
Calm down.
And so
That's one that could easily
it's not
bounce
coming
back the other
inexpensive.
way.
Conservatives, they have almost
And
exactly the same
then-
support right now. It's early, I know, as they did in 2020.
And then all of a sudden, you only need 6 more.
Their vote has collapsed from
Like, if there are
almost
7 or 8
20%
seats like that, you have a
Vancouver
Conservative minority
Kingsway.
government.
If you know BC politics at all or follow the NDP closely, this will be, really surprising to see Don Davies, the longtime incumbent, in second place. It's only a lead of 13, but we'll keep an eye on Vancouver Kingsway. Interesting to see that result. And in Richmond Centre, again.
But then again,
count's
same
pretty
same
small.
same
It's been
case
a
here,
long
right?
time
It's very
to
easily
count
can go
votes
the other
in
way
a lot
again.
of in a lot of the
But
British Columbia ridings. But you
to think they called it
the
like an hour ago,
Wilson
half an hour,
now
45
in
minutes ago.
second place, and the Conservatives
Ludicrous.
right now in a small,
Ludicrous.
but still interesting lead. Lots of churn.
Like, if they called it
when you start
now,
early counting
you could
candidates
rationalize
in
it
British Columbia.
maybe a
And lots of
smidge.
close races too.
But like,
And
it's
we'll show you
closer
a
now
little
than it
more
was
about
an hour
how
ago
close
when they
some of
called
those
it.
races are and why the numbers at the bottom of your screen are moving back and forth so dramatically, and indeed why we have yet to be able to call what kind of government Canadians have elected here. Right now, the Liberals leading or elected in 156. Remember, it's 172 you need for a majority. Conservatives ticking up to 148, Bloc at 25, NDP at 10, and the Greens now back down to 1. That shows you, as Ian was just talking about there, a lot of churn. A lot of things still moving here, and that means that we're going to take our time to
I think
call
she's
what
worried.
kind
Look
of
at her
government
face.
Canada will end up with by the end of the night. We know it will be Liberal. We don't
She was
know
looking
whether it's
very relaxed
minority or
45 minutes
majority.
ago.
Catherine Cullen, you have some results.
Yeah, let's look at some places where the numbers are starting to firm up. In this case, we're going to be looking particularly at Quebec and what is happening with the Bloc vote. You can see there the vast
Firm up,
majority
you
of
sure
the
about that?
benefit there is going to the Liberals with that one Conservative seat. But some of this is less tentative now. We're going to look at 3 examples of projected elected seats, and they're all pretty interesting, starting with LaSalle and Verdun. Of course, we talked about earlier.
That's
that
a done.
famous by-election where the Bloc got into that Liberal stronghold. Well, no more. Claude Gay, projected elected in LaSalle.
Well, here's the thing, right? So
Let's move over to
it hasn't
Châteauguay-les-Jardins de
quite
Naperville,
updated
where
on the
Patrick
screen that
Lambert
I've got up for you
lost
right now.
12 votes last time
But the
around.
gap is currently
This time it is
6.
Liberal star candidate Natalie Provost, who is projected elected in that seat. And finally,
6.
in Rivière-des-Mille-Îles, the Bloc incumbent Luc Desilets will not be winning the day. Linda Lapointe projected
7.
elected in that riding. So giving you a sense, Rosie, of how some of those numbers are firming up in this case. These are not just early numbers. Now we're projecting elected.
And that really tells the story about what's happening in Quebec. The Bloc down, and the Liberals picking things up there, which could help them on their road to seeing if they form a minority or a majority government. Where are we going next here? Oh, let's check in with the panel. Yes, Arif Irani.
Well, I just think
Arif Irani put his hand up, so I should have known that's where we were going next.
Rosie, I think what's important is that sort of understanding sort of the optimism and the aspirational component of the election, right? You've talked about it yourself during the course of this evening. Mark Carney was not a polished politician. I think the fact that he wasn't a polished politician actually allowed him to present himself as a fresh face to Canadian voters, but he was also very ambitious and very confident, right? Going into ridings like Saskatchewan, where we've been talking about Destinity tonight, working on his French for that French language debate, showing that optimism that we can maybe take seats on Vancouver Island. A lot remains to be determined, but I think that optimism was telling, and I think that started to become a bit infectious. And as you saw, as the campaign rollout happened with the advertising, for example, he was front and center on almost everything. And then you saw Pierre Poilievre conversely sort of resiling a bit and sometimes being replaced by Stephen Harper, which is a bit antithetical to that change narrative. You're talking about a guy who was the Prime Minister 10 years ago. So I think that's important to sort of understand in terms of what's been taking place here. And what I heard from folks in the 416, in the 905, is that that message that Carney was offering was really resonating. So I heard that from James Maloney in Etobicoke Lakeshore. I heard that from people such as Cream Bardisi, and I will just a personal shout out to Tayakon Park Delhi.
By the way, the numbers are closer than it looks on your screen right now.
And that's a
158 to 147.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're right to point out that issue of leaders' favorability, because that obviously may have been a factor here as well. What I'm not going to
I think there's some issues with the actual website at the moment. Not updating properly.
That's who he is for the rest of his life. Yeah.
Well, and if people thought he was going to run as a high-minded technocrat, I think
Just look at that for a bit.
He was very much a political animal.
Yes.
He's been after this job for years. He was quite capable of being economical with the truth, quite capable of putting forward policies that were vaporous on observation, you know, he played the game for good or ill. So
well, he also got good just at talking to people and doing rallies. And
Yeah, that
you were out with him for a
website
He
while.
got a lot better. Like the
crashed,
first 2
man.
weeks of the campaign,
I think it's just getting too much traffic.
The last two is just astronomical. Like
dead.
he has really
Just gonna close it. We don't need it.
fine-tuned his skills
Keep the
as
map
a
up.
politician, as a public speaker. I don't want to defend the Conservatives on this panel or any political party, but I mean, I do think that a lot of Conservatives have also pinned their hopes and dreams on Pierre Poilievre. And they feel like, just as so many progressives feel, that Mark Carney is the one to lead them out of the threat of Donald Trump. So many Conservatives and new members of the Conservative Party feel that Pierre Poilievre is the person that is going to make them wealthier and reduce crime and get rid of the homeless on the streets. And you know, I do feel that there has been a lot of projection of aspirations on political leaders in this election.
And that can be dangerous. Obviously, Prime Minister Carney started with lower expectations, but I think what's really quite amazing is that learning curve and how quickly he adapts and how quickly he could pivot from being a leading banker in two different sort
Just
of
moving up
states to an elected representative, because it's difficult, let alone in a different language that isn't his mother tongue. And I think the Quebec electorate has responded to that.
Chantal.
Talking about the Quebec electorate, if you look at the province that did deliver, what the Liberals
I mean,
needed
there is
tonight,
a 9-seat
it was
gap.
Quebec. Take away
8.
those 9 gains, and we are in.
And they called it an hour ago.
It's a territory, the one where we
It keeps
never
getting
got to
closer.
sleep tonight, because we're still waiting to figure it out.
Well, that could still happen. Let's be clear.
And what was but the feature that caused this? Yes, there was the Trump factor, but it was Pierre Poilievre's lack of popularity in Quebec.
Yes.
If Quebecers had not been so viscerally opposed to Pierre Poilievre, the Quebec results for the Bloc would not be as bad as they are.
Yeah.
And the Liberals would not be sitting with not a very big lead on the Conservatives seat-wise.
Yeah, no, not a very big lead at all. We'll see where that goes. But if you see that kind of tight, if we're heading towards a minority and is that tight, my gosh, that's not a very stable time for anybody. David, you got some stuff you want to talk about there?
Look, Rosie, I think the political science term for that is a parliament from hell. But what's happening right now is the stories in Ontario, folks. I mean, look, the Liberals have been projected to win the most seats here tonight, but they are down in Ontario, not just below where we thought they needed to be for the path of majority. They're just flat out down. And like, let's go through some of the regions here. The NDP vote is nowhere in Ontario, but a lot of it's going Conservative. So we've seen the Conservatives moving into the Peel region here and like gaining seats in the York region. But what's also interesting is if you go to southwestern Ontario, look at this. Windsor right now is blue. London Fanshawe is blue. I believe Kitchener.
Oh my God! It's 4 seats the difference, mate.
Is blue right now.
What is this?
If you go into the Hamilton area, we're going to see some of that there as well. Look, there's no orange in Hamilton, but in Hamilton Centre, there's a Conservative in the lead right now. So this is the top line numbers, and sort of the conventional wisdom of this election has been that the NDP vote collapse would just all huddle around Mark
ridiculous.
Carney as the new progressive party.
Hey Jackson, I'm back. I see that the tables are turning and the Conservatives are starting to close in. Yeah, exactly.
Or at least the orange
These people are silly.
because the dynamics where red and orange are pretty strong seconds and
2:14 p.m., about an hour ago, they called it for the Liberals. Since then, we now find ourselves in this position where, albeit the Liberals could expand this lead back with a few changes, but there is 4 seats in it. It is impossible at this stage to two
is what I'm told right now. They're down 13
and they called it an hour ago.
Have 59 Conservatives.
These people are lunatics, honestly.
So the Liberals are losing seats to the
Canada and their
Conservatives in Ontario.
conservative
The NDP are
derangement
losing
syndrome.
Seats to the Conservatives in Ontario, and look at that. It's 154 to 152 right now. Like we're getting close to a tie. Rosie.
Okay, Althea, you want in there, and then Andrew, and then I'm going to get some more results.
2 things. One, I don't think we actually know enough at this moment because we don't know what the advanced polls are, and there was such a huge turnout for the Liberals. So I don't know, but a lot of the ridings that Mark Carney went to in the last week, like Newmarket, Aurora, King Vaughan, those are all blue at the moment, and I think a lot of the major issues there are crime, and the Liberals really did not speak to a lot of people's anxieties on that. The other thing that you're seeing in Edmonton Centre, in Windsor West, in London Fanshawe, is that the Liberals decided to go after basically NDP incumbents to get to their majority, and Progressives did not know who to vote for. We talked about this at the beginning of the show. And so these are not naturally Conservative seats at all, but the Liberal and the NDP have split the vote, and the Conservative is coming in.
Yeah, Andrew, and then Arif, and then I'm going to take a...
Well, these are remarkable numbers at this point. Now, I know a lot can change. I know we've got the advance poll. I know that there's probably more urban votes to come in. But a lot of seats are going to have to flip from where they are now to get the Liberals to a majority. And I would certainly only say, let's not equate minority government with instability or parliament from hell. You know, this is, there's, you know, even in a crisis, there's two ways in which you can have stability in a crisis. One is one party wins a majority of the vote and just rams everything through. Another is the parties figure out they have to work together.
Yeah, I agree. But look at these two parties.
Put aside politics as usual.
Do you see Pierre Poilievre working with Mark Carney?
We'll have to see.
Yeah.
I mean, he believes that the role of the opposition is to oppose. Like, that is how he attacked the NDP in the last
But look, if things get really hairy with Trump, the electorate will be in an unforgiving mood for anybody who's seen to be just playing politics as usual. I think we've seen that the electorate has adjusted their metrics as to how they look at people when they're really scared about things.
Maybe. Quickly, Arif Ronnie, then I got to go to Catherine Cullen.
Well, I'll agree with a bit of what Althea said, but just politely push back. So on the point about the advanced polls coming out, that we still need to wait for that. There's no doubt. I think the conversation with respect to crime has absolutely happened by Mark Carney, by the platform that he put out. It talks about things like gun control. It talks about things like investments in officers.
This is how out of touch Liberals are with what people actually worry about with respect to crime. I mean, I know it's Canada. They've got a different stance on guns than the US, but still.
To the highest office.
Okay.
I don't think guns are the primary issue, let's be real.
That's what's got us all worked up here, because things are moving around very quickly and things are very close. And so...
things are very close, and yet you called it an hour ago, you silly sausage.
What kind is anyone's guess? Catherine Cullen.
Yeah, and you see the...
Jackson says, regarding Trump, though his governance style, strong nationalism would be good for Canada, I fear that if Canada was theoretically a 51st state, Canadians would sway the overall vote to the left. Oh, 100%. 100%. Their population's also a smidge too big to be a... If they made it split it into 52 states, probably pretty good. 20 mil a state, something like that.
Yes, I do, Catherine. And when it was brought up on screen that he was elected
I mean,
again in his
40 mil is okay for a
crowd
state.
erupted. And I'm here with Alexander Boulevard. What's that feeling like?
It's bouncing around a lot, isn't it? But that just shows you it can go from a 13 lead to a 2-seat lead and then back out to 7.
So it is going to be a Liberal government. What are your feelings about that?
You know, at least it's not a Conservative government, and we showed in the past that we can negotiate with the Liberals and get concrete results for Quebecers, like dental care. So we will continue that kind of work in Ottawa. It's not going to be easy, but I don't know what will be the end of this evening. It's quite exciting.
What do you want Quebecers and Canadians to know now that you are going back to the House of Commons to serve them?
You know, I will be there to talk for their issues, you know, grocery, housing, the cost of living. We will continue to fight for working families, and we will have a close look on the Liberals and Mr. Carney.
So you are happy, your fans here are happy, your volunteers are happy. What is it like seeing your party not do so well tonight, though?
It's difficult. It's a rough night for the NDP in general. We'll see at the end of the evening. But it was difficult from the beginning because of Mr. Trump changed everything. But we will continue to be there for Quebecers and Canadians.
Thank you very much and congratulations.
Thank you.
Back to you, Catherine.
Thank you very much for that, Quabina. The CBC's Quabina Oduro in Rosemont Le Petit Patrie. And I will note, Rosemary, I believe as of right now, Mr. Boulevard is the only actually projected elected NDP candidate in the country. There are obviously a number of races where they're leading, but that's the only one the CBC's decision desk has said is a go.
Okay, so again, at the bottom of your screen there, 156 to 149, but those numbers keep bouncing around back and forth, and that's because we still have so many ridings where we do not have a projected elected, and that's what's going to happen until we get things a little more solidified. As David was pointing out, some of the numbers in Ontario may shift a bit still, with advanced polls being counted and what have you. So we might be in for a long evening here. It is late already, but we might be in for a lot longer. Chantal, it looked like you wanted to say something there.
I'm looking at the what's available for Carleton.
Yes.
You talk about Ontario ridings not being, there are not that many polls counted.
No.
But at this point, the Liberal candidate is ahead of Mr. Poilievre.
Yeah.
But that's mostly an illustration. I believe the end result will be a lot tighter than what I'm seeing. But it gives you an idea of how long we might be here before we have some final sense of what's happening.
Yeah.
It's,
Yeah.
It seems to me that the vote counting is slower than usual.
It might be.
In many regions of the country. Carleton is a special case because it's got 91 candidates on the ballot.
But, we don't know what the turnout is. If the turnout is anyway what the advance polls was, if that is reflected in the general...
Sorry, Jackson, I only just saw that.
to be counted.
So therefore, Canada can stay its liberal self and will see how its policies bear in the long term when compared to the US. Yeah, pretty much.
Are all calculated at the
ahead
same
of time. Yeah.
Had well over 1,000 viewers now, folks. Thank you very much for everyone that's tuned in along the way. 20 of you currently here. Thank you very much.
Kind of gives you a more stable basis.
Anyone that's not in New Zealand, I'm a New Zealand based politics focused creator. I like to cover elections when I can. Previously did the US election and today Canada. May do Australia this coming weekend as well, depending on the times.
Okay, what am I doing here? I'm going to show you. Oh, here we go. This is Carleton here, as Chantal was
Crikey.
just saying. A lead of 1,400 for the Liberals. But that could be...
You expect that to bounce back, though, don't you?
If they were counted first. Yeah, and only 10 polls reporting. So we're nowhere near...
That'll bounce back.
...calling anything in that riding. But that is why things are so... I'm not going to say volatile, but they are... unusual and different.
They are bouncing around like crazy. 10 minutes ago, the Liberals only had a 2-riding lead.
Ian, you've got some results.
20 minutes before that, they led by 13 plus. And now it's back out to 10.
Not been completed. At least the picture is a lot clearer there.
Saskatchewan. I'll tell you right now, if the Liberals win, it's purely because the NDP decided to abandon ship and back the Liberals. That'll be it. That'll be the deciding factor here.
Into a significant change in terms of seats, although even winning one seat in Saskatchewan for the Liberals is significant because it'll be the first time that they've done this since 2015. And the seat we're talking about, and we've mentioned it many times tonight, Desnefe, Mississippi, Churchill River, Buckley Bélanger is going to Ottawa. He's been a provincial Liberal. He's been a provincial NDP MLA. He ran unsuccessfully for the Liberals last time around. Redistribution changed this riding and made it look a lot more favorable for the Liberals. And of course, the Liberals have won there. But in the cities, Regina and Saskatoon, this is a province that does not have a truly urban riding. So the ridings include the suburbs and the city core. Makes it difficult for the progressive parties to beat the Conservatives. And look at Andrew Scheer, the former Conservative leader. No surprise that he's won Regina Capel by a huge margin. And Regina Capel is where the CBC's Adam Hunter is tonight. Adam, I know you're an expert on things political in Saskatchewan, so you can take this in any direction you want. What's the headline tonight in Saskatchewan?
I think a crack in the blue wall for the Conservative Party. They held with that share vote you showed, Ian, very impressively, but the Liberals gaining that seat in the north is not insignificant. They'll be happy about that. Here in Regina, they were hoping to pick up some steam, maybe Regina-Wascana, Ralph Goodale's former seat. That didn't come to pass as of yet, and you showed us Andrew Scheer's result. No surprise there. Andrew Scheer winning for the 8th time. The class of 2004 coming in at the same time as
Jackson says, at CBS's caption at the bottom states, CBS News projects, I just checked Stuff's website and it says Canada's Liberals win 4th straight term after attacks from Trump. Well, yeah, you can't trust Stuff to say anything bloody intelligent, can you?
It's a bit surprising and
I mean, they're literally saying they win when it's not even statistically guaranteed they win. 10 minutes ago, Liberals only led by 2, with a very statistical possibility that it would be very much a Conservative lead. Now, I still think that the Liberals are more likely than not to have the minority, but
very significant.
Calling it at 2:15 our time, which is an hour and 10 minutes ago. Ridiculous.
Hunter, thank you very
Absolutely
much
ridiculous.
For, giving us the lay of the land in Saskatchewan. Rosemary.
Okay, thanks for that, Ian. Let me show you what's going on at the bottom of your screen there. And that is a whole lot of nothing definitive, basically. 157 leading and elected for the
Well, if
Liberals,
it's not
149 for
definitive,
the Conservatives.
then how could you
Lots
call the
of
race an hour
sticking
ago?
around that number now that most of the counting is done in Quebec. The NDP at 10 and the Greens at 1, and I believe that's Saanich Gulf Islands at this stage. So. we
And
are
it's back
waiting
to
be
6.
able to give you a
Oh,
better
it's
sense
tightening
of,
back up
what
again.
kind of
Like,
government Mark Carney will
and I mean,
be
you look at
in
these
his,
things, right?
New mandate, where he is an elected prime minister. Not
On
just
the
one,
bottom right corner,
leadership.
some of
That
these
is
races are
Liberal
much
headquarters,
closer
where there was a lot of excitement earlier in the night
than you may
when it was
think.
declared that they would form government, but right now they are waiting to see what exactly.
Like, as you can see, it's just
that
bouncing
is.
around so much.
And I guess we're on there too. So Ashley Burke, let's hear from you. I think you have a guest with you. And I guess we're on there too.
I do, and there's a lot of people in the room watching these election results really closely, nervous about whether or not it'll be a majority or a minority government. With me is David Lemeny, the former Justice Minister and Attorney General of Canada. He left the government last year. He's a longtime friend of Mark Carney and has been providing informal advice to him throughout his campaign. Mr. Lemeny, can you just talk about how you're feeling seeing the results come in, especially that projection for the first seat in Saskatchewan?
Look, I'm really happy that Mark Carney will continue to be Prime Minister of Canada. I think that's critical. I'm really happy that in the riding I used to represent, Claude Gay has won that riding back for the Liberal Party. And I'm glad that Buckley Bélanger has won a seat in Saskatchewan. I think that's critically important for the government's credibility to be able to have support in all regions of the country. So I'm really pleased about that. Obviously, there are a lot of close races that we would want to see the end of. Hopefully our numbers will go up a little bit when the advanced polls come in Ontario and other places. But look, if you had asked me in December if these numbers were possible, I would have said no. With Mark Carney in place, we've got these numbers, we've got government, we can serve Canadians, we can stand up to Mr. Trump. There's so much we can do that we couldn't do last November, last December.
Right now, do you still think the Liberals can win a majority tonight?
Well, there are a lot of tight races left. A lot of really tight races in Ontario. We'll see more tight races in British Columbia. We still have to wait and see the advanced polls. So let's see what happens. We know we're going to get government. Let's hope that that government is a strong one.
The vote is so divided right now. What does that say to you about the state of politics in Canada?
There's division out there, and we need to work. We need to work as a country, and we need to work as a government. Mr. Carney, Prime Minister Carney, is going to have to work as a government to be a rassembleur, to bring people together. There's a lot of misinformation out there. We need to combat that. We need to establish the ability to talk to each other again. And since I left politics, it's been a lot easier to talk to people on all sides. And it is something that we all just have to do. Every single citizen has to do it. But a government in particular has to lead, and Mr. Carney will lead us.
Thank you for your time, Mr. Lemeny.
Thanks,
That's
Ashley.
David Lemeny, the former Justice Minister here at the Liberal headquarters.
Okay, thank you, Ashley Burke. And of course, David Lemeny, a good friend of Mark Carney's, who has been advising him, is what we kind of understand, a little bit throughout this campaign. As you see Liberals there waiting to find out how this night is going to unfold. Catherine Cullen, do you have some results?
Yeah, well, Rosie, a lot of action happening on that board. So let's go to Alberta, look at some of the cities and see where some of that action is happening. I believe we are going to start here with Edmonton, Griesbach. There you go. Now, this was a rematch, right? Carrie Diot, the previous MP for this.
Jackson says, I still watch 3 News despite the bias because it's honestly amusing to see how they portray political issues, especially when I understand the whole context. Yeah, I love watching and catching them out on their bullshit.
Speaks to what is happening with the NDP numbers. Let's head over to Calgary. In Calgary Centre right now,
Like, that's very
Conservative incumbent
likely
Greg
to just
McLean
switch
is
straight
in
back.
second. This is a riding that the Liberals took in 2015, but Greg McLean has had it for some time, so we're going to want to watch the results there. Calgary Confederation.
That one,
Corey
very much
Hogan. If
swing
you're
straight
a
back.
political nerd, like some of the people in this room, cough, cough, you might know Corey Hogan from his podcast, The Strategists. Right now, he is in the lead, but he's got quite an opponent in Jeremy Nixon, somebody well known in provincial
I
politics.
don't think a majority's particularly likely here. But on the flip side, this could fling back as well. So, look, Liberal minority is likely, but it's not guaranteed.
Lots of interesting races there.
Liberal majority, very unlikely.
I want to show you a little bit of how the leaders are doing. Those are the MPs or candidates I'm tracking. Let's start with Mark Carney. As we said, he handily won his riding, my gosh, by more than 10,000 votes in Nepean. First time he has been elected to public office, first PM to never hold an elected position, and also, here's another bit of trivia, first Prime Minister born in Northwest Territories, although he grew up mostly in Alberta. Next, let's have a look at... Okay, that is Pierre Poilievre's riding of Carleton. Again, he is trailing the Liberal by 1,700 votes. Not a lot of polls reporting, and as we talked about before, advanced polls may indeed be a factor here. The longest ballot initiative, also a factor. There were 91 candidates on that ballot, but right now Pierre Poilievre trailing in his own riding. Okay, Yves-François Blanchet, we told you about that either. Also, a big lead for him, an easy win in Belleuil-Chambly as leader of the Bloc Québécois. And this is Burnaby Central. It is early still, but
this is the sort of one where you could see the Conservatives stealing it because of this
Jugmeet Singh
split
is
vote.
in third place in his own riding of Burnaby Central, the Liberal leading by 240 votes.
I'm pretty sure that Jugmeet guy is the leader,
The start of a very bad
so he's probably going to get more support than the average NDP.
And there you go, Elizabeth May. She is leading in her riding by 1,700 votes. Saanich Gulf Islands will continue to watch there. Elizabeth May, of course, has been around for a long time. She is the co-leader of the Green Party at this stage. And that's because this man, Jonathan Pedneau, is the other co-leader. He decided to run in Outremont, came in fourth. Rachel Bendayan easily re-elected in the riding of Outremont in Quebec, and one more. There you go. This is in the riding of the Beauce. You can see the Conservative there won. My gosh, that is a huge margin, 20,000 votes in the Beauce. Maxime Bernier placing third. He is still the leader of the People's Party of Canada. We'll see whether that party continues after tonight. There has been very little success for him tonight and losing badly in his own home riding of the Beauce. All right, let's go back to David Cochrane, who's got some updates and some information.
We're going to go all the way back to Newfoundland and Labrador and show you what's happening in Terra Nova and the peninsulas, and let this riding be a lesson for us throughout the night, because the Conservatives were leading in this all night. But look at this. With 2 polls left to go, the advanced polls, where the Liberals are believed to have dominated, Anthony Germain has gone from hundreds of votes back to just under dozens of votes ahead. He's got a 23-vote lead over Jonathan Rowe right now, with 268 of 270 polls reporting. We've seen some change, for example, in Nova Scotia, where Sean Fraser has moved out to a pretty big lead right now, almost 2,000 votes. But Miramichi, Grand Lake is flipping back and forth in New Brunswick, and this is all on the advanced polls. And that's going to be something we've got to watch in the GTA, for example. Rosie, as I was saying earlier, the Liberals are down about 10 seats in Ontario. There's a lot of advanced votes, they think, still to be counted in a lot of these ridings where they are losing. The vote efficiency, you would expect with them being in the 44% or wherever it is in the popular vote, is not quite showing up because they're winning these seats by bigger margins. And a lot of the NDP loss, essentially what's happened is like the Liberal surge and the NDP collapse has elected a lot of Conservatives, or at least has the Conservatives more competitive at this point in time based on the vote splits. But you go back and look at what has happened in Terra Nova, what's happened in Central Nova, the Novas basically, on the East Coast. You're seeing the power of the advance vote coming in and driving results late. So, you know, as we look at the tightening back and forth, as these results come in massive numbers, Carleton, for instance, the Pierre Poilievre riding, 43,000 advance votes in a single riding there. So there's numbers like that in the tens of thousands right across the country.
And to that end, look at what's going on now at the bottom of your screen. Things have changed pretty dramatically again. Now the Liberals shooting back up to 163 and the Conservatives dropping down to 146, the NDP dropping there as well. So that shows you a little bit, again, how fluid things are still at this hour. What the heck time is it? 11:30 Eastern. Polls have all been closed since 10 o'clock Eastern, an hour and a half half in, yes, we've said who's going to form government, but because those numbers continue to shift around a lot, because of the way this election has unfolded, really being a race between the two main parties, that is where we're at tonight. Still lots of movement there, and still not able to make a call on what kind of government you will end up with by the end of this night, or who knows, maybe early into tomorrow morning. Let's go to this result, though, that has been projected elected. Here it's coming. There you go. And that is in the riding of University Rosedale. Chrystia Freeland has been projected elected with a significant lead, more than 8,400 votes. And Chrystia Freeland joins me now. Congratulations to you, Chrystia Freeland.
Thank you, Rosie Barton.
How are you feeling about where the Liberal Party is tonight? Yes, you're going to form government again. Not sure what kind of government, but what do you make of what has been a remarkable turnaround?
I think it's a remarkable turnaround, Rosie. You know, I look back to where we were as recently as December, and you know as well as I do that at that point, people had totally written us off. People were even talking about whether the Liberals would retain official party status. And right now, you are talking about what the strength of our government will be. So to me, that is a remarkable comeback, and I really want to say kudos to our Prime Minister, Mark Carney, who showed in his few weeks as Prime Minister that he is totally up to the job, and he has been a remarkable campaigner. So this is a great night for the Liberal Party. It's a great night for Canadians. What I have experienced in my own riding, supporting 27 other candidates in Ontario and places like Saskatchewan, is Canadians recognized that this was a critical moment for our country. Canadians understood that the ballot question is who can fight.
I'll be going for 4 hours and 37 minutes, folks. Thanks for everyone that's tuned in. 1,100 of you so far, 14 currently here. Thank you very much.
How much responsibility do you take for where we are at tonight? Because one could argue that part of your move to quit is what triggered Justin Trudeau's resignation, Mark Carney's arrival. Do you take any solace in that difficult decision given where you are tonight?
No, Jackson, they're just saying that they can't definitively confirm whether or not it'll be a minority or majority. I think odds are it'll be a minority. I don't think the Conservatives are actually going to make the gains necessary to end up being the minority government, but I think it's going to be closer than what it currently looks like on your screen right now. And I do think that when they called it was far too early, given that the gap narrowed to 2. So I think it's very possible it's within 10.
Liberals who have come out and worked so hard for this result.
But yeah, I don't think for a second it'll be a Liberal majority at all.
People really getting this is an existential moment for Canada, and showing up and working hard and showing, you know, democracy, it's a noun, but we have to make it a verb. So for me, this campaign has been a really joyous experience and a moment when I have been so proud of Canada, so proud to be Canadian, and felt this real palpable wave of patriotism. Now we need to harness that patriotism and use it.
Hey, Simon, how you going? Welcome. It's extremely close, much closer than it probably was some were expecting. So these clowns here called the race an hour and a half ago when the gap was similar to what it is now, but then the gap closed to 2. And there are probably 15 to 20 seats that are still capable of flipping either way. So, yeah. It's less than 20, so if 10 flip back the other way, all of a sudden you've got a completely different outlook. You know, an hour and a half ago, they were calling it for the Liberals, and they were getting all giddy. They thought, oh, we're going to get a majority by the looks of it. And now I think majority's probably off the table. They need 8 more for that. And this lead's going to decrease, not increase, by the end. Yeah, looking more likely at like a best case scenario, 158, 140, 159 to high 140s, low 150s for the Conservatives. I think that's best case for the Libs, to be honest.
Ontario story. Let's look at this next graph, which shows how tight it has been there all night long. This is the vote share in Windsor, Tecumseh, Lakeshore. Look at that line between the Liberals and the Conservatives. This is the story that is playing out in many, many ridings across Ontario.
No worries, Simon. I've been at it for 4.5 hours. It's been good, but yeah, watching all their narratives change has been fascinating.
Tracking a little more heavily for the Liberals. Remember, a majority government, 172. The Liberals right now projected or elected in 164. Let me show you what the vote share looks like right across the country. Adrian showed you that one particular riding. Look at that.
That's stupidly close.
For the Liberals, 41.7 for the Conservatives. That is how close things are. And again, the second part of that story is as you go down your screen and you see what's happened to the Bloc and the NDP at just 5%, which is undoubtedly a devastating outcome for them. They are not yet right at official party status. Not sure whether they will get there. That is the number 12 that you have to watch for. But again,
For the Shackle Draggers, it depends what time it is. I don't like doing long live streams at certain times of the day. If I'm home alone, probably, but if not, depends on what time it is. And because it's Australia, it'll be kind of later our evening. And so, given... Wait, what day is it? If it's a Friday, then no. If it's a Saturday, then maybe. But yeah. I'll certainly give updates, but I probably won't stream or anything. TBD on that one. I'd certainly like to, but
back when it didn't look like there was really any chance of the Liberals winning, well, now next year he's not going to teach any students. He's going to be heading.
I mean, you see writings like this. It's all of these can just flip the other way. All of them. And there are a lot of them that look like this.
Old riding, so of course he was an analyst with us earlier tonight. Obviously the incumbent not running again, but Maya Tate, Mayor Sook, was seen as a star candidate, and you can see.
Okay, this Saturday, yeah, it's going to depend on a few things, but yeah, because for us it's probably going to be like results coming in from between 9 and 10 p.m. and then go. Yeah. If I'm home alone, for sure, but because the house is far too small for me to be doing this late into the night, but yeah. I need to find somewhere to live by myself, but that's not exactly easy, even if I was in full-time employment.
But still, Conservatives in the lead by just over 500 votes, Rosemary.
Okay, thank you for that, Ian. I'm going to show a couple of boards myself now to explain a little bit more of the story we're seeing tonight. This is what we call a party summary board, how they're doing right across the country at this stage in the evening. Yeah. So you can see their vote share.
But ultimately, Simon, if we had to put a Liberal victory on anything, it's the NDP just disappearing.
Down. The NDP is down in every region of the country. And let me show you where some of that has gone by showing you this next board. This is the Liberal Party. Overall, 42.6%.
Yeah.
But look at that. Look at what has happened to them on the right of your screen. Up in every single region of the country. And that explains a little bit where we are tonight. That collapse of the NDP, yes, has supported everyone, the Conservatives and the Liberals, but the Liberals really surging with some support growth, some growth in every part of the country. Let's go to David Cochrane.
Yeah, Rosie, I mean, the NDP are down by double-digit percentage points everywhere. They could go down by double-digit percentage points. The only spot where they're not are the ones where they were in the single digits to begin with. But look, the path to party status was a difficult one for the NDP coming into Jugmeet Singh's third national election. They need 12 seats to get there. It's going to be tough. They have nothing in Atlantic Canada. We know that. They do have one seat in the island of Montreal. Alexandre Boulay-Rees was re-elected in the Rosemont-La Petite-Patrie riding. That's one. He's the Eastern Canadian flank. We do have them leading in Nunavut, but I don't believe they're elected yet in Nunavut. But let's look at Ontario. Let's look at Greater Toronto Area. Olivia Chow is the mayor of Toronto. There is not a single speck of orange anywhere to see in the GTA. We go into southwestern Ontario, northern Ontario. That was Charlie Angus' seat. Right now, that is blue on our map. You go into southwestern Ontario. There was an NDP seat in Windsor. Right now, it is blue. There was one in London. Right now, it is blue. You go further east into Hamilton. There was an NDP seat. Right now, it is blue. Their vote collapsed while the Liberals have gone up. The vote inefficiency has created a path for Conservatives in a lot of seats that I'm getting texts from people in the NDP campaign saying, this is the consequence.
So the left is eating itself. Hard to believe the Liberals are where leftists are migrating to instead of from.
Either way,
yeah.
They have 2 seats basically in the north and all.
Interestingly, though, the Conservatives have eaten or have taken a bit of a smidge of that NDP vote, to be honest, in a few places. Somehow. Unless, of course, it's obviously Liberals jumping ship to Conservatives, and then obviously the NDP jumping ship to the Liberals, making up the difference, which is a bit more realistic. Which is what happened with National, right? National ate some of the Labour Party vote, and some of the National vote went to Acton NZ first. Catch my drift.
They had 13 seats in the last parliament from British Columbia. Ian talked about what's happening on Vancouver Island.
I project right now, the final result will be both the Liberals and Conservatives in the 150s. Just take it or leave it.
Island is the Narnia of Canadian politics. You got green, red, blue, and orange. Nowhere else in the country.
The Conservatives will view that as a win, though. I mean, if they just keep that, use that as momentum for the next 4 years, they'll wipe the floor with the Liberals, let's be real. Depending. It'll depend on a few things. They'll have to make a few wrong steps with the Trump administration.
In Greater Vancouver, there were 5 NDP seats.
It'll also depend who wins 2028 in the US.
He's trailing right now. The others are close.
I don't know. You'd think they'd be sick of liberalism after a while, but it's Canada.
300 votes. So these are the areas where the NDP needs to come back, Rosie, if they're going to get to the 12 seats. But the arse is out of their vote. It's up to Vancouver to put it back in there. And I don't know if they have enough time and enough ground game to get it done at this stage of the night.
Okay, thank you for that, David.
For context, folks, the NDP had 25 seats heading into this. 25.
Elizabeth May has won her riding of Saanich Gulf Islands with a significant lead, more than 2,500 votes. She was first elected in 2011. She continues to be the co-leader of the party. Her other co-leader lost in his riding in Outremont, so we'll see what that means for the future of that party. But right now, only 1 seat, and it's hers, in British Columbia. She has always been an effective parliamentarian, but obviously difficult when growth continues to elude that party.
Yeah, they are. So I was saying earlier, even if the Conservatives got a minority, they would be pretty, pretty hamstrung to pass any actual legislation, unless that was, centrist enough that the Bloc would actually be interested in supporting them. So yeah, it would be more of a, at least they're in charge, even if you can't really do much on the legislative front.
He is still lagging well behind.
Which is why there's so much merit to the US system, in my opinion, because, the president can just say, nope, 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 or, there are a bit more powers for the executive. Which is probably why it's, I don't know, I kind of have a preference towards it.
Trying to find our footing.
Yes.
It's because we've never done an election night.
That's right.
That was like this.
Welcome. I don't even want to say your name, but I saw you in my comment section a lot yesterday. Thank you very much. The Mithraic cult, mystery religion of 180 Rome, a transgender cult that permeated state and institution, was the downfall of the Roman Empire, but only went underground. Trudeau, Starmer, etc. Exactly. All of these things bubble back up to the surface eventually, and it's going to be the downfall of the West if we don't right the ship.
Hopefully will be the last time we will have an absent over the universal word on how you count those votes, so that we know what we're dealing with when we see results.
Well, and it can be done, right? Because the chief electoral officer issued that special directive for Carleton to begin counting advance votes 6 hours before because they were so long. Again, it is the choice of the returning officer, so that's what they get to decide. I guess the issue is, should they be able to decide that way? I will remember an election. Now I'm really dating myself, where Jean Charest was going to win in Sherbrooke, and it looked like he was about to lose.
Oh, the Radio Canada declared him.
The best model of government is the benevolent autocracy of Simon TV.
Subsequently,
I don't know. I don't know. Might be some merit to that, but you have a very anti-ginger stance, and given I'm a Lithuanian ginger, not sure I can get on board with that.
I do.
Because I lived through that.
Yeah. Andrew.
Yeah, I have one small concern about that, which is, to date, we have not had a lot of conspiracy theories about Canadian elections. You know
I was just thinking about this.
It's hard for people to make funny business out of it, but we did see some people talking about pens versus pencil, et cetera. And I'm certainly hoping that there won't be anybody jumping on this advanced thing where if it comes in a wave at the end and the Liberals improve their seat count, I hope that will not give rise to people saying, well, it was all because there was some funny business.
Why are you talking about it if there's nothing to worry about, sir?
But they do have special paper, so even if you use a pencil, it doesn't get erased. Just so people fact check that. But if you
Special
have
paper.
7.3 million
Wow,
votes
never heard of
in
that.
advanced polls, like something's going to happen.
Surely a fountain pen enthusiast such as yourself would know about special paper, Simon.
A lot of people who voted.
That's
a record
right.
number, yeah.
So as I say, for some people, that's going to feed some conspiracy theories.
Perhaps, yeah. Althea?
Just setting the tone for how no one's allowed to question the result. No one's allowed to question it. It's all conspiracy if you question the result.
The trickle that you normally see.
I mean, this advanced voting is very much making a difference. So, be it completely above board or otherwise, it has made a difference. Probably maybe 3 seats difference so far. Who knows?
I mean, it's just so tight. It's so tight, and whoever.
Oh no, Simon knows about special paper, everyone.
Prime Minister, but there will be a lot of.
You might have to do a whole segment on Simon TV about special paper.
Did not vote for that party.
Rip Van Winkle, welcome. Says, we are ruined. Albertan here, please just let us leave.
Yeah, I'm told we're at
Oh no.
about 38% turnout.
Desperate to leave, huh?
We are right now. So that suggests that there's a lot of ballots that have not been counted.
I'm sure Trump will entertain it.
Advance was 25%.
The 51st state of Alberta.
Nobody voted today, which I also find.
Well, yeah, they were saying at the start of the broadcast that
counted. So
the Conservatives have been leading, at least in the polls, amongst the under 40s now, but now the over 60s are supporting the Libs. So.
Into California, where it takes them a week to count the.
I don't think that's happening, but yeah.
I know you're taking breakfast orders.
Yeah.
Sunny side up.
I can get you a coffee. I don't know that I can do eggs yet. I'll get my Uber Eats out if I have to. We'll get you guys sorted. Okay. I'm going to go down to show you.
Maybe eventually the rest of your country will
all these factors that are not allowing
we'll figure it out.
To make any determination on
4 years from now, maybe. Maybe it'll be too late for you. Who knows?
To midnight Eastern here. 161 leading and elected for the Liberals. We've told you they're going to form the.
What has the turnout been like amongst the Esky Mexicans? Have there been queues outside the voting igloos? I think earlier on it was quite busy.
What is left there on your
26, very young man.
150 for the Conservative.
Every young man you know is voting Conservative because we want to buy a house. Fair enough, yeah. I think the general trend among young men is to the right, to the Conservatives. As far as Canada's concerned, I think the Conservative Party's a step in the right direction, even if some of us maybe who are more Trumpian in nature or nationalist maybe see some flaws in the Conservatives, but hey, it beats the Liberals, does it not?
That it makes it very difficult at this stage to know how the night is going to end, because all the things that we.
Well, the problem is Liberals of the modern day, they don't believe in family, so
even when it comes to
families are inherently oppressive.
Pretty evenly matched.
They hold you back.
We're going to go to Ian, who's got some results now.
Before I get to the results, I want to say one of the cool things about sitting here is that when David Cochrane uses a phrase that's very colorful from Newfoundland, and I can watch Andrew Coyne's face.
Yeah.
It was not on camera, but it was one of the most amazing moments of the evening. So good on all of you.
I'm here for a good time and apparently a long time.
Anyway, that was was really nice.
Cable.
Let's
It's after dark, right? So
let's go to Manitoba now and start with seat change in the province of Manitoba, where they've been counting for a long, long time. And you can see the Liberals up 2 at the expense of the NDP, though only one of those 2 is elected. The other one is leading. But let's take a look, first of all, in the one they're leading. We've talked about it a few times already. Nikki Ashton has been the long-time...
At least you're an Indian and came on a boat, yeah.
West, Doug Ailson,
Big Indian families. I saw one riding, and it was basically all of the candidates were Indian. I was suspecting that's probably a pretty Indian-heavy demographic in that region.
To Ottawa. I think we're going to go up north now. Yes, we are. Churchill Kiwatanuk Aski and the longtime MP Nikki Ashton is trailing by quite a bit. So we don't have enough information there to declare this riding, but you can see it's a big and solid lead for Rebecca Chartrand, who lost this riding by a small margin to Nikki Ashton way back in 2015. And let's look at the perfect bellwether, the riding of Winnipeg South, which since I think 1988, the winner of this riding is also a member of the government. It happens time and time again, and it's happened again. Terry Duguid is leading, or actually has been declared.
CBC is literally the definition of propaganda. They are so biased to the Liberals because they fund them and spread misinformation. Yeah, no doubt. Being from New Zealand, I don't know who was a good broadcaster. Honestly, no common media is going to be particularly in favor of the right, are they? So I just like their graphics will do the trick. Plus, I'm very contrarian, so if they're going to be biased, then that just makes it easier for me to respond to them.
Well, I thought we were always in the game, but it's been a very decisive victory tonight, and I'm very grateful to the people of Winnipeg South and these amazing
Lighting's all messed up in my room again. Oh well.
behind us. So
a decisive victory here, but not a decisive victory nationwide. What do you make of the very close margin here and the fact that you've fallen short of a majority?
Well, it was a very hard-fought race. The polls were very, very close all throughout the election campaign. But compared to where we were a few months ago, I think we can be very, very happy about the result tonight.
So in a couple of months, if these results hold and you're sitting there in the House and the Bloc Québécois votes with you for the first time, what will your response be to the Conservatives who say this is yet another coalition?
Well, I think we have to respect the will of the Canadian people. They give us the Parliament that they give us. We have a responsibility to work with all parties in the House, and we will do that. NDP, Bloc, Conservatives. You know, our country is under threat right now from our neighbor to the south, so we need to work together to stand strong for Canadians.
Terry, thanks very much for taking the time here.
All right, Bartley, thank you very much. And we have the CBC projected that the Liberals will form government, and we have not yet had a projection as to whether that government will be majority or minority. Still a lot of counting to be done. Rosemary.
That's right. Okay, thank you, Ian.
Is New Zealand decent for me to do a working holiday in? I need to go disappear for 2 years. I mean, we won't say no, especially to Canadians desperate to leave. We won't say no. Is it the best place? Probably not. I mean, we've got a conservative. We don't have a conservative government, but the government is the equivalent of a conservative government in Canada. We have some parties who would be regarded as right-wing conservative, not having as much influence as we'd like. But it is what it is. It'll be superior to Canada for sure. But whether or not you find a job to maintain that working holiday, I mean, there'll be something for you, no doubt. Depends what type of work you're interested in, but it's not as easy as it would have been a few years ago.
Honestly, first of all,
like pre-COVID.
So much to all of the people of Edmonton, Strathcona, who were kind enough to send me back to Ottawa. And, you know, I'm going to still do the same thing tomorrow that I've done every single day since I was elected in 2019.
I mean, we've got an election next year where the hope is to stick it to our conservative alternative and give our kind of, well, our People's Party of Canada type vibe, although not as right wing, a bit more of the share. That's the aim. At least a more a more limited government approach. So
People are voting out of a sense of hope and optimism.
that's the aim.
You say you have the best candidates in the city, but unfortunately for your party, Blake Desjardins lost his seat to Carrie Diot in Edmonton-Griesbach. In terms of being the orange spot in Alberta at the moment, I mean, how do you represent the West when you go back to Ottawa when there is such strife within the National Party?
You know, in 2019, I was the only New Democrat elected in Alberta, and we were able to get so many things done. You know, with my private member bill, I was able to stop coal mining in the Rocky Mountains. You know, we were able to actually move. In this last parliament, there were 25 New Democrats, and look what we did. The biggest expansion of healthcare in
Okay, folks, it's currently 3 minutes past 4 New Zealand time. I will go until 5 p.m. New Zealand time, which is just under an hour. And then whatever it is at that point is what it is. I've been going for 5 minutes shy of 5 hours already, so I think that's a good slog. I think at this point we can probably safely project a Liberal minority. I do suspect it will narrow up slightly, but yeah. I still stand by my criticism that they called it 2 hours ago.
Pretty firmly back in 2021 with 60% of the vote. We have called it so far for Heather in this moment. Polls are still reporting, but we are looking at about 12 percentage points less at the moment. We'll see where the night takes us.
Really interesting. Thank you very much for that, the CBC.
The actual popular vote, though, is very close, isn't it?
Rosemary, Heather McPherson saying the future of the NDP is in this room. Pretty noteworthy when they have not right now. They don't have official party status, and the party's leader is in trouble in his own riding.
Yeah, and let me show you just that very thing. There you go. Jugmeet Singh continues to trail, continues to be in third place. That's where he.
Honestly, let's hope that Jugmeet Singh gets a good little boost later on, and then the Conservatives just rocket up and steal it. That'd be good.
It continues to be so. So we'll see whether.
Jackson says, it feels to me like National is too scared to lean into the Conservative side with both its choice for high-ranking cabinet members and its never candidates seeming less conservative than before. Yeah, exactly. They've really very much embraced the Liberal faction of the National Party and made them the centerpiece figures of the party, and that's, I suppose, that the thing is, the average voter is fickle. The average voter is probably not going to care all that much about the more contentious views in terms of whether or not they vote for you. The average person that's going to flip their vote either way is focused on the economy and crime and not a whole lot else. Things related to the economy, at least, like housing and all that. You can still be a New Zealand First or an ACT party and promote a strong policy platform on those issues. You're not going to win. You're not going to win the safe Labour and Greens voters, which National appears to want to do.
But I'm not, trying to say that this is a good night for us.
No, you're not going to sugarcoat it. You're a political scientist and recovering politician.
A recovering both. So, but I think there's room to rebuild from this, and that Canadians will remember that Mark Carney is first and foremost a banker and an investment capitalist. And so when it comes time for the Parliament to try and deal with the trouble that Trump is going to cause for ordinary Canadians, there need to be those voices there to say, what are you actually going to do to make it better for ordinary people? And there'll still be at least 9 or 10, if not 12, New Democrats to raise those questions.
Do you think, though, that Mr. Singh should have, earlier in the campaign, we talked a lot about how Mr. Poilievre should have pivoted, and who knows if that's actually the truth given where the numbers are. But I wonder whether Mr. Singh should have pivoted earlier, whether he should have not suggested that there was some world in which he was going to be prime minister and should have pushed more for the balance of power and protecting the things that you're talking about.
Well, it's a very short campaign we've been in, and so pivoting earlier means a week earlier, maybe?
Well, no, starting from that point, maybe.
But from the beginning, we had no idea what was going on because of Trump. We had no idea what kind of campaign it was going to be. We had no idea that this big shift whether it would be lasting for Carney or whether it was a bump. So for the first couple of weeks of the campaign, nobody really knew what was happening. And once we
looking at this, you'd have to say it's just a
very quickly.
What
bump.
happens if he loses his seat?
Well, it's always hard for leaders to lose their seat if they want to stay on as leader. And I'm ultra honest. I don't know whether he'll want to stay on as leader if he loses his seat. It's going to be very difficult for him. I know it's been very hard on his family because of the threats that have been made to him, and maybe he won't wish to continue. On the other hand, the advanced polls come through, he still wins his seat, we still have 12 and the Liberals are 12 short, that's another whole thing. So that's a story you can't write yet.
No, yeah, that's fair.
And
9 seats the difference, folks.
Tomorrow where we
As I said, I think it's going to be within 10. It's going to stay within 10.
Thank you, Randall Garrison. Appreciate
When
you
it's all said and done.
coming there as well. All right, I'm going to take you to some other results here in the riding of Central Nova. Oh, we're just going to go straight to the person who won in the riding, and there he is, Sean Fraser. He did manage to win in the riding of Central Nova. Sean Fraser, congratulations to you, sir.
Thank you so much. We get to be together on election night anyway, Rosemary.
Okay, so it turns out that idea to not retire and spend time with your family worked out for you here. How are you feeling about that?
Look, I'm feeling really good about the path ahead. Obviously,
Oh, he's got a boot.
Successful in an election.
Nice.
Privileged to represent your community in the House of Commons. My family
Don't mind me.
really excited. We were all together earlier this evening watching the results come in, and this is an incredible opportunity to continue our service.
Yeah, and I'm totally teasing you about that. What do you make of what the numbers are so far and the fact that this has been a two-party race throughout this election campaign, and that is reflected here tonight? And we don't know exactly how this is going to end, other than you are forming government.
Yeah, look, I'll reserve judgment on the final numbers that come in, but the results we're seeing tonight reflects my experience on the doorstep over the course of the last number of weeks.
It makes me laugh when Chris Hipkins labels the current government as hard right, when relative to many other countries it's more centre-right, right libertarian. It's more centrist relative to other Western countries. Centrist.
As to the appropriateness of one party or another, but that's what elections are all about. More than any election I've been a part of, this was a very.
I would say National is more to the centre than the Conservatives in Canada.
The voters have made the choice that I think was the right one.
Right, but still not. I realize that the bar, 3 months ago.
I'd say they're more to the centre to even the Liberal Nats in Australia.
Could still happen, I suppose.
I mean, I think ACT and NZ first balance it out, so you could argue centre-right for sure.
Minority government, is that something
But
that you think Liberals can deal with and work?
I mean, National were just the 1960s Liberals, like in the US. 1960s Democrats pretend they care about small government, but they don't. They want the power. They want to have that influence. They want to be working with, with big business. They don't want to be leaving them alone to just do their own thing whilst ensuring that no one's being exploited.
Serve the Canadian people in the way the Canadian people see fit. If not, you may find ourselves back in an election. But in the meantime, I think we're going to have an opportunity to work in a cross-partisan way to try to defend Canada's interests, in particular in the face of threats from Donald Trump and the United States.
And tell me, do you think it is possible for the Liberal Party to work with the Conservative Party? We were discussing it with the At Issue panel. I mean, it just seems, given the way the election unfolded and how difficult Mr. Poilievre was before the election in terms of how he confronted the Liberal government. I don't know how that works going forward. Do you see a path for people to work together?
On social issues, National's definitely centre-left. Like they're not progressives, so there is that. But they aren't conservatives on social issues by any stretch of the imagination. They are very liberal, very much liberal on that front. Same with ACT. They're very much liberals when it comes to social issues. And liberals, frankly, whether you want to have your economic policy being slightly more centre-right, because technically if you're a neoliberal, you're centre-right, or even right. On balance, they don't really believe in at least National, they don't really believe in limited government, deregulation. They believe in maintaining power and control and utilizing government systems to maintain a reliance on the state.
Okay, Sean Fraser, nice to see
So
you. Congratulations again, and I'm
they're
sure we'll
liberal,
talk soon.
they're centre-left.
I'm sure. Thank you
with economic policy, which on occasion is a little bit more right-wing than at least the opposition, or in this case, Labour, would be promoting.
You've got some results.
Yeah, well, why don't we do that right now? Let's go to Bowmanville, Oshawa North. This is, if you have a look here, this is Jamiel Javani projected elected. This is a seat that the Conservatives have held by increasing numbers over the last few years.
Pretty close, isn't it?
You know, it's interesting. The shorthand when people talk about Jamiel Javani is that he is very good friends with the U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance. You know, does that make a difference?
Put a beard on him.
For him, for better or for worse, at the polls. Not so far. He's done extremely well. He is headed back to Ottawa. And let's find out what this night is like for him, because I believe David Common is right there.
For politicians with socially conservative views like Simeon Brown, their conservative social views are always brought into question as a means of negatively portraying their character. Exactly. That's the problem. Our media is very much liberal, leftists. They hate the idea of traditional values, conservative values. And so even our members of parliament in New Zealand who are more conservative, that works against them in terms of their coverage, when it shouldn't be the case at all.
I do want to ask you, Mr. Giovanni, because you've just spoken to your supporters, a large group that's here at the pub here in Bowmanville, North Oshawa.
In the pub.
You said, to them, among other things, that Doug Ford was a problem for you in this campaign. You said that he sabotaged the Conservative campaign. That's your words. You said he was a hype man for the Liberals. Take me through how you see that.
Yeah, well, look, Doug Ford just went through an election. I have differences of opinion with him. I don't like how he's managed healthcare or education. But out of respect, we didn't say anything. Federal party, we didn't get in his way. When it was our turn to run an election, he couldn't stay out of our business. Always getting his criticisms and all his opinions.
I like this guy, straight shooter.
Campaign, trying to make it about him, trying to position himself as some kind of political genius that we need.
He reminds me of like a proper American, not a Canadian. Like, he gives me that vibe.
For the federal party in the outcome of this race.
I see Doug Ford as a problem for Ontario and for Canada. I think he's
not how their coverage is a bit rocky.
Province, and now he's trying to exercise his influence over other levels of government. And it's not like this guy is doing anything particularly well. I mean,
you did used to work for him.
I did. I'm speaking from experience. I tried to fix problems in this province, and he kept getting in his way and all his goons around him all the time. They wouldn't make anything better. And now we're seeing him because this guy's a
Bro's just spitting.
Yeah. Crombie and Stephen Del Duca, and now we got to sit around getting advice from him? No. He has taken the provincial Conservative Party and turned it into something hollow, unprincipled, something that doesn't solve problems. He's glad-handing with Chrystia Freeland, having coffees and lattes with Mark Carney. And I'm sitting here saying we need to be fighting for change and something new and something different, not being a hype man to the Liberal Party.
Some would argue that the challenge within the federal Conservative movement is that there are these divisions, divisions that in some ways you're outlining tonight, and that it is the thing that stops or prevents, holds back the federal party from the majority government that it seeks. Do you see that as a possible outcome to some of the fractions and frictions that exist within the federal party?
There is a lot of unity.
There are quite a few of these, like you see the bottom right, quite a few of these races where the Conservatives are beating the incumbents.
All sorts of people who've been part of our movement for a long time united behind Pierre. They're opportunists like Doug Ford. And I think it's not about ideology or differences of beliefs. It is about some people believing our purpose as Conservatives is to be an alternative to what the Liberals offer. And then there are people like Doug Ford who are opportunists. And I reject that outright.
Do you have any leadership ambitions?
Look, we have a leader of our party right now. We're still waiting in for the final seat counts. I don't know what tomorrow holds. My focus, though, is on all the young people, all the parents, the moms, the dads who came to us and trusted us to offer an alternative, a brighter future. We're going to see that through. We're going to keep fighting.
And this will bounce back to Pierre as well. So let's just say it's 159 to 152 right now.
And we will bring home a victory nationally.
My last question to you looks at the results. As we speak here right now, 160 for the Liberals, 151 for your Conservatives. This is a lot closer of a race than some had expected. Why do you think that is?
Well, look, I think a lot of people misunderstood just the frustration that Canadians felt. All these polls that showed Conservatives far below the Liberals, I think we're missing how many young people saw our party as the party of dreamers and hustlers and strivers. And
I like this guy, eh?
We are going to continue offering them that vision for
he's a breath of fresh air compared to all of these other people they've interviewed so far.
Growing our party, getting more union support, police support, young families, working class families. I think we will see this identity that Pierre Poilievre has helped develop crystallize further, and our party will only go up from here.
Jamiel Giovanni, thank you very much and congratulations.
Thank you.
No, it's not final. I suspect it'll be a bit closer. There are several races that are still got a few too many votes to count to be confirmed. It will be a Liberal minority, but it'll be between 5 and 10. Between 5 and 10 seat win. Which is very, very close.
Might have a few things to say. That was very interesting, Rosie.
Well, it could be closer than 5, but 5 to 10 is probably a good baseline. Right now, it's probably 159 to 152, because Pierre Poilievre, he's currently trailing, but there's barely any in, and these are all the advance votes first. So yeah, he'll take over. He's he's the leader, for goodness sake. But yeah, it'll be reasonably close, Jamie. It's far too close for them to have called it 2 hours ago when I bitched at them for calling it.
Go get them, etc. That's the kind of but that's a kind of a positive vision of the party. The first part when he was on the tirade.
Rigged. Hey, look, I think a lot of this is going to be decided based on those advance votes. So people may call into question advance votes. I'm personally not someone that particularly is a fan of advance voting, just simply because there is more opportunity for foul play. Even if there is none, there's more opportunity for it, so that just makes me uneasy. On the day voting. Bang. That's what I believe in.
A big part of the reason the NDP vote collapsed was Pierre Poilievre's leadership and the specter that he presented to, at least to progressive voters. When conservative leaders are scary, NDP voters are more likely to listen to the...
I mean, at one point, the gap was 2. 2! About an hour ago now, the gap was 2. So it's fluctuated a bit. It got out to about 17 a half hour ago. It's pulled back to 9. Net 8, I'd say.
Will continue to be working with you as the Liberal Prime Minister of Canada. And in the end,
But these clowns were thinking or getting all giddy about the idea of a majority. It's not even going to be close to a majority. They're currently 12 short, and I suspect it'll be less. And they've really been bailed out by the New Democrats just abandoning ship and going behind the Liberals to keep the Conservatives out, it seems. I tell you what, if the New Democrats did anything remotely close to what they did last time, you're looking at a Conservative minority government. NDP were 25 last time, I believe. And even the Bloc were bed down by, I think, close to around 10. So, it says a lot.
I don't know. Maybe they would have been able to patch things up if they were going to form government, but
I mean, when there is no need to say things like this tonight.
And you wonder whether he had authorization for this. I mean, Pierre Poilievre, as I say, they escaped with skin of teeth, but he should be a chastened leader at this point. He threw away a 25% lead, and it's because of things.
Threw away. Come on.
If he doesn't learn from this experience, then he's going to reap all he sows.
He still, though, I mean, if these numbers hold, the last vote was at 128. He's 150. He may hold the Liberals to a minority. I mean, that will protect his leadership potentially, right? Yeah.
The first question, will he be in the House of Commons?
Yes.
Because I keep looking at those results in Carleton, and I'm waiting for them to find
honestly.
the votes that puts him back on top. There are still
watching Liberals cope, bro, it's something else.
Not been counted.
But he has not led that race yet.
Oh, he is significantly behind. It's not a close race.
Significantly behind, with 10% of the vote counted. Well done. Yeah.
Because I also heard Jugmeet Singh
probably like 20%, barely anything.
Is a conservative that he likes and points to as someone who is able to bring people together. What did you make of that? And there is obviously a problem here between Ford conservatives and Poilievre conservatives, and I don't know if it matters, but there's some deep animosity.
Well, there are certainly some personal differences, and to state the obvious, I have a firm grasp of the obvious. By which I mean, I think this is actually much more personal than it is ideological or factional.
Okay.
Every party has certain issue factions and personality factions. In this case, there seem to be 2 or 3 personalities that have really ramped up what I think is an unnecessary conflict that simply needs to get resolved.
Yeah.
And I know Jamil, for whom I have enormous regard. He's a incredibly talented a guy with an amazing story.
Yes.
He has a particular series of grievances. And I just, none of this should have been in the public domain. Let's put it that way.
No, for sure.
And I agree there should have been earlier efforts to engage those get those relationships well settled much earlier. But it's not like there's a huge rift. Most of the people going door to door for federal Conservative candidates in the last 5 weeks were going door to door for Doug Ford's candidates a few weeks before that. And you know what? The Ontario PC critique has been that Poilievre's team doesn't know how to win in Ontario. He's right now over 45% of the popular vote. Mr. Ford won 43% of the popular vote earlier this year. So the federal Conservative campaign is getting a better result, a larger total raw vote count, and a higher share of the popular vote.
Yeah.
That's nothing to sneeze at. And I think so a little bit of everybody has to put some water in their wine and put the best interests of the country first.
Yeah.
And maybe the common interests of partisan Conservatives somewhere in there as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think if Pierre Poilievre had called Doug Ford right from the get-go, the same way that Mark Carney did, he went and had breakfast with him, it probably would have helped. Whether it matters at this stage, I don't know.
Well, remember, it's not just Poilievre versus Ford. It's Poilievre versus Tim Houston in Nova Scotia.
Yeah.
And it seemed like there were a series of candidates who looked like they could be perfectly acceptable and presentable candidates for the party who just didn't fit in with the Poilievre clique.
Yeah.
I mean, Mike DeJong in BC, why was he not allowed to be a candidate? So, you know, it's one thing, yeah, you can have a tent that's too broad and you lose all definition and you don't stand for anything, but you can have a tent that's too narrow and you just wind up defeating yourself.
Okay, I want to go to Conservative Party headquarters if we can. Maybe. Possibly.
So much, Anne-Marie. Lots of things to keep our eyes on.
That's just a look where, yeah, that's what it looks like when you have not won an election and you're waiting to see more. Let's go to Kate McKenna, who's, I imagine, been talking to people and getting a sense of how people are feeling in that room tonight. Kate, yes, they haven't won, but it does look like they have improved over what they got in the last vote. But tell me what people are telling you.
Well, what your guest just mentioned about the federal Conservatives doing better in Ontario than the provincial Conservatives did, that's something that the campaign has been going around talking about. That's something that is very much being discussed in this room. And yes, they are losing. They're aware that they're losing. However, they're happy. Well, I wouldn't say they're happy, but they're encouraged by their gains that they've made. They're encouraged by the amount of popular vote that they're getting. But of course, one thing that's hanging in this room is that Pierre Poilievre has not won his seat yet. In fact, he appears to be trailing in his seat. We are hearing that he is set to talk in a few minutes, but they did play the Jamil Jivani interview here. At the same time, obviously, it was on the CBC broadcast, and there was a lot of applause in the room for the things that he was saying. There was a lot of hollering and cheers for the people in this room who feel that Doug Ford's interventions in this campaign were not helpful, and they did not advance the Conservative cause in this very competitive election. So this ongoing rift appears to still be taking place within this party, and we'll be watching to see how it manifests over the next few days.
Okay, Kate McKenna, thank you so much for that. I'm going to now go to Ian Hannah-Mansing, who's got some results.
I mean, they'll have Jamie, they'll have a confidence and supply type situation. They don't really do coalitions from the sounds of it. Like they didn't have a majority for the last term either. But yeah, they'll have like a confidence and supply type arrangement with well, with the bloc, because unless they do better than, unless they get 170 or 164, they won't be able to rely on the NDP to pass anything. But yeah, with at least the bloc to pass legislation, but yeah, they'll just be a minority government.
First of all, at Port Moody, Coquitlam. This was more or less a three-way race in 20.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Ultimately, they won't need a coalition or anything, but they will just need to rally up the support from the bloc.
Is the incumbent MP
to pass certain things.
She's only in third place. She's in a distant third place, and it's put the Conservatives in first. Arguably, the progressive vote, the left of center vote, has been split just enough between the NDP and the Liberals to allow the Conservatives to come up through the middle. And take a look at this: New Westminster, Burnaby, Millardville. Peter Julian, one of the mainstays of the NDP for so many years. He's been the MP here since 2004, and he is in 3rd place. And again, easy even for me to do the math between the Liberals and the NDP. If someone had been able to...
A lot of pundits giving it 1.5 years and we'd be back at the polls. Hey, look,
that would easily
could
win.
happen.
But in both of those cases, Rosemary, at this point, arguably,
Especially if
it has
polling
allowed,
starts to
again, the Conservatives to come up through the middle.
collapse.
Those aren't elected yet, but it is...
Then again, if it's collapsing, you don't really want an election if you're the governing party. You just want to hold on.
Okay, thank you for that, Ian. I want to go back to...
Especially when this one's so close to going to the polls again, would be probably a net loss.
Shortly, we're going to hear from Jugmeet Singh.
So the only way they'd probably go back is if they felt like they had an advantage that they could capitalize on.
And respond to some of what Mr. Singh is saying. But if Pierre Poilievre ends up with a bigger number of seats than the last vote,
But you could definitely see them going back to try and get a majority.
Decide whether he's going to win his riding, where he is still trailing.
Though I don't suspect they'll have much luck in that regard.
How does the Conservative Party view that? Does he have the ability to stay?
Who knows?
What do you think is going to happen there? And then if you want to throw in the thing about the riding, I don't know whether this is real, but he hasn't led at all night.
Yeah, well, look, I can't comment on the riding. Sure. I will just say that I think
the riding is very
if he decides
few
to
votes
stay
counted.
As leader and leader of the opposition, he will have overwhelming support to do so.
Well, yeah, of course. If they can't rely on Bloc to pass law, they'll go back. But whether or not they'll be in a better, whether or not they'll be better situated remains the question. Would you rather potentially lose lose power altogether, but not have much ability to pass law, or
popular vote nationally? The last time the Conservatives achieved that was under Brian Mulroney 37 years ago.
You know what I mean?
88. Growth in new cohorts of supporters in a broader Conservative coalition that includes...
I can only really see the Conservatives improving in the next year and a half, if I'm honest. Unless they have some infighting.
Interesting things. I talked earlier about the sort of blue-collar swing that we seem to be observing towards Conservatives. Conservatives are winning in Windsor...
Like, you're more likely to see the Bloc or an NDP improve if they went back to the polls in a year and a half.
We almost won Hamilton. We're competitive in Hamilton Centre. I've never seen that. These are long-time traditional NDP. So the NDP swing was, as I know it's fashionable around here to refer to the progressive bloc. A lot of traditional NDP voters wouldn't regard themselves as on the left. They're for the little guy. Sure. And Pierre Poilievre has been fighting for the little guy. He's broadened the Conservative coalition in that way, and picked up apparently at least 30 seats. So, and finally, he has been, in my judgment, the most effective opposition leader in our lifetime. Some might say too effective. Such an effective opposition leader that he became typecast as in that role.
And he also got rid of the very things that were going to help him. Justin Trudeau and a carbon tax. I mean, that was his own success brought that to him as well.
More than that, look, I mean, I heard my friend Arif here dismissively referring to Mr. Poilievre.
Well, yeah, NDP were at, I think they got around...
that has been dominating Canadian politics for the past 2 years.
17% of the vote last election, and now they're at like 4.
Much of it represented, yes,
with like 25 seats, now they're at 8. So, yeah,
I think he took on the Liberals on their
they got gutted.
class warfare baiting on the capital gains tax increase. I believe he's the only leader who in French and English pointedly opposed the Quebec Bill 21.
Oh, yeah, okay, 13.
Against
whatever it was.
In Quebec.
No,
okay, did somebody else?
No, don't go there. No. He didn't. He actually has fudged whether he would intervene in the Supreme Court on it. So
I heard his clear opposition to it. So my
he
point.
says he's opposed to it, but he
Look at all these Liberals, they refuse to accept a narrative that isn't confirming or affirming their view. It's actually pathetic to watch.
And he's got the best result for a Conservative leader since 1988.
Okay, and I take all those points, and they're excellent points, and I'm going to let Jugmeet Singh speak in a moment, except that wasn't the bar. The bar was 25 points ahead, and you were going to form government. And you're telling me no one in the party is going to be angry with him?
Oh, there's going to be a desire for sure for a retrospective. And I think any leader after this circumstance should show some humility, should take a step back. And I think the important thing is, does a leader have the ability to learn and to grow? I think we've seen him modify his tone, his approach, his issue focus over the
Pee-wee Bear says, should Trump annex Canada if the Liberals win? ? He's quoting what I asked in the Q&A. What kind of stupid question is that? Are you just trying to prove that you're a right-wing asshole with fascistic tendencies? No, it was a light-hearted question that I put in at the start of the stream, which was 5.5 hours ago, to as an icebreaker. I don't think you should do that for a second. It was a joke. But thanks for proving once again that leftists don't have a sense of humor.
It's also very dangerous to take for granted for both the Liberals and the Conservatives that the
Although I think there are a few people in Alberta who may be keen on having Alberta annexed.
I don't know what Mr. Singh is going to say, but at this point, it's not really hard to imagine that it could be stronger with a stronger.
Honestly, just add them to New York.
Been over the past 3 elections.
That'll add them to add them to the Trump tally or the Republican tally.
Got in through the middle because of the progressive vote splitting. But I get your point, especially in the 905, where I think Pierre Poilievre did a really good job, especially on the crime stuff. I think the reason that he's going to have trouble, whether or not he wants to stay, is the interview that we just saw with Jamil Javani. That aggressive tone really does not sit well with a significant chunk of the caucus that has been reelected. And we will find out as soon as the first caucus meeting whether or not they decide to approve the Reform Acts, and the caucus gives itself the power to decide whether or not Pierre Poilievre stays. And I think that will be a way for them to negotiate, because I think there are things that they would like. One MP called it the end of the reign of terror. Basically, they want Jenny Byrne gone. And if the result is low enough, they will set conditions to say, you want to stay, well, these are the changes we want to see.
Okay, quickly, Mr. Kenney, because I'm going to go to Mr. Singh.
Yeah, I would say, look, I think there are legitimate questions around tone.
Yeah.
And I think, amongst other things, if he had made an effort to more clearly position to auditioning for the role of Prime Minister rather than opposition leader late last year, it could have been marginally helpful. I don't think it would have changed the fundamental structure of this election in the way things unfolded.
Thank you, Jason Kenney. Let's go to Jugmeet Singh.
A joke, that's proof that you have no sense of humor and cover your idiocy with "I was just joking." No, I made it clear right at the start of the stream, you can go back, that it was a light-hearted question that wasn't to be taken seriously.
So things not looking good for him.
It's on the record.
And as we've shown you there,
You can take your
official party status. Let's listen in live.
take your liberal tears elsewhere, mate. Jackson says, or common sense. Obviously that wouldn't happen. It just allows to discuss how, in theory, a Trump government would be for Canada compared to the Liberals. It's not a serious statement of what would literally happen. Exactly, because no one with a brain actually believes Trump was ever interested in annexing Canada. That's why it's a joke. Because no one in their right mind would actually think Trump would do that. Only people with Trump derangement syndrome, aka Liberals, without a sense of humor. Thank you.
Keep it together here, folks. Thank you very much. The love is amazing. I appreciate y'all. Big thank you to Suzanne.
Appreciate y'all.
She's been with us from the beginning. Huge thank you.
Bros trendy.
Thank you. And all of you in this room, you guys poured your heart into this. Thank you so much for everything you've done. You're amazing. Love you all. I know in election parties, night parties across the country, people are gathered. I want to thank them all.
By the way, I'll just make this bigger for a little bit so you can get a better picture of how things look. Pretty big, huh?
Take a moment to congratulate Prime Minister Carney on his victory. He has an important job to do to represent all Canadians and to protect our country and its sovereignty from the threats of Donald Trump. Tonight and every night, all of us here, we're on Team Canada. We want Canada to thrive, and we're going to continue to fight for
Honestly, who decided pink was the right idea? Anthony says, if you called an election months ago, you would have won your seat. Probably.
It's been the honor of my life to represent the people of Burnaby Central. Tonight they chose... Thank you.
No, Ian, I've just been liberal tears because you are obviously left of centre. And that means you're either a liberal or a progressive, and either or, liberal tiers work. Whereas your conservative tiers, I don't know why I would have conservative tiers. I don't really care all that much about Canada's choices. They make their choices. I like to see what they make a choice on, but I'm not going to cry about it.
I'm so sorry you're not going to be able to represent your communities. I know you're going to continue to fight for them. I know on how many doors you knocked, how many family dinners you missed, how many nights your kids went to bed without you there to tuck them in. I know it was a tough sacrifice, and I just want to thank, and we can get a round of applause to every single candidate that ran for us. Thank you. Yeah. Thank all those incredible candidates and their incredible teams.
Look at that. Minus 11.9% of the voting share. Minus 17 seats. They got destroyed.
Choosing to commit your life to politics obviously comes with some sacrifice, but we choose this life because of the chance.
Rightio, folks, I'm going for another 20 minutes. Then I'll call it a day. We'll be at 6 hours at that point, so I think that's a good enough shift for me.
We're only defeated when we believe that those that tell us that we can never dream of a better Canada, a fairer Canada, a more compassionate Canada. I have met New Democrats from coast to coast to coast who will never back down, even when they're told that there's no room for them at the table. We make room for everyone because we believe that there is enough wealth in Canada for all of us to live the life that we deserve. Honestly, I got to avoid making eye contact with certain people because then it's going to get too emotional up here. So I just made the mistake of doing that.
Why would I pose a stupid question if you weren't interested, and why stream it in the first place? So the question, as I said before, it was an icebreaker way to get people in the chat interacting. I thought it would be something that might actually get people, you know, writing in the chat, as you have, so point proven. And I prefaced it at the time. It was a lighthearted, not to be taken too seriously, but hey, what do you reckon? As for why stream it in the first place, because I'm interested in the result, but I ultimately don't care about the result, because it has no impact on my life.
One more sec.
This is just an opportunity for me to sit down with other people that are interested in seeing how global politics unfolds. We don't have to be invested in the outcome.
I'll be stepping down as party leader as soon as an interim leader can be appointed. Now, I could not have done this incredible job without, here's a point, give me a second to break down a bit. I couldn't have done it without the incredible support of my wife, Kidden. She has been my rock. She's been my foundation. For the past couple years, I've been regretting that I didn't thank her on the night of the last election. So this is my opportunity to make up for it. She has literally been my rock. I couldn't have done this without her. She's backed me up and supported me. She has made so many sacrifices. She convinced me that she's enjoyed them all, but I don't know. But she's amazing. I'm just so thankful. Thanks for being on this journey. I'm gonna give you a hug. Hold on. Also, I might break down this part because, and Anhad and Dani, my daughters, remind me of the future. God damn it, that we are fighting for. That's just because I get emotional anytime I talk about my kids. I'm very sappy when it comes to my daughters, so I get a little emotional. I've also been supported by my family, and I got to thank my parents who are here today. They're amazing. Love you both. My brother, I wouldn't have been on this journey without my brother. So big shout out to my brother, Krathin. And honestly, this may sound funny, but my in-laws, I literally couldn't have done this without my in-laws. They're amazing. Where are my in-laws? They're somewhere here. Wherever they are, they're here. I wanted to look at them.
Myron Control, welcome. You say, thank you, Canada, for my pension. I'm not across economic, I'm not across policy. Be that social otherwise over there, so hey. If that's what you're gaining, good for you, mate. Take it. Ultimately, it's your tax dollars paying for it anyway.
And you can't do this without a great family supporting you, so thank you to my family. I'm spilling my water and everything. It's getting a little bit, trying to be graceful here, folks. I also want to thank my NDP caucus. This is a team that together we brought historic change for people. We brought real change to the lives of Canadians. I know that people are concretely better off because of our work over the last 8 years, and no election result will ever diminish that. So thank you to my... My caucus, honestly, I'm so thankful to them all. We did some incredible work together. Seriously, every one of you, thank you from the bottom of my heart. And I might break down this part too, forgive if I do. I can only do this, and we can only do this work because of a great staff. And y'all just poured your heart into me, into the work that we did. So it's a good thing that there's water here. This water is very strategically placed for me, so it's very, very lucky that I have. I might need a couple more glasses, so just if anyone can help me out on that, that'd be great. Y'all brought your talent, your heart to the fight every day. We treat each other with respect and dignity and with kindness, and I love you all. All right. We're almost there, folks. I got a couple other things I really want to get off my chest here. One other thing is, nothing's too spicy. It's just good stuff. I often speak about something my mom taught me. It's a Sikh teaching of Chardi Kala. And this is something fundamental to who I am. And it means, the words break down, Chardi means rising and Kala means spirits. And it's something that it captures a big part of who I am. And it's the idea that in the fight for justice, in the fight for fairness, in the fight that we fight, we want to have optimism in the face of struggle. We want to have a defiant optimism. It's like this eternal resilience. And this is the spirit that I carry tonight. Obviously, I'm disappointed that we could not win more seats. But I'm not disappointed in our movement. I'm hopeful for our party. I know that we will always choose hope over fear, and optimism over despair, and unity over hate. New Democrats literally built this country.
Keenan Andrews, welcome. You're saying this guy is an enemy to Canada. Hey, look, I'm not a fan of left-wing parties, so I could probably just figure that out off the bat. But yeah, I don't know enough about the kind of smaller parties. But from what I've heard, he's not the most popular guy these days. Michael Oxlarge, welcome. He says, sometimes I take poos so smelly I flush before I wipe. Fair enough.
Okay, that is Jugmeet Singh.
May have done that once or twice.
Conceding,
Oh, yeah.
first of all, his own riding. riding of Burnaby South, where he continues to be in 3rd place, and announcing that he will step down as leader as soon as a new interim leader can be chosen. He was the leader of the NDP since 2017. Marina van Stackelberg is in the room there. Marina, obviously a very emotional room, and I must say, a very gracious speech by Jugmeet Singh tonight.
Yeah, this was really the worst case scenario for the NDP. This idea that Jugmeet Singh would not be able to hold on to his own seat, that there would be severe losses for the party, which is how this is panning out. You know, throughout this campaign, one thing that we've heard from supporters and from his team was that a lot of progressive voters that would have voted for the NDP were scared. They were scared of a Trump. They were scared of Trump. They were scared of a Poilievre majority, and so they were going towards Mark Carney's Liberals. And you know, the party tells me that they feel
They really made the difference there. The NDP falling off. Only reason Liberals have a minority government. You'd have to say.
NDP MPs potentially or actually losing their seat because of vote splitting. The party clearly saw this was a potential issue. They actually started a whole campaign about it here in BC, saying vote for NDP to prevent Conservatives from getting seats. So obviously this is a huge loss for this party. One staffer I spoke to earlier today, we were talking about the potential outcome, said for her, it was something that no matter how it shook out, they had helped to get dental care. They had made dental care happen. And for them, that was something they were going to hold on to. That was something that the NDP pushed to with just 24 MPs in the House of Commons. But obviously, this leaves this party in really the worst situation.
Anyways, folks, that's going to do me today. I've been going for 5 hours, 46 minutes. I think the answer, the result's quite clear. Here, it's going to be a Liberal minority government. Conservatives close. They did much better than they did last time. It is what it is. I was happy to be here in New Zealand, just sharing a feed from CBC, even if it's a biased network, but it is what it is. I was happy to be joined along by 1,500 of you throughout the day. 10 of you currently still here. Everyone else that joined in throughout and after the fact, thank you all very, very much. Thoroughly enjoyed it. First Canadian election I've covered, I've watched. It was good. It got very, very tight at one point, and I enjoyed giving these these Liberal idiots behind the desk some shit as they made some rather wild projections. But anyways, thank you all very much. Have a great rest of your week.